Happy Thanksgiving. This is a great day to spend time with your family. We want to take time and let things be very slow today, but we also want to welcome you to look at all of our episodes since we actually got started with Voices from the Dirt Road. What I want to do is take you back through the experiences of all 8 or 9 episodes that we've done, because here in the very near future, next week, we will actually be turning into a real podcast. This very first show was the very first show that we started, and I thought it went perfect. We did have some issues, as you'll notice. I didn't know what camera to look at. The lighting wasn't right, all kind of things. But guess what? As you look at our progression over this last 4 or 5 months, we have got better and better and better. So again, enjoy yourself. We're going to talk about every episode. We're going to show you every episode. So sit around, check it out, laugh at me, have fun with your family. And again, happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, good morning. How y'all guys doing? It's Shawn here from the road, from the Voices from the Dirt Road. As y'all guys can see, this is our very first show. I just want to say thank you for chiming in. Hopefully everybody got them a cup of coffee. This morning, I'm actually in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Was up here last night speaking, and then we'll be jumping back on the road and headed back to Rockmart, Georgia later on this afternoon. But I want to do something. Every Friday, I want to stop and have a discussion with our farmers, ranchers, business leaders in agriculture, and try to keep our hands on what is going on in agriculture, give you a chance to speak, give you a chance to voice your opinions in a respectful way, but at the same time, take these things and say, okay, how can I help as a senior leader to try to help move the ball forward to support our farmers. Couple things about myself. Did some years in the military, did a lot of years in the military, 40 years, but I was raised on a farm in Southwest Georgia, a place called Blakely, Georgia, Early County. To my friends down in Early County, is the peanut capital of the world. But right now they're struggling because of paper mills have closed. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But after doing time in the military, I bought a farm up here in Northwest Georgia, where I'm a cattle producer and I raise beef. So I'm a fourth generation farmer, but I love to say also on my own farm up here in Rockmart, Georgia, I'm a first generation farmer. And the reason why I say that is because the farm that I bought was a horse ranch, and I am converting it from being a horse ranch into a cattle operation. So we still got a lot of work to do, a lot of things that I'm learning, but I have some outstanding mentors that help me and support me. One I want to call out is Don Westlake there in Cedartown. Without his help, we would be struggling. So that's what it's all about when you look at this show, is farmers helping farmers sharing information across the board. Because right now, as many of y'all guys know, many of our soybean farmers are in the hurt locker. I'll just say it that way. We'll get more in detail. Couple of things I just want everybody to know. This will be a safe place where I don't care what kind of t-shirt you wear, red, blue, whatever. This show is not about that. This is about having a discussion, trying to figure out what's going on, and giving a voice to small and medium-sized farmers, those operations. But I even want to go a step further. Is because yesterday in Walker County, I actually talked to a small farm, but that farm has a niche market where they grow vegetables and tilapia. So I want to make sure that it's a voice for those type farms that actually take things to the direct market or take things to the farmers market. So with that being said, we have a broad spectrum of farmers. We have a broad spectrum of the farm industry. We have a broad spectrum when we actually talk about this American system that feeds the world of agriculture. So with that, I want to just jump right on into it, and talk about my philosophy when it comes to agriculture. Adam, will you put up the stool for me? Hey, I think I don't know if y'all guys like that music or not. We still trying to try some things out. Please let us know. But when I look at agriculture, I look at it like a stool. And if you look at this stool here, um, I tried to make this where you can easily understand that our stool has four legs there. But I'm gonna start with the livestock. The livestock side of agriculture is where I spend my time. Most of my time is as a cattle producer. Right now, that particular leg is doing extremely well. I think every cattle producer that's on here will say to you, man, we are doing outstanding at the market. But I think you would also find out that people that go and buy our beef at the grocery stores will probably say, boy, it's pretty high right now. But that leg of livestock in the world of agriculture is doing extremely well. Let me skip over to forestry. I mentioned in my hometown of where I'm really from, Blakely, Georgia, roughly about 3-4 months ago, I was there for a funeral. And at that funeral is where I found out that our paper mill was closing. Now, that paper mill is in my DNA. And why do I say that? Is because my father actually helped build the place. And now, back in the early 60s, helped build the place. And now, out of nowhere, completely shut down. One of the things I didn't know at that particular time was that 4 more paper mills in Georgia were going to shut down. And that's down around the Savannah area. That alarms me because all of us in Georgia see trucks all the time moving pine trees here and there. And my concern is how is that affecting the workers at the paper mill, but also all the guys and ladies that actually work out in the woods and bring that pine or whatever piece of wood they bring it back in to build a product. So I want to be able to talk that piece. So I want to make sure that the forestry side of agriculture chimes in. And then I think we all know that the row crop side of the house is the hottest subject that's occurring right now. And we have a clip from Secretary Rollins here in a second, but that's the hottest clip right now where row crop, specifically soybeans, don't have a buyer. I think we all know that the tariffs that's with little tips and tat that we got going back and forth with China. China is not buying anything from us right now. And that's put our row crop guys in the hurt locker because either they're going to have to store the soybeans or they're going to end up not getting a very good price for the soybeans, or they're just going to say, you know what, I got to go bankrupt and get out of this agriculture business. Those are not good options, and I want to be able to talk through those particular things. And then if you see in the very back there, it says the Department of Agriculture. We all know in agriculture, even if you're not in agriculture, and I encourage your friends that are not in agriculture but want to learn a little bit more, have those guys chime in, because we all in agriculture understand that behind the scenes, it is the Department of Agriculture that supports us all. Doesn't make any difference which leg you are falling up under, and you may actually fall up under 2 or 3 of these different legs, depending on the size of your farm. But right now, the hottest discussion is, are we going to give a buyout to our farmers or not? We'll discuss that and how does that play. And then the other piece that I believe that we got to get done, we got to get a farm bill passed, because the farm bill that we actually have right now is from 2018. I think we all can agree that commodity prices or inputs are way too high. And when we get in the hurt locker and try to get things replaced, when you receive whatever money you receive from the federal government, try to get back on your feet, it's at 2018 levels, and it won't get you back whole in 2025 or 2026. So that's a lot of little things that I want to kind of talk about. But before I get into that, Adam, can you put up Secretary Rollins' statement that she just made yesterday, just to prime the conversation?
Alongside, of course, the president's effort to realign America around American products and making all of these new deals, we are at a point where we're looking at the harvest, where we're looking at our soybean, corn, wheat, sorghum, cotton farmers who are facing very, very difficult times. We are currently in conversations here at the White House, across the government, on a farmer aid package. In our current programming right now, we've got about $13 billion moving out under ECAP, which is our old farmer payment system based on losses from last year and the year before. So this would be in addition to that, in partnership with our colleagues on the Hill. We should have an announcement very soon, perhaps in the next couple of weeks.
One last thing.
Well, that's our secretary. Like I said, this is not about red or blue, whatever. This is clear to where we're at. But if you listen to it very clearly, right now, things are still being worked, but we don't have a solution. And what concerns me is, our soybean farmers are already many of them are already in the fields picking soybeans. The question is, who they're going to be able to sell it to. And that's a hard question for many. So with that, Adam, do we have any questions coming in right now? I see we got about almost 200 people watching right now. That's outstanding for the very first show. Okay, very first question. Hopefully everybody can see this question here. Bottom line is, this week, like many other times over my career in the military, seems like every year we run into a government shutdown. And when I was in the military, did it affect us? Yes. We had to figure out who was essential and who wasn't essential and all those kind of things. And but it was different when I was in the military, because now with the government shutdown, farmers are essential, period. Ranchers are essential, period. Farming industries, the John Deere dealership, the first place that you buy your fuel from, all of those places are essential. Now, here in about 6-7 days, I think it's next Tuesday, if we don't get to an agreement, the government will shut down. The bad part about that, we just heard Secretary Rollins talking about they trying to get to the sweet spot and get some relief for our farmers. The problem with that, if the government shuts down, nothing's going to happen. And I hate to be the one to say that. So we need our leaders in D.C. to actually stop talking past each other and actually come in a room, sit down, and get to a solution on many subjects. Because right now, on the subject that we're talking about this morning, when it comes to our farmers, we need to make sure that those farmers stay in business. Because one thing that I did not say about that chair, Adam, throw that chair back up for me real quick. One thing I didn't say about that chair is this: it doesn't make any difference which leg that you are actually looking at, livestock, row crop, forestry, whatever. If any one of those legs crumble, the whole thing collapses onto itself. That is the United States. As farmers, as agriculture producers, we are the backbone of the United States and really of the world. So we can't afford for a government shutdown. We can't afford for any one of those legs to just stop functioning, because it would just crumble. And with that, when I look at our leg, row crops and forestry are right now in the hurt locker. And for us as cattle producers, we know that yes, when we go to the sale yard, sale barn, we're making a lot of money when we sell a cow or cow calf pair. However, we also know when our young farmers are trying to get in the business and buy some cattle, you almost have to be a millionaire to get into the cattle business now. And then the other piece of that is we have the screw worm problem that's coming out of Mexico. So we don't have enough cattle coming into the United States. We still trying to develop the herd or grow the herd. So there's a lot of things that are happening on the livestock side of it, at least with the cattle. I look forward to the guys that are in poultry, the guys that are in pig production to chime in and kind of bring speed on those particular areas. So what I think about it, the government shuts down. Bottom line is this: we need to keep the government open. We need to come to a solution, and we need to make sure that we take care of our farmers. And we need to just stop talking about it. We need to get it done, because the farmers are on a time clock in the real world where you plant a crop, the crop comes up, you pick the crop, you sell the crop. And right now, many of our farmers across the United States are already picking their crop, but right now we do not have somebody to buy it. And I'm concerned that small town America could really collapse in on itself. All right. What's the biggest challenge that I think is for families in Northwest Georgia when it comes to families? You know, Northwest Georgia is like Georgia. The number one industry in the state of Georgia is agriculture. The number one industry in North Georgia is actually agriculture. Everything revolves around it. That biggest challenge that I'm hearing from families is not what we're doing as producers. What I mainly hear from families is the cost of groceries. When they actually go to the grocery store and I'll use my part of the stool, which is cattle. Normally now when people go in the grocery store, they say, I love beef, but I can't afford those steaks anymore. Or they say, you know what, Shawn, I can't even afford hamburger anymore. So we got to get our hands around how can we bring the cost of groceries down to ensure that our families can feed their families. And that's just not a struggle for them, because I think many of y'all guys know in the agriculture world, when I mentioned Department of Agriculture, the other piece of agriculture, or the other piece of that farm bill, the largest piece of the farm bill actually goes toward the SNAP program. And I think some people get confused on that when they live in the city, that they think that, okay, the farmer's getting all this kind of handouts and all those kind of things. But the reality of it is majority of the farm bill pays for SNAP. And if you don't know what SNAP is, if you're from my generation, SNAP is food stamps. That's how needy families receive money so they can actually go to the grocery store and feed their family. So that is the largest or the biggest challenge that I hear right now, is families saying, I'm struggling to make ends meet when it comes to feeding my family. And what can we do as an agricultural community to help? And many are saying now they're going to the farmers market and trying to buy directly from farmers now. Just so happened yesterday, I got a phone call from a gentleman that I know there in Cedartown. Won't say his name, but I got a call from the gentleman in Cedartown saying, "Hey, Shawn, I know you raise cattle. Do you sell cattle? And so I can get a half a cow." I had to tell him that's not my business model, but I do know somebody that's actually in that business model, and we put them together, and hopefully he's going to be able to purchase a half a cow. At the same time, that particular farmer that's in that market will be able to make a sale. So I think as things move on, I think some of our farmers that are in the niche market may see where more families start reaching out to them. So you have some negative, but you also have some good. But as farmers, we just got to be ready to step up and meet the challenges that are out there. Any more questions? Oh boy. Yeah. I think everybody's been watching social media, watching the news or if you truly in the agricultural space, no matter which association you're part of, you probably have seen something where the people out in Arkansas, um, Nebraska are struggling right now. To be honest with you, farmers and their families are struggling all over the United States right now, just based on input crosses. I think I just saw 2-3 days ago that John Deere is laying off some people out in Iowa, and from that, it puts stress on the family. One of the things that I can tell you from doing 40 years in the military is the unfortunate piece that still today, as veterans, we have 20, 21, 22. I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, but every person is very important. But 21, 22 of my brothers and sisters decide to make a long-term decision for a short-term problem. They decide to commit suicide. That's something that we talk about openly inside of the military, but I think we also need to have a further discussion. I would like to bring a healthcare professional on to this show at some point and kind of give us some kind of train up on mental health, because second to the military, farmers are at the high end of mental health issues. And those mental health issues come from the high stress of farming, and even like right now of knowing, am I going to be able to make it to next year's crop, or am I have to file bankruptcy? Am I going to be the one that has been carrying this farm for 1 generation, 2 generations, 5 generations, some as many as 8 generations, but yet you lose it on your watch? That is incredible pressure. And the unfortunate piece, we have some of our farmers that are deciding to take their lives. So I think this is an area that we need to put more time and effort into. And this is why I'm going to be working harder to get mental health facilities into our smaller towns, so that our farmers can actually talk to someone. That's not a sign of weakness. That's a sign of strength. And I think I just read something in Georgia Cattleman, or one of the books that I get, where the governor of Georgia, Kemp, just signed something for telehealth for agriculture. So we'll dig into that a lot more and kind of go from there. Well, we get a lot of questions this morning. All right. SNAP. Said I mentioned SNAP. Can you talk a little bit more about exactly what SNAP is and the importance? Like I said earlier, SNAP, if you don't know what it means, I don't have the title in front. If Adam, if you can write out what the acronym SNAP stands for, the reality of it is SNAP is the food stamp program. SNAP is the program that we ensure that our families or our children that are in need have the means to go to the grocery store and actually get nutritious food for that particular family. And that money comes at the beginning of every month. Now it comes on a card. When I was little and was having to receive SNAP or food stamps, it used to come in a little booklet. But this program is still greatly needed. This morning before we got on the air, I was talking to some of my colleagues, and we have schools out there that this is how they feed their breakfast programs. So kids that are in need, not only are your parents are going to the grocery store to go get food, but it also provides food to our public school systems for our kids that are actually in need, so they can get breakfast, lunch, and at the same time, many of them get home, they take a snack home, because it may not be something there at the end of the day. I'm concerned that because we still don't actually have a farm bill, my concern is just like SNAP, or just like we as farmers, when we receive our benefits from the Farm Bill, but it's still at a 2018 number that don't make us whole. My concern is because there's more pressure being put on the families across the country, does that mean that more families are moving into the poverty level or the level of need? And hence we need more people, more money into the SNAP program to ensure that we can take care of them. What I want to do in future programs, I want to bring somebody in that handles the SNAP program at the state level or at the federal level or the local level. It doesn't make me any difference. If you know somebody, ask them. Everybody's welcome. Just chime in, come on board, and I think this will be a great 30-minute discussion where we can dig right into it and get a better handle on it. My intent with this program is to allow you as farmers, you as agriculture community, and others. This is a safe place for you to be able to come, have a discussion, learn something in about 30 minutes. We're not going to keep you all day. The rule is when I'm drinking my coffee, when the coffee's done, we're done. Because guess what? As farmers, we know we don't get paid to sit around the house and look at shows on the computer. So when we end this show today, I will get back in my truck, drive from Chattanooga, Tennessee, back to Rockmart, and the guys that know me personally, they'll see me right there on my farm because I think it's either Sunday or Monday. I don't have the numbers right here in front of me, but we still got some cows that we got to AI with the next step. So I'm just like you, still working on the farm every day, but I wanted to make sure that I took some time to try to open up a space so that farmers could speak, but at the same time, people that don't actually live on a farm or haven't been around a farm, but are maybe saying, fuck around and find out. Okay, we got to be better than that. We can't just be pointing fingers at each other. We got to dang say, you know what? How can we come back together and work together to come up with some solutions? Because the last thing that I want, the last thing I think that you want, everybody across the board, is for that stool that we're talking about to collapse on itself. Because if it collapses on itself, we got big problems. And we love to say as farmers and supporters of farmers that we not only feed America, but we feed the world. And right now, we're in a little bit of a hurt locker, but we will get through it. So right now, I see the time is 7:27. Right now, I also see that we have, it looks like we got 557 people actually watching us right now. One of the things that I do want to do is respect your time. On mornings like I'm here today, kind of like by myself, I'm going to try to keep it down to 30 minutes because I want to respect your time and let you go on with your life. But other days when we have a guest speaker that comes on with me, an expert in a particular area, we'll probably run for about 45 minutes. And because I want to make sure that you have your questions. If you didn't get if you put a question today in the chat box and I didn't get to it, that's fine. During the week, myself and my staff will look at it. And then next Friday, I will start the program off by answering your question. And we kind of go from there. Also, if you know a farmer that has a lot of experience that could come on here and kind of almost do like a quick little mentor session for other farmers across the board, or somebody that's an expert in forestry or an expert in what's going on with our pecan crops or pecan trees in Southwest Georgia, please have those guys reach out directly to me and or put the information in the chat box and we'll reach out and try to set something up for next Friday, the Friday after that, and the Friday after that, we can do it. One of the things I want to let you know is as I close out here, some weeks I may be sitting in a hotel room like I am today in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Other weeks I may actually just be out in my pasture with the cows and I'm just talking from my phone to you. What I want to make sure that we have this kind of setup where even on your end, you can actually get this information from any device, anywhere, anytime. And then on top of that, if you missed it, that's okay, because as soon as this program over, I think it will be posted on all of my platforms, and you'll be able to look at it, at your convenience. I think it's going to be put on YouTube and all those kind of things. So the intent is to share information, and information that is passed on that you at your convenience can go look at it again and kind of go from there. And as I close out, I want to emphasize again, this is not a blue shirt or a red shirt. This is about focusing on the agricultural community, a community that I am part of, that I want to make sure that's going to be whole and going to be successful. And I also want to make sure that when you don't see me, I can work behind the scenes with other leaders to figure out how do we get this for the farmers today. And that's what I plan to do with the rest of my career, as I have transitioned from the military to now working on my farm, and now trying to be in a space of helping out this community. So the time now is 7:30. I want to respect your time. I want to say thank you. It's over 600 people watching this show right now. And I think as it gets out there more and more, tell your friends, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And again, this was our very first show. We made it 30 minutes. I don't think it fell apart. I still think people can see me and hear me. So again, just thank you. This is Shawn Harris, a kid from a small town in Rockmart, Georgia, where I live today. But the reality is I'm a kid that was born and raised in Blakely, Georgia, and born and raised, and still today, that road is still a red dirt road. So that is what's special to me, is that just like you can come from a small town, do great things, but stay humble and be true to who you are. And let's make sure that this agriculture thing keeps going, so we continue to feed America and feed the world. With that, y'all guys have a great day. I don't know if we have a theme song that leads us out. If so, Adam, throw on a theme song and we'll close this thing out. Have a great day.
Shawn here from Voices from the Dirt Road. I want to make sure that you have a great opportunity on this very slow day that we celebrating Thanksgiving. I want you to look at this episode. We had an outstanding great friend of mine, Alex. He was from the forestry department, and he gave us a lot of good information. So take the time, enjoy it, because our forestry community here in Georgia is still hurting. We still got a lot to do.
Well, hey, good morning. This is Shawn again. It's another great Friday. This time I'm actually doing it from Rockmart, Georgia. If you remember last week, we did our show and I was up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This week's show is going to be awesome. I look forward to all of you joining. As I can see, we already got people waiting for us. That's outstanding. A couple of things I just want you to know. First of all, good morning. Have your cup of coffee. I think most of y'all guys know by now, when we finish the coffee, the show is over. So like my cup says, ranch hard, be happy. This show is about farmers, a way that farmers have a chance to talk directly to leaders and for us to be able to get that information straight to leaders. So let me just jump right into the show this morning. A couple people asked us what we're going to talk about Argentina. A couple people asked us to talk about forestry, and a few people asked us to talk about what's currently going on in the United States right now and really around the world when it comes to agriculture. I think as many people know that currently right now, our farmers are still in the hurt locker. And when I say our farmers, kind of like I talked about last week, that stool, and I showed the stool later on in the show, but that stool is when you start talking about row crops, you start talking about livestock, and then you talking about forestry. This first half of the show is going to be talking a little bit about row crops, and the specific row crop that we're going to be talking about is soybeans. I think we all know that our brothers and sisters that's in the soybean market is clearly still not in the hurt locker. And China is not playing any games with us. A major thing that just happened this particular week. Don't know why we did it, but we did it. The administration decided to give Argentina a buyout, and I have a video on this, but they decided to give Argentina a buyout, and then Argentina turned back around and stuck it to us and basically said no tax on their commodities. And when they did that, China swooped in and bought pretty much all of their commodities. And now we're in a situation of our farmers left out there. Alex, before I get too deep into it, let's let the video tell everybody. So if they missed it this week, only thing we play is videos on this thing that are factual. We try to stay away from opinion. We just let the facts speak for himself. So, Alex, will you play that first video?
Give it Monday down, of course, was as Argentina cut its grain export taxes to zero. I'm just shocked. I mean, when you think about it, Argentinian farmers engaged and did $7 billion of commodity sales all within 2 days. All those were booked and registered. Now, of course, the exporters have roughly 3 days to go out and make sure that they deposit 90% of those dollars in Argentinian bank accounts. And that will give Milei some extra war chest, if you will, against speculators in terms of holding US dollars. So Milei is looking like a magician at the moment because he was able to get this done so quickly. And he got a US deal for $20 billion out of the US Secretary Bessent and US President Trump. So it's a good day in Argentina. Though again, I think the US farmer needs to be awake, and that the Chinese did buy a significant amount of soybeans from Argentina. Even though the export taxes are back on this morning, I believe the reverberations of the $7 billion of sales will be important looking forward. When we look at it, Ben, it really breaks down by commodity to this. They did about 8 million metric tons of soy meal registered under the 0% tax rate, 4.6 million tons of beans, 1.5 million metric tons of oil, 1.6 million metric tons of corn, and 3 million metric tons of wheat. That is a slug for a couple of days. So again, remember that this is registered for export. Really, the only sales that occurred of size or substance was about 2.5 million metric tons of soybean sales to the Chinese. So China was able to book what it needed to, at least for November. I wouldn't be surprised if China buys another, maybe 1 or 1.5 million tons of Argentinian beans late November, December. But the Chinese is, again, pushing the United States out of the way with Argentinian supplies to fill the void. Now, the U.S. is missing that 13 million tons, or let's call it 480 million bushels.
Hey, as you can see, we got played this past week. Argentina took the buyout from us, from the United States, and then they turned right back around and took all the taxes off their commodities, specifically, like we talked about, soybeans, and then China swooped in and bought all their soybeans. So I'm not 100% sure how this is going to play out, but it did not play out well for us, being the U.S. farmer, because that just gave China more soybeans that they do not now have to come and buy from our farmers. One other thing I want to make sure that people clearly understand is, this week we got the government shutdown. But before I get into talking about the government shutdown, another thing that I think I need to make sure we show you and we talk a little bit about is this particular situation that currently happened that the administration and others are saying It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're going to give you a buyout. We're going to do all these things for the farmers. Apparently, behind the scenes, this past week or this week, depending on how you want to look at it, our Secretary of Agriculture Rollins was not too pleased with it. Adam, can you play that video, please?
Now to the leaked text messages to a top official in the Trump administration. They're shining a spotlight on a growing struggle for American farmers caught in the middle of a trade war. ABC's Morgan Norwood has details.
With the crisis looming for hundreds of thousands of American soybean farmers, a text message to a cabinet secretary appears to show concern within the Trump administration.
China has not bought a single export cargo of beans so far this year, which is not very typical.
Soybeans are the largest American export to China in terms of value, the country purchasing $12.6 billion worth last year. But in retaliation for new tariffs, China has now stopped buying, dropping those sales to zero. American farmers feeling the pain.
When China quits buying, our prices go down.
Now, this photo taken by the Associated Press at the UN last week is amplifying concern. It appears to show a text message to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent from BR, widely considered to be Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. The message reads, "We bailed out Argentina yesterday, and in return, the Argentines removed their export tariffs on grains, reducing their price, and sold a bunch of soybeans to China at a time when we would normally be selling to China." The message refers to a potential $20 billion aid package from the Trump administration to help stabilize Argentina's economy. But after that aid package was announced, Argentina suspended its soybean export tax and immediately sold shiploads of soybeans to China, another blow to U.S. farmers. In the message sent to Bessent, BR says, "This gives China more leverage on us."
So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape.
President Trump has suggested some money raised by tariffs could be used to help struggling farmers, and the Agriculture Secretary says the administration is working on a farmer aid package. Rollins has not confirmed whether those text messages were indeed from her. Morgan Norwood, ABC News, New York.
Well, as you can see there, we have some problems. This is big. My focus is 100% on how can we make sure that we're taking care of our fellow brothers and sisters, the farmers that are actually out there on the ground. As we talked about last week, we have farmers every day that's actually going in and filing bankruptcy. That is not good for our farmers. That's not good for our people that live in the city. And then on top of all of that this week, we actually are currently in what we call a government shutdown. I'm not sure if many of y'all guys know my background, but maybe you can see directly there behind me. I used to be in the military. That is a picture from me negotiating some things out in Afghanistan. So I know a little bit about negotiations, but when you're negotiating, you got to sit down and talk. You got to sit down and have a conversation. You don't have to like each other. And currently right now, the government is shut down, and the Democrats and Republicans and the president are not actually talking to each other. Adam, let me put up one of those things that talks about government shutdown. Yeah, as you can see here, when yesterday I got a chance to talk to a couple of people that work for the USDA, and I won't say any names, but you know, at the end of the day, it's hard to help our farmers. Doesn't make any difference what type farmer you are, if the agency that actually supposed to be supporting us is shut down. And on top of that, they're concerned that not only will they be furloughed, but potentially fired from their job permanently. So we got to get this figured out this week, or here real soon. As of right now, I think we're on day 2 or day 3. Yesterday was a holiday in DC. So nobody was actually at work, and I don't see anything working out today. So we'll see. Hopefully by next Friday, we'll have, as it's put down on the screen, thank you. Today is day 3 of the shutdown. So hopefully both sides will come back together, work out the issues. I'm not going to get into the issues. This show is not about those issues. This show is about focusing on the farmers, focusing on the issues that are affecting agriculture, And until we get the government reopened, guess what? Any of those things that the president was talking about, doing a buyout to our farmers, regardless, yes or no, cannot happen if the government is shut down. But one thing about agriculture that I know, time does not stop moving on the farm. You have a time to plant, you have a time for the plants to grow, and then you have a time to harvest. And right now, many of our farmers are actually out harvesting their soybeans, but we don't have a place to sell them. And at the end of the day, the bank is still going to say, hey, you still owe me some money. Let's shift a little bit, Adam. And I think we about to get ready to have our first guest. But before we have our first guest, let me go back to that stool, Adam, and kind of tee it up, please. As y'all guys know, this is our stool. Just to reorient you again, this is our stool. On the left there, you see livestock. I'm actually in the livestock business. I raise cattle for a living. I was born and raised on a farm in Southwest Georgia where we raised peanuts, soybeans, and cotton, and also cattle. But on that particular farm, the main focus was row crop. So I clearly understand what's going on with our row crop guys right now. But in addition to that, for many years and still today on our farm back in Southwest Georgia, and we'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute, but on our farm in Southwest Georgia, we actually had pine trees. So that fell into the forestry side of it, and it fell into what is called the CRP program. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit further down the road. But the piece that I want to come back, and I always come back to my stool, because if I'm allowed to go and do some things for the farmers in Washington, D.C., one of my main focuses will be getting the farm bill passed. I am convinced 100% that the farm bill will not get passed until 2027 at best. Was it some things in the big, beautiful bill? Yes. However, as we see, many of those things in the big, beautiful bill does not go into effect until after November 2026. So that is why we in this gap right now, and that is why we're struggling so much. But this morning, we want to talk a bit about forestry. But before we talk about forestry, Adam, a few years ago, I think it's about a year and a half ago, I don't remember anymore. I was overseas. I was still in the military. Hurricane Helene came through and really tore up a lot of things in Southwest Georgia or South Georgia. We even had it hit in our area down in Blakely. Didn't hit too much up here. But what I will say, money was given to the farmers of Georgia to fix that. And then when the new administration came in with the power of the pen, it was canceled. But luckily, the Trump administration has seen the light and has decided to give the money back to our farmers, which just is coming out right now as we speak. But the problem again, guys, ladies and gentlemen, is if the government is closed, regardless of what paperwork that you have filled out to try to get back on your feet, nobody's at work. So again, the farmers caught out there in the deep water, and we don't have a life jacket. So with that, can you play the video that shows the devastation that hit South Georgia, please?
6 months after Hurricane Helene ripped through Southeast Georgia, the landscape tells a story of destruction and resilience. Timber farmers in Trutland County are facing huge challenges with millions of dollars in damages threatening their way of life.
As Hunter King tells us tonight, for these families, forests aren't just trees, they're generational investments and economic lifelines.
It's been 6 months since Hurricane Helene came through this part of Trutland County and destroyed much of the timber here in this area. The smell of pine tar is still strong. This is a good example of the lasting impact that this storm had on this area. Where emerald forests once stood, now lie twisted trunks and broken dreams. Hurricane Helene wasn't just a storm, it was an economic earthquake for timber farmers like John Hutchison. He watched decades of careful cultivation topple in hours.
As a whole, we lost over $100,000 just on our tree farm.
The numbers are staggering. State estimates place statewide timber damage at $1.2 billion. It's a blow that ripples through entire rural communities. For small landowners, each fallen tree represents more than wood. It's lost income, interrupted generational plans, and a landscape forever changed.
These small tree farms, that's what they depend on. Yeah. And it just got flipped upside down.
Hutchison says salvage efforts have been painfully slow. Wet ground and damaged infrastructure mean much of the fallen timber will simply just rot. Of all of the acres that Hutchison owns, only a third could be reached for recovery. The rest, a potential total loss.
We were able to salvage about 40 acres out of 126 acres, more than likely just going to rot.
Government assistance offers a glimmer of hope. Federal programs are working to provide grants, but the process is slow and hasn't been approved yet by the Trump administration. The Forestry Commission now hurries to assist and clean up with increased wildfire risks from the storm's destruction. Reporting in Trutland County, Hunter King, 13 WMAZ News.
John says he's just thankful everyone in his family survived the storm.
The Emergency Forest Restoration Program provides support for affected timber farmers. Applications are currently being processed through federal and state agencies.
Hey, thanks, Adam. As y'all guys can see, our brothers and sisters in South Georgia took a beating, and they still taking a beating. I was home a few weeks ago, and you can still see the scars from the hurricane. But this morning we have an expert that works in the forestry community. I want to bring Alex in. Renee, can you bring Alex up? Alex, how you doing this morning?
Doing well, brother. How about yourself?
Good, man. Good. As you can see, it's a lot of moving parts right now that's going on in Georgia and really throughout the United States. Hey, Alex, right before I get you to talking, I just want to stop and put a good coffee up too, because I see there we got 442 people watching this thing live. Who would have ever thought of that two old country boys would have that many people watching them at 7:18 in the morning?
Amen to that. Definitely
so
two country
Alex,
boys.
Two country boys. Alex, can you just tell us a little bit about your background before we get into the conversation, please?
Okay, so I'm from a small town. Well, it used to be a small town outside of Charleston, South Carolina, called Somerville. Grew up on a essentially a one-horse farm my granddad had. When I was a kid, my dad was still plowing with the mule, and so again, very strong rural roots. I'm actually the fourth generation that's been attached to the forest products industry, going all the way back to my great-grandfather. So again, long history in this business. I attended Clemson University and got a degree in forestry. I got a master's in business administration from Charleston Southern. I've been in the forest products industry for 35 years now, and so the first 14 years of my career, I was a land management forester. I managed approximately 90,000 acres in the coastal plain of South Carolina, for a paper company there. And I went from land management into timber harvesting and marketing management. I did that for about 8 years. I managed harvesting and essentially selling wood direct to mills on about 250,000 acres, again, there in the coastal plain of South Carolina. And then for the last 13 years, I've been in wood procurement. And so I've bought saw timber for sawmills, and I bought pulpwood and chips for paper mills. And so again, very, very long history in this industry. I actually, on the environmental side, was appointed to the board of directors of South Carolina's Department of Health and Environmental Controls. Also assisted in standing up a nonprofit program that's providing support to minority landowners, again, in the coastal plain of South Carolina. That program has been replicated throughout the South. So again, very, very long history in this industry.
Well, Alex, I thank you for your service. And the reason why I say thank you for your service, because individuals like you that have dedicated their lives to taking care of our farmers across the board, because I look at the farmers as almost like being a military organization of just hardworking people, just do the job every day. And I know for a fact that the business that you're in is what we call generational wealth. It's pine trees that I remember planting when I was 11 years old as a kid, that in my 30s we actually went out there and had them trimmed, so, or thinned out. And that's something that we have been doing for years. And I know back to the hurricane, a lot of forestry, a lot of farms were actually destroyed, and people now are asking some questions, what is going on. But in addition to that, I was home probably about 3-4 months ago in Southwest Georgia, at a funeral, believe it or not. And right at that funeral, I was told that one of our paper mill was closing, and that paper mill is right there in Cedar Springs, Georgia. Sits right there in Southwest Georgia. And when it closed, it wasn't 30 days later, and it was gone. And the last time I was home was probably 10 days ago. You can feel and see the hurt. The money is gone. And since that time, I think another 3 or 4 paper mills have actually closed in around the Savannah area. So can you kind of give us some kind of idea of what's going on and how can that impact us, these small towns, and impact Georgia as we move ahead with paper mills shutting down?
Yeah, so again, it's heartbreaking, and I think what we're seeing and have seen probably over the last 25, almost 30 years now, has been the industry essentially right sizing. And so think about the early 90s. That was probably the pinnacle of our industry. We were writing memos, putting memos in manila envelopes. All of our groceries were in paper bags. Everybody had a dot matrix printer, printing out spreadsheets. And once the internet came online, folks were emailing, folks were storing documents electronically. Essentially, the demand for paper kind of fell off, and with that drop in demand for writing papers, and think about it, Shawn, you didn't text your girlfriend, you wrote her a letter back in the day.
Exactly.
But again, with that drop in paper demand, the demand shifted. I guess as far as paper use, it shifted from writing papers, printing papers, to containers, to packages. And starting in the early 2000s, we started seeing some of those white paper mills shut because of drop in demand. We saw some of those white paper mills converted to linerboard, the material that's used to make boxes. And so, saw some mills converting to a product called fluff pulp. That's, it's essentially you cook trees, and you turn that fiber into cotton, which is really unique, technology. So anyway, we saw conversions from linerboard to fluff pulp, from writing papers to linerboard and fluff pulp. And right now, I think we're right sizing, the footprint of our industry, and we should be getting close to a stable point, would be my guess. As far as the impact on local communities, again, it's especially rural communities, it can be devastating. A lot of the higher paying jobs, are in the forest products industry, either working in a paper mill, working in a sawmill in those communities. The logging equipment has gotten to be really technically advanced, and so in order to have good employees running technically advanced, expensive equipment, the timber producers, the loggers, they're paying really good salaries to their employees. Truck drivers, it's an entire ecosystem, that depends on the forest products industry. Long term, I think, what the Georgia Forestry Association is focused on, and the Georgia Forestry Commission, they're looking at developing new markets, for the small diameter trees, like the trees that your family thinned. They're looking to develop new markets for those trees, to help support and take it and make use of that resource in a very productive timber region there along the southeastern Georgia. Some of those uses that they're looking at is I think it's called sustainable aviation fuel, essentially biodiesel that's can be used to power jet airplanes. They're looking at engineered lumber. Essentially you can chip trees, and there's a process whereby they can be pressed just like making OSB, and creating dimensional lumber from that. There's a product called medium density fiberboard, that uses wood chips. And so they're actively pursuing other options. One other thing that they're looking at is, there are a lot of data centers coming online, looking at pairing biomass energy plants with those data centers. And from what I heard, to power one data center, it's like 100 megawatts or something.
Yes.
So it would take from, I think, 1.5 million tons of wood to power one of those facilities.
Those data centers are definitely in the news right now. Hey, just real quick, and all that what you just said is great information. When it comes to our farmers, because many of our farms are we were taught to make sure it's diversified. So we got some cows, we do some row crops, and we got some forestry out there. A question that my family has been asking me is, we have these trees planted now from 20 years ago, and we have some trees that we planted 10 years ago, and we even have some trees that we just planted last year, and we planted it in the CRP program. Can you explain that program to us? And if you're aware, is that something that's still going to be around with all these paper mills starting to shut down?
Yeah, so the Conservation Reserve Program, CRP program, essentially it came about as a way of taking ag land out of production. I think back in the 80s, we had more ag land, than we actually needed, and it was hurting commodity prices. And so the government came up with that program to essentially encourage farmers to convert ag land into forest. It's my understanding that program still exists. I was talking with a friend of mine and about it in the Georgia Forestry Commission yesterday, and he said actually there's a program called EQIP, that is essentially the flagship program for providing cost share to timber farmers in the USDA. He said, I think in his opinion, CRP was somewhat in decline, probably because, ag to forestry, that ratio is maybe it's closer in balance now. But that, the EQIP program, he thought that's, most of his landowners that he supports, they take advantage of EQIP.
And as you were talking there, I'm quite aware of the EQIP program because they help us out with our cattle and different things. One of the things that you were talking, I remember that day when I was back at home at that funeral, and they brought it to our attention that our paper mill there in Cedar Springs, Georgia, or Blakely, Georgia, whatever you want to say, they only really made cardboard. And they made cardboard that left from where we live, went to Savannah, and then over to China, and then China would send it back in boxes and all those kind of things. But I think this is another situation where that one particular paper mill, I can't speak about the rest, but that one particular paper mill basically had one customer, and that customer was China. And when China basically said, we're not buying anything else, or the tariffs or whatever, it just kind of went belly up. As far as the hurricane it went through, do you know of any forestry programs that are available for relief? for those small farmers out there that have these farming tree farms?
Yeah, so again, I'm also on the board of directors for the Georgia Forestry Association, and got I guess it was a data sheet from them a couple of days ago, and so forestry relief to date. The federal programs that they mentioned, I think you discussed. The federal program is called the Emergency Forest Restoration Program.
Okay.
And $110 million have been allocated to Georgia for emergency relief. The state programs, there's a fuel mitigation and forestry cleanup grant. It has approximately $135 million in it. There's a harvest tax suspension bill that was passed, and it suspended harvest tax for Q4 in 2024 and all of 2025 in the eligible counties. And then the other state program is a reforestation tax credit, which is providing $200 million of refundable credit, up to $550 per acre, to support replanting in those disaster declared counties. The application for that grant is due December 31st, 2025. And I think a new one that was just announced is Georgia's Hurricane Helene Block Grant Program. And the state of Georgia will receive, it looks like, $531 million in federal block grants. Those funds will cover multiple commodities and losses not typically supported by existing USDA disaster program, and creating new programs where needed. It says Georgia's agreement was designed to secure the maximum possible federal relief, cover the widest range of farmers, landowners, and commodities, including timber, and ensure 100% of the funds go directly to impacted Georgia producers. And so I think that was just announced recently.
Yeah, I know at our Cattlemen Association, I think they came in and spoke to us about that across the board. But it also, I think what we should say to our listeners right now, which is, hey, we just went over 1,000 people watching us. And I think part of this show is to share information. I think what we should be saying to our audience is this: stop today. Obviously, the government is shut down, but as soon as the government opens back up, go and talk to the people at the USDA office, wherever it is locally in your area, and sit down and talk about these programs. Because if I heard you right, one of them actually comes due here in December. Another one just got started. And what we don't want to do is that the farmer misses a deadline and then misses out on an opportunity to make yourself whole again. Alex, is it anything else that you would like to share with our audience before we get out of the show?
Just to reiterate what you said, each county, they've got it's NRCS office, Natural Resource Conservation Service, and usually they're one point of contact, for those funds. And then the other point of contact you can have is with the Georgia Forestry Commission, and they have county offices, and they've got a website too. You can go to their website, and they can point you in the right direction. So definitely take advantage of those opportunities, to get financial support for managing your farm and timberland.
Well, Alex, I want to say thank you for taking the time this morning. This is awesome. When we put this show together, this show is about farmers. This show is a platform where farmers will feel comfortable listening, typing, sending questions to us. These questions that we receive were questions that we received over the week. It's a place where, even though we're doing it live now, we will play this out the rest of the week. So when farmers get a break, they can look at it. We try to keep this show no more than 30 to 45 minutes so that when they're taking a break off the farm, when they grabbing some lunch, they can come and get this information. One of the things that we will do is the different programs, like the equip program, the place to go and actually call somebody. We'll make sure that when the show ends, that we put that type information somewhere on a slide or something that people can see, so that even though we said it, they can see it for themselves and say, hey, I know exactly where that office is in my small town or my county. Let me go in there and talk to them, because right now the government is shut down, but we hope and pray that we get this thing open back up. And when it gets open back up, we need to make sure that the farmers are in there getting the paperwork filled out or getting help to fill the paperwork out and kind of go from there. So again, thank you, Alex, for being on the show. I look forward to meeting you somewhere in person and having a cup of coffee with you, brother.
Amen, brother.
Thank
Definitely,
you.
definitely enjoyed the conversation.
Hey, and I appreciate you. We will be talking to more of our audience about what topics they want to talk about. And if it comes back to something more detailed in the world of forestry, we'll reach back out again and get you back in, because this show is not about me. It's not about you. It is about our small and medium-sized farms that are actually out there that's kind of struggling. I think Alex, in this world of farming, you have medium and small farms, and then you have those very, very big corporate farms.
Right.
And many of the times the money that we're talking about that's supposed to go and help somebody, corporate farms get it also. And because they're so big, they know about it well in advance. They get the paperwork filled out, they get the money. The small farmer this morning is actually getting on a combine. He's actually trying to pick his peanuts, trying to pick his soybeans, trying to do all those kind of things, check his cows, and he or she misses the deadline and they miss out on the money. So this is our way to give back to the community, our way to say, hey, this is a safe place. You can ask us any question, and we'll try our best to get the answer. So with that, let me close out the show. And again, thanks, Alex.
Thank you for having me, Shawn.
All right, take it easy. All right, everyone. Like I said, well, let me just stop and say thank you again. I looked up here at the screen. It says that we got 1,180 people that are actually watching us live. That is humbling. That is awesome. Again, I want to thank y'all guys for joining us this morning, but I also want to thank you in advance, because I know you're going to share the show with your friends after it's off. As soon as we go off, you can share it. Tell your friends about it. Again, this is not about me. The most important piece of this show today was to kind of tell you what's going on up in Washington, D.C., also what's going on here locally in Georgia, and specifically today was talking about forestry and making sure that grandmama and grandpa and all those people that not on social media and not keeping up with everything, you can now take this information to them and get them some help, so that they can get their farms back up and going. Next week, we're going to try to have another guest. If you know somebody that falls inside the pillow of our stool, Alex, not Alex, Adam, put the stool back up, please. If you know somebody that falls inside of this stool, please send that to us. On this show, I want to be clear. On this show is not about being a Democrat, Republican, or nothing. This show is focused on how do we get word to our farmers, and that's why it's called Voices from the Dirt Road. If you truly know me, you know that I was born and raised on a red dirt road there in Southwest Georgia, and when it's all said and done, they're going to take me back to that same old dirt road. So that's what it's all about. I look forward to talking to you next week. When I look at the time down here, it's 7:41 in the morning. And let me just do this real quick. Something I used to do in the military. The cup's empty. The show's over. Have a good day.
Hey guys, Shawn here from Voices from the Dirt Road. This one here is episode 3. You know, when we hit episode 3, we thought we was getting things together, and then all of a sudden, the government had shut down. Things were crazy. Cattle prices were going all kind of crazy. Our individuals that raised soybeans was in the hurt locker. So I just ask you to go back, look at this episode, and as we work our way through this day, just have a great day with your family.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Voices from the Dirt Road. Let me turn this phone off over here. I'll make sure that none of my buddies are going to call me and talk about cattle this morning. But like I said, good morning. First cup of coffee. Actually, it's my second cup of coffee. I know many of our farmers is maybe your second or third. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we already behind the scenes on it, or behind on our task. But here on my farm, I can't do too much until the sun comes up. So I got another 45 minutes before we can get some daylight. I can go out and check the cows. Hey, this has been another crazy week in the world of agriculture. And I just kind of want to give an overview as what's going on in agriculture this week. Key thing is probably the biggest thing out there is we are still in the government shutdown. We still don't have a path to open the government back up, and we still don't actually have any additional buyers for our soybeans. Before I jump into that, Adam, can you just show the leg? Just in case we got brand new people following us this morning, and I want to just encourage everybody to, if you have questions, just go in and type in your question. And as we get to the latter part of the show, second half of the show, I will answer those questions to the best of my ability. And then also I want to say, if you want to hear me talk about something or bring in an expert on a particular subject, put that into the chat and we'll get that put into future shows. Just to let everybody know, after I get through what's happening around the United States and the world and the world of agriculture, then we really going to talk about cattle production. A lot of great things are happening in cattle right now. And if you look at my stool there, you see it's livestock, row crops, forestry, and back there behind everything is the Department of Agriculture. And I think we all know right now, the Department of Agriculture is pretty much shut down. And they won't come back to work until we actually get our government open back up. Let me just say something before I really jump into the agriculture piece that I think is very important, not only to me, but also to farmers, because farmers support soldiers. If you know me personally, you know I spent a lot of years in the military. I'm very proud of my service. And this is not pointing fingers at anybody at all. I speak in facts, period. That's it. I speak in facts. And during my time in the service, I went through a lot of government shutdowns, a lot. But I would tell you, not one time did I ever question as a soldier, was I going to receive my pay so that I could take care of my family? Right now, we're on day 10 of the government shutdown. You may see on TV, they may say it's day 8 because sometimes Washington, D.C. loves to play games and don't count the weekend. Well, guess what? We out here in the real world, and in the real world, we have been shut down since October 1st, and today is October 10th. What I want to let you know from our veterans point of view, and even from from a farmer point of view, but specifically our veterans, is if the government is still shut down on Monday, and I truly believe it's going to be shut down on Monday, which is the 13th of October, if people are not allowed to come back to work and process the military pay, then come October 15th, some of our soldiers will be in jeopardy of not receiving their paychecks or not receiving all of their pay. And I just want to make sure that if anybody in Washington, D.C. are watching our show here, Voices from the Dirt Road, that they hear it directly from me, they hear it from our farmers, they hear it from everybody saying, look, I understand you got issues, but you got to get this worked out on the behalf of our veterans, on the behalf of our farmers. So I just want to put that out there, that I ask you to go check me. I ask you to go check me, but I know when I speak is the facts, and we got to get this fixed. But that's not what this show is about. We're not talking about veterans this morning. We're talking about what is going on in agriculture. Currently, what's going on in agriculture, like I already said, we still got a government shutdown. The president of the United States has said that he's going to try to bail out our farmers and give them some money for some tariffs, from the tariff money. But I will also tell you right now, it looks like we're losing on the front with China. And what concerns me is when you change markets, or when you go to somebody else and start buying a product as farmers, do you then turn back around the next year and go back to the old place, or you just kind of stick with your new guy? And if you look at it right now, I think in the world of agriculture right now, we may be running China completely away from us. Hey, Adam, do we have any clips that kind of allude to some of the things I can talk about? And I'll talk about some more on the back end.
Subsidies. Do you want to see them extended before the end of the year?
What I want to see is, I want to see Republicans and Democrats come together on a plan that's literally going to help Americans afford health insurance. Because right now the health insurance industry is completely broken. The current system in place, which was passed by the Democrats in 2010, those credits do expire. And if they do expire, we're going to see millions of Americans' health insurance premiums double, and even maybe upwards from that. So we're looking at, like, say, a family that's paying somewhere around, $600 to $800 a month. They're going to be looking at close to $2,000 premiums. I think that's completely unacceptable, and I think that's unfair. But I also think it's equally unfair to Americans, like small business owners and many others, that are already paying $2,000 a month. And so here's my problem. I'm really tired of the drama in Washington, D.C. that goes on the television every single day, while politicians that just continue to wear their Republican jersey and their Democrat jersey fight with one another and never solve the problems for the American people.
If those premiums do go up at the end of the year, who's responsible for that?
I think everyone's responsible for it.
Well, if you know me, you know that Marjorie Taylor Greene and I don't always agree on everything. But today, I would tell you, I totally agree with her. At the end of the day, this government shutdown is going to affect everything across the board. How does this tie into our farmers? Many of our farmers, if their spouse or somebody else doesn't have another job off the farm, then they are actually part of that healthcare system that she's talking about. So we need to get this figured out. But Adam, can you play the one where it talks about what's going on with us in China? And because I want to bring that point to our farmers too. Do we have that clip, Adam? Well, while Adam's getting that mounted up there, I'm looking at it's 8:30 9 here. Look like we got about 300 people watching us. That's pretty cool. I know the number is going to continue to go up, but Adam, gonna and make it bigger so people can see it and play the clip.
When it comes to President Trump's trade war, few Americans have been hit as hard as farmers. The tariffs and China's retaliation have really been a gut punch, especially for soybean farmers. Now, soybeans are America's largest agricultural export, worth more than $24 billion last year. About half of that went to China. This year, that number is effectively zero after Beijing imposed 20% tariffs on U.S. soybeans in retaliation for tariffs on Chinese goods. And as you can imagine, that means farmers are really hurting right now. President Trump is said to be considering a bailout of at least $10 billion for farmers. The concern, though, that may be too little too late for some. According to court data, farm bankruptcies actually rose in the first half of the year to the highest level since 2021. Scott Brown is a soybean farmer in Arkansas and is joining us now. Scott, it's good to have you with us. So just first of all, where are you in this moment? How is your farm doing?
I hope to break even, but I mean, we don't know. We're not cutting soybeans yet, and I don't know what the yield is. We're just finishing up corn. I'm a pretty low debt load farmer. I farm 800 acres. My equipment's all paid for. I do it all by myself. I'm a first generation farmer, so I don't have as big of problems as a lot of the guys do, but I mean, I have friends that farm thousands of acres, 5,000, 10,000, 11,000 acres. They've got worlds of problems. I mean, I don't know that there's any way to yield yourself out of it.
So what does that mean for some of your friends? Does that mean they could ultimately lose everything?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't think that the average American understands when you go down to the bank and get a crop loan, you've put all your equipment up, all your equity in your ground. You've put your home up, your pickup truck, everything up. And if they can't pay out, and if they've rolled over any debt from last year, they're going to call the auctioneer and they're going to line everything up and they're going to sell it.
So if there were a bailout, right, which the president is apparently considering, what would that mean?
Well, the stopgap needs to come because they've kind of painted the farmer in a corner. I mean, I want trade, not aid. I need a market. I need a place to sell this stuff. I can work hard enough and make a product. If you give me some place to sell it, I'll take care of myself.
You know, that's a powerful video. I look to get that gentleman on our show just to kind of talk through currently where we're at. But he said a powerful statement there. Farmers, and I believe this because I'm a farmer just like you, we want trade, not aid. And I think that is the key thing that farmers are starting to say throughout the entire country is, hey, you know, find me somebody that I can sell my product to. I don't care if it's corn, soybeans, beef, whatever it is. Just find me somebody I can sell it to. And then from there, we will do what we have to do to see if we can compete with the rest of the world, which we know we can because we are the ones that actually feed the United States, but we also feed the world. Adam, are you prepared to play one more clip, the CBS clip where they talk about China and what if they don't come back to us?
Number the way it is right now, in my mind, is pretty.
I think it's the other clip, the CBS clip. Okay, then if we don't have that clip ready, let's just go on. It's one of those type mornings. That's the cool thing. The cool thing is some days things just don't work out, which is cool. So let's just move on into what we were planning on talking about today. Was the cattle market. So right now, I think many of y'all guys know that I'm a cattle producer. I'm not the biggest. Okay, I'm not the biggest. I just got out of the military about 3 years ago. Bought our farm. We got things in place, but we are up and operating. And as I don't want to say I'm a new farmer because I'm a 4th generation farmer, but I'm a 1st generation farmer on this farm that I just bought when I got out the military. We raise cattle here, but on my home farm back at home in Southwest Georgia, we raise cattle, soybeans, peanuts, cotton, typical things that they do in Georgia. And like everybody else, we have pine trees on our farm. With that being said, The key thing is we're looking to make sure that we can compete in this thing called cattle ranching. Right now, there's a lot of discussion out there. Should we grow the herd or not? Or can we grow the herd? Before I get into it too much, Adam, play that clip and I'll talk about it on the backside.
All these other times historically when this cycle has got like this and we got higher prices, got to basically new levels, we've seen this cow herd in America expand and expand rapidly. And right now we still aren't seeing that. We aren't seeing heifer retention. We aren't seeing this cow herd expand. And that's a good thing for those of us that own these cows. And I really believe it'll be the slowest expansion we've seen. And I'm not sure we need to promote getting the cow herd back where it was, because the cow herd number where it is right now is an awful good number. I think it looks to me like everybody can kind of make some money at this thing, and so I'm not saying we should incentivize this thing to where we get it built back, but I think the one thing we do have to do is we've got to make sure we incentivize these young people into staying into this deal, because we don't want this cow herd to get much smaller. If it does that, then it starts affecting a whole bunch of things, and it looks like this cow herd number the way it is right now, in my mind, is pretty nice. But I do think we've got to create some incentives, through tax credits, whatever it is, to access to capital, access to land for these people to, and we got to keep this land in production. We got to keep the cow herd, in my mind, at the levels it's at right now.
Well, I tell you, I agree with him 100%. Right now, there's a couple of things going on in the world of cattle. And we're moving in now into questions. So feel free to send your questions in. If at any time, Adam, we can find that CBS clip where it talks about soybeans and China potentially not coming back, just let me know in the chat and we'll go back and play it, because I think that's a pretty nice thing that we just need to let our farmers know about. But let's move on into cattle. He's exactly right. You know, if you've been in the cattle business more than a day, you know it wasn't too long ago, 2 or 3 years back, if you raise cattle, you would just barely break it even. Dollar and something, $1.20, $1.40 a pound. Where now, when you sell a cow just through the weigh pen, you could be getting $3, $4. Some days get so crazy it gets up to $5. So we in the cattle business is actually making money now. That's a good thing. The issues that are actually affecting that or getting us to that particular point is, one, we all know about the screwworm. The screwworm is keeping cattle coming up from Mexico. And then on top of that, prices are so good that very few farmers are keeping heifers back and growing the heifer development programs that are actually out there. With that being said, the gentleman just hit a very good point. We need to find out what is that balance when it comes to the herd of cattle for the entire United States, not just what's on your farm, but when you add them all up together, I think it's roughly about 11 million head of cattle. What is that sweet spot so that the cattle producers, which potentially could be row crop guys also and everything else, but the livestock producers across the board, in this case in cattle, can still make a living at it and still provide protein to the American people and to the world. With that being said, I think as time go on, we're going to figure out what is that sweet spot number. I will tell you, I don't believe that we need to have the government come in and incentivize us to actually hold back cattle and those kind of things. I'm a firm believer as a cattle producer, let me make the decision what's best for my farm. You don't have to pay me to do that. We're professionals. That's what we do. And we will do the right thing to compete out there. So my words to Secretary Rollins, you know, don't give us a buyout on the cattle side. On the other side of the coin, right now with cattle prices being so high that we are making money, that's a good thing, but we're making money. But if you're trying to get into the cattle business, if you're a young person that's trying to get into the cattle business or even get into agriculture, it is very expensive right now. And I'm concerned that the average age of the person in farming is 67, 68 years old. Oh, we got our first question here. It says, what is the average age? Man, I'm right on point there. And before I answer that question, I think I've already answered it. We're just topped over 600 plus people that are watching us live, at least on this platform. I know on other platforms it may be higher, whatever, but I just want to stop and thank y'all guys again for chiming in. The time now is about 7:20. I won't hold you much longer, but I do want to answer your questions. I see here the very first question is kind of like I was just talking about. What is that average age? That average age of a farmer right now is somewhere between 57, 58 years old. I mean, not 57, 66, yes, 68, 67 years old. That's not saying that you're old. However, you're closer to retirement than actually starting. My concern is as people start to retire out, can their kids or others actually afford to get involved in this particular business? And that earlier clip that we showed, the speaker kind of indicated the incentives may need to be not on us that are actually already in it. The incentives needs to be on how do we help support youth, younger people to get into agriculture, because if you wasn't raised on a farm or you trying to start a farm like I'm doing right now coming out of the military, it is a lot of upfront costs. And if you didn't do some saving like I did all of my military career, it's going to be very hard for you to get into this business and actually make money. So when this government buyout or whatever we're going to do, shut down is over, that's one of the things I plan on doing, is going and talking to the USDA, going and talk to Secretary Rollins and others to say, how can we put more emphasis on how do we get young people incentivized to come into agriculture so that they can stay and continue to feed their families and feed the world. Do we have any more questions? Oh boy. Why is beef prices so high? You know exactly right. And I'm going to talk about that from two different points of view. Let me first talk about it from the point of view of a beef producer. As a beef producer, the price of cattle being high is an awesome thing. It is just incredible. We are finally making money in it. It's a lot of work. As soon as I finish this show this morning, I will walk directly outside, go check my herd. I actually have a calf right now that's a little sick. So I'm having to go out and check in 3 times a day, make sure he can get up and all those kind of things. But the reality of it is there's no time clock out there. So you work from sun up to sundown, and then sometimes you have to work at night. But the payoff is when you sell that calf or whatever you're selling, then you get a decent price. So that is a good thing for the cattle producers right now. Now, it has been a discussion for quite a period of time, for the last 2 years that I know of cattle prices are extremely high. Hey, Shawn, when do you think the cattle prices are going to fall off? The reason why that portion of this question is so important is if you are getting into cattle right now, when you buy in, because cattle prices are so high, that price is going to be high for you as the person that's coming in. I gave you a prime example. When I bought one of my cattle 2 years ago, I think I bought one of my cows 2 years ago. I think I paid $1,800 for. Okay. That same cow, if I sold it today, and it's only had one calf, if I sold it today, that same cow would probably sell for $3,500 or better. Okay. Same cow. That's just how the prices keep going up. Like I said earlier, for me selling, that is awesome. But for somebody else buying, that means instead of being able to get 1 cow, 2 cows, 3 cows, they can only get 1. And so as prices go up, it goes back to what the gentleman said earlier in the video. Less and less people are going to be able to afford to get into it because the price is so high. When you come into this particular market, the question that you have to always be asking yourself, and farmers are very good at this, is strategic planning, thinking long term. Where would the market be a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Right now, what I'm reading and what I'm being told by experts is we thought at one time that the fourth quarter of 2026 was going to be the time when things started to fall. As of this week, it looks as if that number is wrong because the herd is not getting any bigger. We don't have the cows coming in from Mexico. That means that we believe now that the price of cattle may start falling somewhere at the end of the decade. So 2029, 2030. So we may be riding this wave for quite some time. That is a very good thing for us that are already in the business. But it's going to be painful for us to try to expand our operations on our farm. So I try to explain that as simply as possible. Hopefully, if you got any questions, please put them in the chat. I see that now we roughly got 1,000 people watching us. Oh, we got a new question here. What is the status of growing the herd in the United States? The status is kind of like I mentioned earlier. The herd right now, I think, I don't have the number right here in front of me, but I think it's roughly about 11 million head of cattle. I may be off here and there a little bit. But however, the herd is still very small compared to past years and data that we have. However, because the herd is small, that means supply and demand. When we get to the market to sell, we're actually giving a premium price for a premium product that we actually giving the American people. And that, I think anybody that's in the cattle business, that is what we want to make sure that we give a premium price to the customer that's actually out there buying the meat. And like I already said, right now, the president or secretary of agriculture was talking about potentially giving us some kind of incentive to grow the herd. I think that is completely wrong. I hope to work closely with her and others on that and say, hey, no, don't do that. Put the incentive on how do you get young people into agriculture, sustain them so that they can stay in agriculture, so that farms are not going bankrupt. For whatever reason, they're going bankrupt, but farms are not going bankrupt so that corporate America can't come in here and just buy up all the small farms. That in itself, corporate America and buying up farms could be a whole different show. So I encourage y'all guys, as we have went over 1,000 people watching this morning, I encourage y'all guys to send us notes during the week so that we can actually put together a show on that particular topic. Adam, I see here that do you have the clip? I would love to go back to the clip where the president is talking about the $10 billion buyout. Do you have that?
Breaking news now coming to us from the White House. Eamon Javers joins us with more on this. Eamon, what do you have?
Contessa, we've got new reporting here from the Wall Street Journal just within the past couple of moments, putting a number now on that aid to farmers that President Trump has been talking about all week to basically bail out the farm sector from some of the damage that they've had from the retaliatory actions from China as part of the trade war. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the total package the Trump administration is considering now is between $10 and $14 billion in aid to American farmers. They caution that that is still maybe a bit of a moving target. Discussions are ongoing, and they're sourcing here people familiar with the conversations. We saw Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on CNBC this morning saying a bailout package for farmers could come as early as Tuesday. Not clear whether that is a set in stone date for that bailout package, but clearly the details now taking shape behind closed doors, and the Wall Street Journal reporting that the total dollar value here could be between 10 and 14 billion. Remember, some of those farmers have been really hard hit here because the Chinese have not ordered any soybeans at all from American farmers this year. That would normally be billions of dollars a year in transactions that those farmers are going without so far. So pretty dramatic impact on that sector.
Well, as you can see, and the reason why I wanted to go back to that is because so many farms, even though we're talking about cattle this morning, it is very few farms that actually do one thing. Most farms, in order to make money, you have to be diversified. So just because I'm in the cattle business doesn't mean that in the future I won't be in the row crop business or forestry and all those kind of things. But I would tell you one of the things that I want to just point out about what was just being said in that particular video is this. It's like we started in the earlier part of the show. And I see it. First of all, let me just say thank you again. We just went over 1,280 people that are up this morning at 7:29 watching this discussion that we're having. So again, just thank you. But back to what I was saying is when we talk about that particular buyout of 10 to 14 billion dollars, in theory, that sounds great. But like I said very early in the show, is if I'm not mistaken, the Senate has went home yesterday or last night. That means that nobody's actually in Washington, D.C. today on October 10th. No votes, no nothing. The government won't open back up. Hence, Monday is the 13th. And like I said earlier in the show, if they don't get anything done, our veterans may not get paid on October 15th. And then the piece that I bring to this, regardless that you're saying you want to give the farmers 10 to 14 billion dollars, if the government does not open up and USDA is not back at work, it is no way to give the 10 to 14 billion dollars to the farmer. So again, we're talking, we're not actually doing, we're hoping. And a leader told me many, many years ago, hope is not a method. Hope is not a method. So we got to get out our own way and get it figured out and kind of go from there. Adam, do we have any more questions? Oh, great. Before I do this question here, I just again I keep looking at the ticker there, and it says 1,405 people are actually watching us this morning. That is amazing that many people would come on this platform to spend their morning with us. And I won't keep you long. But to spend their morning with us talking about agriculture. And everybody that's watching us this morning is not in the realm of agriculture. Yes, we have a lot of farmers on here, but we also have a lot of people that says, hey, I just want to have a better understanding so that I can help support the farmers and don't just be pointing fingers at each other. So what is the impact on row crops and foreclosure and cattle operation? Like I mentioned earlier, many farms are diversified. That means they do row crop. That means they have forestry. And that also means they do livestock. Just for instance, in my livestock is cattle. Somebody else may have pigs. Somebody else may have chickens, all those kind of things. My dear friend that said it best. And Adam, I'm going to say this, but I want you to go back to the video that we played earlier where he talks about you have to put everything up when you go to get your loan. So the entire farm is part of your loan to actually plant your crops. And if the crops doesn't come in and make any money, then that's when you see these auctions at the farm. And they just not auctioning off a tractor here and there. You pretty much then had to put your entire farm up as a lien against it. So when a farmer loses his market for China when it comes to corn or soybeans or whatever it is, and they don't get the price that they need to be able to pay their bills, the spinoff of that could very well be that, okay, the bank's coming, and you're going to lose it all. Can you go back, Adam, and replay that, since we got so many? I'm not sure if it's that guy. I think it's the other guy where he's talking about right there in the end, where he's talking about. I don't care if you play the whole tape again, because we got so many new people. But where he's talking about the very first video that you played, where the farmer's talking about, I'd rather have trade versus aid. The very first video, since we got so many new watchers, I wanted to see that. Right now, I see that we got 1,566 people watching us right now. Can you play that video again, Adam? It's the very first video that you played, where the farmers talking soybeans. Yep, I see what you're telling me. Give you 1 second. Not a problem. I just asked the audience, after I do this, we'll start closing out, because I want to make sure that I value your time. I know many of you have to go to work, and many of you got to get out on your farms and make it happen. So make that a little bit bigger. Let's play that one again, but I want everybody to listen there at the very end of this video. But we'll play the whole thing where he's talking about how the banks come and could take everything.
When it comes to President Trump's trade war, few Americans have been hit as hard as farmers. The tariffs and China's retaliation have really been a gut punch, especially for soybean farmers. Now, soybeans are America's largest agricultural export, worth more than $24 billion last year. About half of that went to China. This year, that number is effectively zero after Beijing imposed 20% tariffs on U.S. soybeans in retaliation for tariffs on Chinese goods. And as you can imagine, that means farmers are really hurting right now. President Trump is said to be considering a bailout of at least $10 billion for farmers. The concern, though, that may be too little too late for some. According to court data, farm bankruptcies actually rose in the first half of the year to the highest level since 2021. Scott Brown is a soybean farmer in Arkansas and is joining us now. Scott, it's good to have you with us. So just first of all, where are you in this moment? How is your farm doing?
I hope to break even, but I mean, we don't know. We're not cutting soybeans yet, and I don't know what the yield is. We're just finishing up corn. I'm a pretty low debt load farmer. I farm 800 acres. My equipment's all paid for. I do it all by myself. I'm a first generation farmer, so I don't have as big of problems as a lot of the guys do, but I mean, I have friends that farm thousands of acres, 5,000, 10,000, 11,000 acres. They've got worlds of problems. I mean, I don't know that there's any way to yield yourself out of it.
So what does that mean for some of your friends? Does that mean they could ultimately lose everything?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't think that the average American understands when you go down to the bank and get a crop loan, you've put all your equipment up, all your equity in your ground. You've put your home up, your pickup truck, everything up. And if they can't pay out, and if they've rolled over any debt from last year, they're going to call the auctioneer and they're going to line everything up and they're going to sell it.
So if there were a bailout, right, which the president is apparently considering, what would that mean?
Well, the stopgap needs to come because they've kind of painted the farmer in a corner. I mean, I want trade, not aid. I need a market. I need a place to sell this stuff. I can work hard enough and make a product. If you give me some place to sell it, I'll take care of myself.
I agree with him 100%. Like I said earlier in the show, that our farmers are just looking for a place to trade, not aid. But the question was, what is happening to our farms? And just like he said, in order to get these farm loans, you have to put up collateral, and many times the collateral is your entire farm, depending on how much money you need to run your operation. Farming is not easy. It's not for the faint of heart. As I close out this morning, because I want to be respectful of your time, we roughly got 1,770 people are actually watching on this particular platform. So I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Like I said, I want to be respectful of your time, but two things I just want to touch on, but in follow-up shows, we will give more in depth because these things are also happening. And my family and my sister and others in my family would be remiss because they are in the medical world if I didn't mention it this week. Right now, as the government is shut down, because we're in the beginning of the fiscal year for the federal government, the WIC programs that crisscross the United States from the federal back to the state is starting to run out of money. And I believe many of them start running out of money on the 13th, which is Monday. Adam, I know we got about 5 more minutes. Can you key up the WIC situation that we have?
Full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon. This program provides vouchers to buy infant formula, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy foods for low-income families. It can be easily fully funded if Democrats simply vote tonight to reopen the government.
Okay, as you see, the WIC program has made it to the national level. I am concerned. I'm not sure if people know it. I live right here in Georgia, in a small town. Many people in our area in great need. And I think the state of Georgia is in the process of trying to put some things together to take care. Do we have a video on that or not? Just let me know. Yep. Okay. Adam, when you get that up, please play it. I will stop talking when you do that. I just want to make sure that people, I thank everybody again. We got 1,858 people that's watching us right now. As we get ready to tee that up, I'm going to start closing out the show, but I will not close out until we play that video that talks about what is the state of Georgia going to try to do to help children out that's in part of the WIC program. Adam, will you make it big when you play it, please?
Moms and children under 5 in Georgia depend on the program for healthy food and baby formula. The Georgia Department of Public Health tells 11 Alive that WIC clinics remain operational, with benefits expected to continue for the next 2 to 3 weeks. DPH says it's also evaluating options to extend services as long as possible. A WIC employee who asked to remain anonymous told 11 Alive some babies depend on specialized formulas covered by WIC. They hardly sell it in stores, the employee said. We have it shipped to our clinics or to participants' homes to provide it directly to our families, adding it can be double or triple the cost of regular formula. That same employee also worries families aren't getting enough information to prepare. Without WIC funding, these families are going to have to scramble to find their formula, the employee said, or possibly turn to an alternative that could be unsafe for their babies. We spoke to that employee before the state offered its updated timeline, but the news offered some relief to helping mamas.
Now that we know there's a timeline that we're looking at, we can ramp up and get stuff out. Maybe the government isn't there to show up right now, but we are.
The Georgia Department of Public Health says they'll keep watching the situation closely. And in the meantime, nonprofits like Helping Mamas say that they are preparing. And they're going to be here for families should they need support if the shutdown drags on. In Norcross, I'm Liza Lucas, 11 Alive News.
Well, I tell you, I know we kind of pushed the WIC situation in there, but I thought it was important because if you don't know, WIC falls up under agriculture. And that is a real world issue that's affecting children right now. I would hope in the future that we will be able to have a show where we focus 100% on WIC from the time that I start talking to the time we end, and bring some experts in to help us better understand what is going on in that program, and then how can we help across the board. So that's a show that I want to do. Another show that I would love to do is talking more about myself when it talks veterans to farmers. That was a program that I went through to come out of the military and now be here on my farm. I think that'll be great to have someone other than myself to kind of tell that story, to try to encourage other veterans to come into farming and maybe go back into that piece where we're trying to encourage young people, very disciplined people, hardworking people to come into agriculture. I see now, as I'm closing out, we have over 2,000 people watching this show this morning at 7:43. Matter of fact, the exact number that I see right now, and it's still growing, is 2,450 people are actually watching this show. So I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. And then my last thing I want to say this morning, and is I know it's going to sound kind of negative, but I think with the pressure that is actually on our farmers in every kind of direction, you name it, on their families, on their spouses, the whole 9 yards, because everything that we just talked about this morning is agriculture, from WIC to soybeans to cattle to you name it. This is all agriculture. And this is why we have this show called Voices from the Dirt Road. Right now, we on day 10 of the shutdown. With that particular pressure, I want to make sure that at some point, and I need to find an expert to come on that can talk about suicides when it comes to farmers. If you know anything about veterans, we roughly have 20 veterans commit suicide every day. I think that number may be higher in farmers, and I want to have that discussion. But I also just want to have the discussion. I want to make sure that we have some things that we can help farmers work through so that they don't make a long-term decision for a short-term issue. So with that, don't want to leave on a negative note. I want to leave and say thank you. Keep working extremely hard. Thank you for watching us today. I know we tried to cover a lot in 45 minutes. Right now, it is 2,158 people that are watching us. With that, have a good morning. Have a great day. See you next week. The coffee cup is empty, and it's time to go. Have a great day.
Hey guys, Shawn from Voices from the Road, Voices from the Dirt Road. Guess what? I'm still making mistakes. That lets you know I'm not a real Hollywood guy. But this was episode 4, if I'm not mistaken. We did it from Atworth, from a hotel. And it was, I think, day 17, 16, whatever it was, when the government shut down. And we were still hoping that the government is going to open back up. But as y'all guys know, it stayed closed for at least another 30 plus days. And I ask you, spend time with your family, have a nice, slow day. But on top of that, enjoy our show.
Hey, good morning. How you doing out there, everyone? Here's Shawn. I'm here from Voices from the Back Road. I think you can probably hear my voice is a little hoarse, dealing with a little bit of a cold. Like I always say every week, good morning. Here's a cup of coffee. Let me find the camera. Obviously, I'm in another hotel. This morning, I'm in Atworth, Georgia. Last night, I had the opportunity to speak here to some outstanding people. And seemed like I just went to bed and now I'm right back up talking to you. But this morning, I'm talking about something that's near and dear to my heart, is agriculture, our farmers, what's going on with them. But before I even get into all of that, I thought this morning, I'll take a few minutes and kind of tell you behind the scenes what's actually happening on my own farm. This week, we have been dealing with a situation where we have a calf that was born probably about 15 days ago, doing outstanding, little red Angus calf. Mother's doing awesome, but some kind of way the calf got kicked there on his hip, and we thought he was going to do okay, but he ended up getting an infection. But my vet came through. The calf is getting better, but every day, 3 times a day, I have to go out there, make sure he can get up, make sure he can get some milk. The good thing is he's getting his energy back, but behind the scenes, just like you, farm life is never boring, there's no end to the day. So when I finish this show this morning, I got a couple more things to do over here in Ackworth, and then I'm headed right back to the farm. Got to check on that guy, and I think the vet is going to come back over on Saturday, and we're going to do a follow-up check. But I'm happy to report that look like he's on the means, and we're going to be okay. Hey, let me move into this crazy world that all of us as farmers are dealing with. As y'all guys know, the tariff world is still going on. Government is still shut down. It's just crazy right now. So, and on top of that, we on day 17 of the shutdown. And the reason why that is significant is that right now we are really starting to feel the effects of our government not being open. One of the areas that I'll just mention just real quickly is, right now farmers, row crop farmers are actually in the fields throughout Georgia, throughout the country, picking soybeans and other crops. I was just down in my hometown last week in Southwest Georgia, and the farmers down there were getting ready to start picking some cotton and get some things ready to go. But with that being said, our government is shut down, and the president has said that he wants to do a buyout for the farmers. In theory, that sounds great, but I think all of us know that the guys that work at USDA, NRCS, all of those individuals, unfortunately, are not essential workers. So they're not at work. That means even if we get the buyout, or even if the money comes, regardless of where it comes from, even if the money comes, it's nobody there to do the administrative work to actually get it to the farmer. And then on top of that, I want to be very clear, is when we receive this money, when these farmers receive this money, and I'm not going to get into debate, should we not, and not all those kind of things, but when they receive this money, guess what? That money is basically going to go through the farmer, but it's going to go directly through their account, and it's really going to go to fertilizer companies and other companies out there. Let me just take a few minutes and go to a video of one of my friends that I love on the Farmer Show, Farm Journal, that talks this a little bit more in detail. Can you put up the video, please?
Well, and I think, Chip, the frustration is these payments for farmers, farmers are just a pass through. It's not like this money is going to go straight to their bottom line. This money is going to be used to it's a Band-Aid until the next year. It's going to be used to pay the fertilizer bill, to pay the chemical bill, to pay the seed bill, to pay that, operating note at 8% interest. It's not like farmers are going to pocket this money. And I think that's a misconception to some.
Oh, I think there definitely is. And I think there's a misconception on just how much good this could do for agriculture. It's going to plug a hole, and this hole has been it has been dug over the past 2 years, not just the last year. That's the whole issue here, because when you look at soybean prices, they're not much different than what they were a year ago. Look at corn prices, not much different than what they were a year ago. The big difference is the engagement on the trade front. And President Trump is still working to get that deal done with China on trade. And until that gets done, there's going to be blame thrown in the direction of the trade negotiations.
Hey, like I said there, if this buyout comes, I don't know if it's going to come. But if it comes, the question is it going to come on time to help our farmers that are actually in a world of hurt right now? And then are we going to have somebody that wants to buy our soybeans? Right now, it looks like China has made the decision that they're not going to do it. We talked a little bit like last week about the Argentina deal, that particular buyout, and that kind of blew up in our faces because when they took all the taxes off their soybeans, China swooped in and bought all those soybeans from them. So right now, China has enough soybeans that could take them all the way to the January timeframe. So we'll see how that plays out. But I just want to stop here real quick and just acknowledge that this morning at 17:14, I think that's how long we've been on the we've only been on the air like 7 minutes now, but we already got 237 people watching this morning. I know we got to have a lot more people come on in. It's very early. Like I said, I'm with you today. I am. But like I said, yesterday afternoon or last night, I came right off the stage and seemed like I'm still at that particular event. So if I look a little sleepy, if my voice is a little hoarse, pray for me. You know, we want to make sure that we are speaking directly to the farmers. And in this particular show, you stick with me to the end. We're going to give you a little action item that you can do to try to put some pressure to try to help our farmers out there, because that's what it's all about. This next little piece that I want to just talk about, earlier last week when I was looking at different things going on, I came across this gentleman from Weir, Georgia. And some of you may say, where's Weir, Georgia? Well, Weir, Georgia is close to my hometown of Blakely, Georgia. We used to play those guys in football. I can't remember that we beat them or they beat us, but at the end of the day, it's just great people down there in Southwest Georgia. But you know, most times I'm talking about what's happening out in Iowa or Oklahoma or somewhere. But this particular video here, you know what? I don't actually have that video. I don't have that video, and that's okay. But I want to just go on and tell that story is because the individual that was in that particular video is talking about how hard it is for people down in Southwest Georgia right now struggling to actually make ends meet. And I wanted to make sure that I highlight it because I live right here in Georgia. I want to make sure that I highlight that it's not always somebody who are a long ways away from here. It's actually people that are actually right here with us. But what I do want to move into is I looked at Fox News the other day, and they actually had a graph there, and it also showed up on my favorite show, the Farm Journal. So let's run the thing and let's talk about where these prices are going and what we need to be doing.
The American Farm Bureau Federation taking a deep dive into the farm economy. Economists within the organization laying out the numbers. For example, when it comes to corn, which is seen in yellow on this chart, prices that once topped $7 per bushel are now closer to $4 today, representing a 54% drop. Soybeans slipped below $10 recently after running at $15 just 3 years ago, a drop of 58%. Meanwhile, production expenses, those continue to rise. This year, they're projected at $467 billion, nearly $12 billion higher than just last year. You can see that on this chart, along with the break even of expenses.
You know, when you hear those charts, sometimes I remember in college, those things just go right over your head. But now the reality is all of us as farmers, all of us that are supporters of farmers, all of us that go to the grocery store now need to be paying attention to where the crops are being sold, or if the crops are not being sold, because it's going to have great effect. One of the things that I continue to watch is if you look at our soybeans, you look at other commodities that we sell, but let's stick with soybeans. It shows that in May, China made a decision. We're not buying any more soybeans from the United States. And from that point to right now, they have not bought one. And the good thing or the crazy thing is actually happening. We are having a bumper crop right now in the United States when it comes to soybeans. The issue is our farmers don't have anywhere to sell them. And either you have the ability to store them or pay somebody to store them for you, or you basically going to sell them at a loss rate. So we got to continue to get this thing figured out. I do want to stop again there and acknowledge and thank everybody this morning. It's roughly about 400 people that are watching right now. I think the time is like 7:12 in the morning. So I want to stop and thank everybody for being on. And I also want to ask, if you have a question of me, please type it into the chat and or type it in. We will address it. Like I said, this morning is all about just sharing information for you. And then at the end of the show, we're going to then turn back around and give you an action item that if you want to help yourself as a farmer, or you're supporting the farmer, we can tell you who to call, what you need to do so that they can actually get some additional help. The next part of our conversation this morning is going to get a little bit more focused on what is currently happening in Washington, D.C., because this particular week, we had another situation where the United States and China, or the president, China did something, but the president didn't take too care into it, and he decided he's going to put another tariff on China. So we're going to have to see how this is going to play out. I'm not sure if it's going to be beneficial for us or how it's going to play out, but we got to let it play out and get it figured out. So with that, let's see what Fox News has to tell us about this trade tariff that we have, or a new one that we have.
The week as the U.S. and China trade blows on tariffs, President Trump threatening a massive increase in tariffs
Can you turn it up
on
some?
Chinese goods as Xi Jinping responds to U.S. port fees with new port fees on American ships and launches an antitrust investigation into Qualcomm. What does this mean for the markets and your money? Joining me now is Apollo Global Management Chief Economist Torsten Slok. Torsten, thanks for being here. Always great to see you.
Thank you.
Let's start with the news that tanked the markets on Friday. Tariff talk from President Trump reigniting trade war fears. Is this an overreaction or legitimate?
Well, it's now 6 months ago since we had Liberation Day on April the 2nd, and markets have been getting more and more used to the idea that maybe the worst was behind us.
Yep.
So the developments that we got here on Friday was that there is now more uncertainty potentially coming back. So this was indeed a surprise, coming together with the other news, namely that maybe the shutdown will last a little while longer. And at the same time, a debate in markets about AI and valuations, in particular of the Magnificent Seven. So this was almost a perfect storm coming together, that now suddenly we were about trade war again. And at the same time, we still had the valuation issue and the AI discussion. And we also now have the shutdown potentially lasting throughout October.
Well, as you see, things are getting a little scary. Like I said, I am a cattle producer. In the cattle market, things are going extremely well. But I get up every day thinking about my fellow farmers that live around me and live around the entire country, but my fellow farmers that live right there in Northwest Georgia with me, because I pass by their farms and I see the soybean crops out there. And when I see those crops, I'm saying to myself, man, where is he going to be able to sell that particular crop? So it wasn't fun to hear that. I think that was on Friday, Wednesday or Thursday of this week, that this new tariff is being discussed, and it's supposed to go in place on November 1st. We hope that cooler heads prevail between the United States and China and calm things down, because at the end of the day, we need to get a trade deal done with somebody that can actually buy our product. And if not, our farmers are going to be hurting not only this year, but next year, and maybe potentially a year down the road. And like somebody earlier said, this problem just didn't start yesterday. This problem's been going on now for a couple of years. We just got to get it figured out. But we don't need to continue to do the same thing over and over and think we're going to get better, because I think we're going to run a lot of farmers out of business. I think we're going to mess around and make a lot of young farmers that are trying to get into agriculture. It's going to be too hard for them to be able to get in. And I think the American family farm may potentially disappear. Again, I just want to stop again and acknowledge we roughly got about 600 and some people watching right now, which is awesome. This morning show is not going to be a super long show. Like I said last night, I spoke here in Atworth, Georgia. It was a great event. And then after I finished this morning, as soon as I hop off, I'm going downstairs and I'm meeting with some people, and we're actually talking agriculture this morning. And I'll be doing that to noon, and then I'll get back home and go back to my normal day job. But I did want to say to everybody, I think things are going to work out. I think we still got a ways to go. And right now, I want to show the group. I think it's maybe one of my last videos, but it's the actual video where the president put on his True Social what he's going to do. So let's see what the president said.
Of Fox's Jackie Heinrich saying, breaking, Trump imposes 100% tariff on China, in addition to existing tariffs, responding to China's escalation of export restrictions on rare earths. POTUS says it takes effect 11/1, which is November 1st, or quote, maybe sooner.
Yeah, like I said, November 1st. You know, guys, I don't like to say this. And I don't care, Democrat or Republican, Independent, I don't care. Shawn Harris, I believe that Congress needs to get back to Washington, D.C., get the country open back up and start functioning. I'm not going to get wrapped up into the politics, but at the end of the day, they need to go to work, do their job, because it's hurting. In this particular case, it's hurting our farmers, and we kind of need to go from there. One of the things I said to you that I was going to do before I got off today was a call to action. What I asked my team to do for you, and I'll slow down a little bit so you can make sure you write this down, or today when you play this over and over, you can skip all that other stuff and get right here to this. This is the switchboard itself there in Washington, D.C. So if you call this number 202-224-3121, you call that number and then ask for your representative. They'll transfer you directly to your representative's office. And I think you need to call. I think all farmers throughout and all people who love our farmers throughout need to call your congressman and say, hey, stop pointing fingers at each other. Stop fighting. Let's get the government back open back up. Let's get with the president. Let's get this trade thing done so that the farmers can actually go out and actually do. I said it last week and I continue to say it because I believe it. Farmers want free trade. They don't want aid. So at the end of the day, call your representative. And if your representative is not in Washington, D.C., call him or her inside the district. You'll know better because right now, some of the representatives are supposed to be at home, supposed to be out talking. I would encourage you to call that representative if they're at home and invite them out to your farm so that they clearly understand what the hell's going on, and put some action in behind it. Like I've said time and time before, I think we need to get a farm bill done. I think the big, beautiful bill that we had got a lot of little things built into it. However, we're starting to see that we just need to go on and get a farm bill done because with all these government shutdowns, we're still in the hurt locker as farmers. And again, I just want to stop there. I see that we're roughly up to about 900 people that are watching this morning. And I know that we move a little bit faster than normal. But like I said, just coming off a great engagement last night in Atworth. I'm still in Atworth. I think I'm in a hotel somewhere here. And then when I go downstairs, we're going to sit down and talk about some agriculture issues. I'm trying to do everything I can from my position to help our farmers. But I just ask you, take upon yourself, call that number and kind of go from there. But if you don't know how to find out, if you don't know who your representative is, I'm going to take a few minutes, have that be on the screen. You could go there and because guess what? I clearly understand most farmers don't have time to be political. So most farmers say, man, I don't even know who my representative is. You can go to this website or have one of your kids or grandkids or somebody go to that website and they can tell you who the representative is and probably give you a better number so you can call the office direct. And when you call that office, I'm not going to guarantee that somebody's going to answer the phone, but when it goes to voicemail, leave the voicemail because those voicemails are actually taped and it goes into history. And we need to make sure that Washington, D.C., Democrat, Independents, and Republicans are aware that farmers are saying, excuse me, farmers are saying we need some help and we need to go from there. As y'all guys can see, I have a cold. It's tough. but that's okay because our farmers are catching hell out there, and I want to fight for them every day. I think that's everything that I wanted to say this morning. We roughly, what I can see on the screen, we roughly got 1,000 people watching. The coffee here at the hotel was not that good. If you watched last week, when I turned the cup over, it was still a little bit, so I got it all over my computer. So this week, I want to make sure that the cup is empty, and I'm still dropping a little coffee. But again, keep doing what you're doing. We're going to continue to talk. We're going to continue to fight, and we're going to continue to make sure that Voices from the Dirt Road is actually talking about the things that are affecting our farmers. Voices from the Dirt Road are talking about how can we help our farmers, and Voices from the Dirt Road will be going to the state, to the federal level to say, hey, this is not political. This is just real people out here that need some help, and we need to help them now. Get out of the way and make sure that things happen. So again, as I close out, thank you. I see it's over 1,000 plus people this morning. The time now is 7:24. I know this morning's show was quick. If you see me anywhere out there around the state, please stop me and say, hey, Shawn, and give me your opinion on this show. As this show go off today, I think it goes live on social media immediately. Please leave me some feedback. Tell me if I'm doing a good job, or even tell me if I'm doing a bad job. Feedback is feedback. We want to make sure, or I want to make sure, that I'm talking about the things that you want to talk about. Just so happen right now, the reason why I keep coming back every week talking about soybeans, talking about the government shutdown, is because that is the main thing that is actually happening. There's no need to come on here and say how great things are in the cattle industry, which they are. But if our own brother or sister is losing their damn farm because they don't have a market to sell their soybeans. So in my mind, when I get up in the morning and go out here and say, okay, I want to help somebody out, I need to be going to that side of the house and talking about that particular farmer. So as we close out, can somebody put my little stool back up? Because just in case we got some new people, I want them to clearly understand that this show here is Voices from the Dirt Road. Bottom line, this is everyday people. You can chime in on a show. You can call in. You can send your text in. And even when it goes off and go live, you can send a little thing. We'll see it, and we'll answer your question the following week. But the key thing is, if you look at that stool there, this show is focused on livestock. It's focused on row crop. Row crop is what we're talking about right now with the soybeans, and then forestry. And behind the scenes on all of it is the Department of Agriculture. And this morning, like I mentioned, the Department of Agriculture is not essential. So those individuals are actually at home right now being unpaid, trying to figure out if they got a job. And so if we do get some kind of buyout or some kind of bailout, whatever hell you want to call it, if we get it, it's no way to get it to the farmer because those individuals are not there to do the administrative side of it. And like I always say, if you look at the top of my stool, it says pass the farm bill. We need to get a farm bill passed so that we're not always trying to figure out how we're going to pay for something or not going to pay for something. So this image, I want you to remember, print it off, put it up in your office, talk to others about it, tell people about our show, send in ideas that you want me to talk about, and also tell me, hey, I think I got an outstanding farmer, I got an outstanding somebody in agriculture, be great for your show. We would love to have him, and we're going to bring more people on. I think just a few weeks ago, we had an outstanding guest that talked about forestry, and as I think many of y'all guys know, forestry right now is in the Hurt Locker 2 in Georgia. I think we got 4 or 5 of our paper mills that have went out of business. So I know I already turned the cup over, but I saw where we had a lot of people jump in. So I just wanted to say thank you. We're up to 1,000 and 2,000. I don't even know what the number is. I think it's 1,217 right now. But hey, I got to go. got to get downstairs, got to get down there. We're talking about some agriculture. Again, please call your congressman, tell that individual, get off their butt. Let's get a deal done. Let's get something for our farmers so they can actually sell their product, because it'll be bad for everybody if we lose the American family farm. That's why I'm on here. I want to make sure that we keep the American family farm out there. I'm not talking about this for a corporate farm. So, hey, have a great day. Thank you for everything.
Hey guys, Shawn here. Voices from the Dirt Road. This episode here was episode 5. And guys, things started getting real crazy in the cattle industry. On top of that, we actually started talking about buying beef from Argentina. The government was still shut down. It was all kind of crazy stuff going on. Hey, on this nice, slow day that you're spending with your family, take time, go back with me and revisit some of the things that have actually happened since we actually started the show. Again, enjoy your day. Hey guys, good morning. Good morning from Voices from the Dirt Road. Good to see you. As always, we starting our first cup of coffee off with you. I want to just say thank you to everybody who's already on right now at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm always blown away that how many people are willing to sit around and listen to what we have to say. The part of this show is to try to put in a nutshell everything that's actually happened in agriculture over the past week. And as y'all guys know, it's been a very busy week. As you can see, if you look behind me, we tried to update my studio. I know there's a lot of military stuff behind me, but that was my past life. And I still hadn't taken any pictures of my cattle that at least have made it to the wall. So please forgive me. But over time, we will transition more from being the veteran guy or the military guy more into being Shawn the farmer, and we'll get some pictures. With that being said, hey, before I even jump in the show, let me kind of give you an update. Last week I mentioned that one of my calves was a little sick. So let me give you a quick little update. I think I have a picture of him. Well, these guys here, I call this is my staff. These are 2 calves that I have, 2 heifers that I have. We're going to talk a little bit about the heifer replacement program, but there's 2 heifers I have that anytime I walk out in the pasture and I'm doing anything, these 2 always walk up and they want to smell me and say hi. So I call them, this is my staff. When I was in the military, I had a pretty big team, but this is my team now. And the cool thing about this staff here that they constantly supports what we're doing. And so this was a picture from yesterday. All right, let's and this is the picture right here, that little guy there on your left, if you see it, that's the one that's still a little sick, but I want to let you know it's getting better. That's farming is a blessing. It's one of those things that you have your ups, you have your downs. And as this week, we all as cattlemen are a little stressed, and I get into that a lot more. So as I jump now into the show, today I'm excited that we're going to talk about a lot of things. I look forward to getting your questions. Right now, we got about 50, 60 people on in the first 2-3 minutes that we've been on board. So I'm trying to talk a little bit because what we have noticed is in those first 5 to 7 minutes is when people are still getting their coffee and coming on. And this morning's show is a very important show for cattlemen and just everyday people. We're going to talk about a lot of different things. We're going to talk about what's going on with cattle. We're going to talk about what's going on inside of our grocery stores with tariffs and those kind of things. And then we're going to talk about what's going on with SNAP. So I want to make sure that I give people enough time to actually get in and be able to talk to a couple of things. And I also want to encourage you to send your questions in.
Send them in. We'll take them and they'll come directly to me. One of the things that I will be doing this weekend, or actually today, and that I'm very excited about, is when I leave, when we finish this show up today, this afternoon, I'm jumping on the road and I'm going to Tennessee, Kentucky, and I'm actually headed up to Red Hill. I'm actually going up there this weekend, and I'm going to buy some cows tomorrow. And I'm very excited about that. Red Hill is an outstanding farm. They got some of the best genetics when it comes to Red Angus and Black Angus, Simmental. And I'm really excited that we're going to be able to buy some additional cattle, bring them here to our farm, and continue to build our herd. That's what it's all about, because what we're doing here, just like all the rest of the ranchers and farmers are doing, we're feeding America, and that's what we want to do. So let's jump on into the show. I see roughly we got about 100 people that are looking right now, and I know more are going to come on in. So hey, this is our 5th episode. So thank you. We're moving in the right direction. This particular episode, we're going to be talking about cattle production. Just a matter, I think everybody's tracking. We on day 24 of the government shutdown. And I think every last one of us now know that the government shutdown is no joke. We're starting to see the effects. We're starting to feel the effects. We have many people that are laid off or furloughed or have been fired during this particular layoff and or shutdown, and it's having great effect on what we can do, even here in the agriculture community. So with that, let me go back and touch on a couple things. Like I said, we're on day 24. Today is Friday. If I'm not mistaken, if we don't get the Democrats and Republicans and the president to come together today, I think the president goes to the Far East either tonight or tomorrow for a conference. He's talking about going and talking to the president of China, and we'll see how that plays out next week. But still, the fact remains, we're at a stalemate, and things are just not happening. On this show, I'm not about pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just about, hey, we got a problem. We need to get it solved, and let's stay focused on how can we help our farmers out. Let me go back to the stool just real quick here, just to make sure that I level set everybody on the show. You know, this show here is Voices from the Dirt Road. Voices from the Dirt Road actually means that real people that's out there in America, this is a safe show that you can actually chime right in, ask any question that you want to ask. And we're going to try our best to answer that particular question live on the air within 30 to 45 minutes. We're not going to take a whole bunch of your time. But let me just reorient you back to the stool, because the stool is very important. This morning, when we talk about cattle production, we're actually talking about that part of the stool that talks about livestock. That is a pillow that's in there, but we could be talking about poultry, you could be talking about goats, we could be talking about fisheries, whatever you want to talk about. But just so happened today, we're talking about cattle production and the effects of that. So that's the part of the stool that we'll be touching on the most in this particular show. But as y'all guys know, our brothers and sisters that are actually over in soybeans, which is part of the row crop, are still struggling today. I mentioned earlier that we still have a problem with China. China is not buying any of our soybeans. We still have a situation with Argentina. We're going to talk about Argentina from a beef perspective. But just a few weeks ago, if y'all guys remember, we gave them a buyout of $20 billion. And then Argentina turned back around, slapped us in the damn face, and lowered their prices on their soybeans. And then China swooped in and bought all their soybeans, which is a slap in the face to our soybean farmers. So we'll touch on that a little bit. And then all the way over there on my right, I'm not sure if it's your right, where it talks about forestry. We know we just had a show a few weeks ago where we had an outstanding gentleman come on and talk to us about what's going on in the forestry community. I got to get back to that a little bit more because I know more paper mills and plywood mills are closing in the country. And we want to make sure we discuss that. And then behind everything is the Department of Agriculture.
the Department of Agriculture, we want to mention it, but we'll go in greater detail. But just this week, I think it was yesterday, some of the FSA offices started opening up, and I think they're trying to get some payments out to some of the row crop farmers. So we're going to touch on that. But ultimately, one of the reasons why I think we still got a problem with our farmer community is because Congress has not passed a farm bill since 2018. So that simply means when you're getting your money from the government for whatever reason in any program, that is based on 2018. And I'm here to tell you, if you like me, when you go and buy a fence post, you go and buy anything for your farm, it costs a lot more in 2025 than it did in 2018. So that's kind of where we're at. Let's jump right on into what's going on in the world of agriculture. This week, I'm a cattleman. I'm part of the Georgia Cattlemen Association. I'm part of the National Cattlemen Association, and I'm even a cattleman here in my hometown, right here in Northwest Georgia. So I'm all in. This is what I wanted to do all of my life. And then when I got out of the military after 40 years, I decided to do it, and we're doing it. It's not easy. And right now in the world of beef or cattle production, it's like we got a slap in the face this week. But I'm going to let our president tell us what's his thought process, and then on the back end we'll talk a little bit more in detail. But before we jump to that particular video, I just again want to thank everybody. I see there's roughly about 500 people right now watching us live, at least on the platform that I can see. So again, thank you. Get your questions in, and let's go from there. Let's play that first clip with the president telling us what's going on or what he's going to do for us.
That is the message from some U.S. cattle ranchers who are furious with President Trump right now over his new plan to import more beef from Argentina. The president says he's doing it, he wants to do it, to ease record high beef prices for Americans.
I put tariffs on things coming in to the country, including beef, and that gave them a chance to finally have a decent industry. The ranchers understand that. They're so happy for what I've done. I saved them.
Trump also adding that he loves America's cattle ranchers, but also says they, quote, don't understand tariffs. Now, some of those cattle farmers who overwhelmingly did support the president in last year's election are making clear that they do not agree with his plan.
Consumers will tell us when the beef is too high. I think it's outlandish for the president to come out and say the beef is too high and he's going to get it down himself. What is his problem with higher priced beef? Because consumers have a choice in proteins. There's chicken, there's pork, there's all different proteins. Consumers have chose to buy beef. President Trump ran on being a free market guy. So what he was saying last week goes totally against what he ran on.
Hey guys, I agree with my brother there right at the end. Our system's supposed to be built off free markets. As a cattle rancher, as a cattle producer, as just part of the greater team. It's not like I have the biggest herd running around the United States, but I do provide meat for the American people. And when we say we provide meat for the American people, we provide quality meat. You can get meat from a whole lot of places, but I'm not going to say it's the same quality of what you're getting here in the United States and the time and effort that we're put into it. So I understand that the president is trying to help. However, the president needs to listen to the Cattlemen Association and other leaders out there, our congressmen that are saying to him, hey, sir, what you're doing by bringing in additional beef or potentially bringing in additional beef from Argentina and other places is not going to lower the price of beef in the grocery store. It's actually going to lower the price of cattle that the American farmer rancher out here is trying to make a living on. So hopefully he listens. Right now, the president is kind of dug in. Hopefully he makes announcements today before he jumps on the plane or tomorrow before he jumps on the plane. But I'm a little concerned that as cattle ranchers or cattle producers, We may be in the same department with our soybean farmers, and if the government gets involved in our agriculture business, it's going to tank. And this past week, we already seen where cattle prices are already starting to fall because cattle prices are tied to the futures that comes out of Chicago. And if you make those guys a little nervous, they will start tanking the prices, and that's not good for anyone. That's not good for the rancher. But on top of that, as we start losing money on our product, more and more farmers are going to go bankrupt. More and more of our youth that thinking about getting into this business are going to say, no, I can't make any money in it. So, other words, we're going to be a dying breed. So let's see what my leader and your leader inside the Cattlemen Association, see what he has to say. What was his message to the president and to the world out there?
Importing beef from Argentina, the impact that you think this is going to have on American cattlemen.
It's more than just the impact of the Argentinian beef. It's actually what the president is talking about in terms of trying to bring down beef prices. He keeps talking about that without the understanding that if you bring down beef prices for the consumer, what you're actually doing is telling cattle producers to accept a lower price for their cattle. And we think that that's absolutely unacceptable. And we're very concerned that the president has focused on that, because as an industry, we worked for decades now to build the overall quality of our product. And we are producing beef at a quality that we have never seen before. And the consumer is rewarding us by buying our beef. They want our beef and they're spending the money on it. So this is truly an attack on us as the cattle producers.
Well, he couldn't have been spot on. And a couple of things that have actually happened in the regular, my audience that are cattle producers, they know this, but I'll say this part for our just normal, everyday, great American that wants to understand what's actually happening behind the scenes in agriculture. This week, the Cattlemen Association from the national level actually reached out to every cattleman, cattlewoman out there throughout the United States and said, hey, here's a letter. We want you to sign it. We're not forcing you to sign it, but we want you to sign these letters. And those letters went to our congressman there in Washington, D.C. In my case, it went to our two senators, Warnock and Ossoff, and then it actually went to my representative, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Those letters went to them. I think that was on Tuesday or Wednesday. It went to the president's level. It didn't go well. And I think we all saw where the president put on Truth Social that he pretty much made us as cattlemen. We're not going to get into that. But then it turned back around and we sent direct letters. They asked us to send direct letters to the White House, which we did yesterday. And hopefully cooler heads will prevail. And it's not about who's right, who's wrong. This is about making an industry of cattle producers survive. Because right now in the agriculture community, like I talked about earlier, now we actually have 3 legs of this stool are now in some level of chaos, in some level of stress. So that's the livestock side now, the row crop side, and the forestry side. And then on the back side of that, the Department of Agriculture is now open. But I think one of the things I need to make sure that people understand that it's only 2, well, the Department of Agriculture, but it's specifically the FSA office is only 2 people in there. And I don't think they're actually open to the public. They're just in there processing paperwork. So this is day 24 of the shutdown. This is the stuff that we're dealing with as farmers. And I think it's important that we all understand what this show is about. We're trying to encapsulate all this so you can come to one place, understand what happened for the week and where we're going in the future. Hey, again, I just want to stop, say thank you again. I see that we're well over 1,000 people that are watching us right now. That is just awesome. I look forward to continue this conversation with questions. I'm not sure if we have received any questions, but if not, I do want to move to that. Oh, I see a question just popped in. kind of like we mentioned earlier, will this action that the president is doing with bringing in importing beef from Argentina or anywhere else, will that make a difference in the grocery store? The answer to that is absolutely no. The reality of it is, the next week I plan on doing a show and potentially having some experts on, because if you understand agriculture, it's two ends of this thing. You have the ones of us that go to the grocery store, like many of us do. I even go to the grocery store, and those prices in the grocery store, the steaks or hamburger that you receive, that's not developed or any kind of way as the farmer do I have any influence on it. That is based 100% on 4 meat packing companies. And next week I want to get into that, because these 4 meat packing companies control everything. And until the president addresses those 4 meat packing companies, your prices will not go down in the grocery store. In addition to that, on the front end, the farmer, me, the only thing I do, I have 2 choices. I can sell direct to the consumer. That's my brothers and sisters that actually go to the farmer's market, or people come on their farm and they buy meat direct. Or in my case, I raise cattle. After a year, I get them to a weaning weight, and then from there, I take them to the sale barn and I actually sell them there. And whatever the price is that day, based on futures that I mentioned earlier in Chicago, is what they're going to give me. And my fellow farmers or fellow ranchers who sold cows like I did 2-3 weeks ago, I got a better price 2 or 3 weeks ago than my brothers and sisters that sold cattle this week got, because what I've been seeing and reading is all this week, based on all the chaos that's going on, the price of beef has been going down, down, down. Not in the grocery store, but for our cattle that are actually out there. And so hopefully that answered that question. But next week, we're going to jump right into it real deep and talk about these 4 meat packing companies that really control everything. And far as I'm concerned, we need to break those things up. They have a monopoly on what's going on, and we just got to do better. Let's move on into that other leg when it comes to row crops, and talk a little bit about our brothers in the world of soybeans, because they're actually out there right now picking the crops. And the question is, where are they going to be able to sell them? Because right now, China is not buying anything. We don't have any real markets, and the farmers that have the ability to store it and maybe hold on to it, great, but many don't. So they're actually picking right now and going to lose money on their soybeans. So let's get a quick little update. I think we have a video that talks about soybeans, what's going on in soybeans this week.
In giant silos, Aaron Lehman's harvest waits to be sold. A 5th-generation farmer and head of the Iowa Farmers Union, Lehman tells me that this one holds 5 semi-trucks worth of soybeans, at this moment completely unprofitable. The world's biggest soybean importer, China, stopped purchasing the crop from American farmers, part of a trade war that has roiled markets with farmers caught in the middle.
Is it hard not to be discouraged?
No, it's very discouraging. We're not getting any closer to profitability. For every bushel of soybean that Iowa farmers grow, for every bushel of corn that we grow, we're losing money.
Earlier this week, the Trump administration said it would bring back essential workers at the USDA, unfreezing $3 billion that were already allocated in the previous budget. But it is a fraction of the $13 billion in new aid that farmers expected. A senior Trump administration official tells CBS News a further $10 billion could be on the way, but not until the government shutdown ends. For farmers like Lehman, every delay makes the pain more acute and foreign buyers less likely to come back.
Rather than just putting a bandage on the wound, we need to fix what's causing the wound, and that's the chaotic trade policy.
You know, I feel so bad for our row crop brothers and sisters. You know, I'm in the cattle business. However, my brother Eric, he's in the row crop business, and they're feeling it. Is this year we're having a bumper crop in soybeans. I mean, just blessed. Everything was perfect. The problem is now they don't have any place to sell the doggone crop. So we just got to get better. It's a lot of different variables going on. Like we said, yes, the FSA office is open. Only 2 people are actually in there. They're processing some paperwork to try to get some money to the farmers. What I'm concerned is that money is not going to get to them in a timely manner to keep them whole or keep them solvent. And many more are going to have to go bankrupt or won't be able to get a operating loan for next year. Hey, let me just stop and say thank you again. I see that we got more than 1,557 people currently on here watching. That is simply amazing. And when I say that's amazing, is because I'm just an old boy from Southwest Georgia, did some years in the military, and now live up here in Northwest Georgia. So for you to get out of bed, listen to what we're talking about, that says that people are truly interested in what's going on in the world of agriculture, because at the end of the day, these farmers and ranchers are the ones that feed us. And right now they're in the hurt locker. We never on this show get into politics. This show is not about politics. This show is about giving a voice to the people that live on a dirt road. And if you really know me and know where I'm from, my mama's house is still on a dirt road. So it reminds me to stay humble, remind me to stay focused, and anything that I can lift my voice to help out the farmers, I'm going to do that day after day after day. Again, outstanding. I think we've been on for about 25 minutes. It won't be long. We'll be off. But again, I just wanted to thank everybody for watching us. Now it says that we're over 1,600 people that are watching. The next thing I just kind of want to talk about, because we talked about soybeans, we talked about cattle production. Those are 2 areas that are on this side of the equation when it comes to the farmers. But now I want to move very quickly onto another side of that farm bill that I talked about. The largest part of the farm bill, when you actually start looking at the budget itself, is the SNAP program. And because the SNAP program is tied to the federal government, and because this government shutdown that's on day 24 right now, is started at the beginning of the year, SNAP is currently running out of money. They had some money that was kind of left over from last year. That money is starting to run out, and we're getting word, potentially, that if we don't get something figured out here real soon, get the government back open, get things moving again, that potentially come November, you may not be receiving your SNAP program. Now, let me, when I say SNAP benefit, I want to make sure that everybody understand what I'm talking about. SNAP, when I was a kid, was called food stamps. That's not being negative. That is how people were able to purchase food for their families and for their kids. So now I think it's SNAP. I think they call it EBT or something, whatever. But at the end of the day, if no money's put on those cards, I want to make sure everybody understand that. If no money's put on those cards, then families come November 1st will not be able to go to the grocery store and buy something. And what I'm being told, the advice that is being told to individuals that are receiving it, is if you have some money on your card now, go to the grocery store and buy those non-perishable items like canned goods and those kind of things, just in case we get into a bad situation. Every state is different. Every state, some states have money, some states don't. But I believe here in Georgia, they are starting to tell our great citizens that if SNAP is not taken care of by the federal government, it may not be enough money to take care of everybody. But we will follow back up on this even more next week. But let me just stop before we load this particular video, because I want to make sure it's very clear. But right now I see that we're closing in on 2,000 people that are actually following us. And then on the back end, we'll have some more discussions. I'm not sure if I'm going to have any questions, but I do want to run a video that I just saw yesterday out of Atlanta. Go ahead.
Could soon lose the food assistance that they rely on. And with Thanksgiving now just weeks away, this timing really could not be any worse.
Yeah, Atlanta News First Abby Kasouris shows us how Georgians are bracing for the unknown.
Nearly 1.4 million Georgians are enrolled in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP. It helps low-income families put food on the table. But those benefits could expire next month, leaving many families wondering how they're going to get through the holidays. Without a deal in Washington, the USDA warns benefits will dry up in a matter of weeks.
So you're talking about millions and millions of vulnerable families, of hungry families that are not going to have access to these programs because of this shutdown.
When the stamps cut off after this month, what happens next month?
Tabitha Brown, a single mother of 5, worries about her kids going hungry and what families in need might do without help.
A lot of people may go and start breaking in stuff, breaking in stores, stealing food. It's hard. And I'm not saying that I'm going to do that, but other families, you don't know what it's like.
Community groups are trying to fill the gaps left by a void in stalled government programs. In Atlanta, Women's International Grail plans to serve 500 Thanksgiving meals.
Families in Atlanta that they can come and we're going to make sure they have not only food, but job opportunities, mental health assistance, winter essentials, and just much more. Like this is important because it's personal.
Founder Demetria Henderson says they've had other donors and nonprofits pull out because the shutdown is affecting their funding too.
Yeah, give mommy a hug. Let's hug.
For families like Tabitha's, they're holding on to what matters most, each other. This Thanksgiving, the question isn't what's on the menu, but how they'll be grateful for what they still have.
I love you.
The USDA says if Congress doesn't come to an agreement soon, those benefits will run out nationwide, affecting nearly 1 in 7 Georgia families. In Atlanta, I'm Abby Kasouris.
You know, that's heartbreaking. We got to get this figured out. If Congress doesn't come back in, like I say, today is day 24. We're getting very close to the very end of the month. And you can't do something on November 1st and think it's going to hit the ground to the people. So we learned that last week when it was talking about our veterans and trying to get their pay. I got a question here. Do you think that the food bank can support enough people? I don't know if they can, but what I will say is this, and I was going to say this anyway, is that I think right now our churches, our food banks, all of those organizations, you're always out there working hard and taking care of people. I think this is the time that the ones of us that are blessed in a way, if we can donate to those food banks, do that. If you can go there and help pass out food to different people, do that. This is the time to instead of pointing fingers at each other, to wrap our hands around the community, our less fortunate community, and make sure that they can make it. Because right now I don't see where Congress is talking to each other. They're kind of talking past each other or not even talking at all. So I think, just like I started the show, I think the farmers, I think the ranchers, and I think everyday people that are just out there trying to make it are going to start feeling the hurt, and because they're already feeling the hurt. So the answer to this question is, I don't know. What I do know is plenty of organizations out there that are set up to help people, your churches, your food bank organizations. And one of the things I plan to do this week, I plan to go and visit a few of the food banks myself here in my local area and see what can I do. And that is what I encourage you to do. Instead of talking about what somebody else is going to do, you go yourself. Take time out your day and go down into the food bank and say, hey, what do y'all guys need help? Do you have enough food to pass out? Or do you need hands to help pass out the food? And do you do it every day, or do you do it on a particular day? So let's all get in behind this and hope and pray that we get this figured out, because a significant amount of American people are on SNAP. You always kind of think, no, it can't be. No, a significant amount of people in great need here in the United States, and we're the richest country in the world, so we need to act like it and make sure the less fortunate us can eat and feed their families. Hey, again, I just want to stop real quick and thank everybody. I see there's 2,400 plus people that are actually watching us, and that in itself is cool. You know, we got a rule on this show. Is this show will start at 7 o'clock. We don't really know when it's supposed to end, but we will not keep you too long. And if you've been watching us, you know when my cup goes empty from coffee, then the show ends. It's not exactly empty yet, but it's getting close to it. But I just want to touch on a couple of things. Right now, I mentioned it last week, and I'll mention it again this week, is that, and I'll talk directly to the camera on this one. You know, we started the show off talking about cattle ranchers. Then we moved into our soybean farmers, and then we moved into what's happening at the grocery store and the price of beef and the price of grocery and all that. And then we moved into the SNAP program. And how we're going to help people with their food stamps in a great need. And we're about to go into the holiday season and potentially how they're not going to get anything. With all that being said, one of the things I do know from being a soldier, that veterans, but also farmers and just everyday people, in this case, I'm going to talk farmers, are in a very stressful period right now. And I want to make sure that our farmers understand if they need some help when it comes to mental health, that they can call this number that's on the screen. I want to make sure that I leave this up on the screen. I'm even going to make sure that it's posted on all of my social media, so that if you are struggling, or somebody in your family know your mom and dad or brother or sister struggling, let's get in touch with this hotline, Ag Stress, because right now, believe it or not, it is more farmers that are deciding to make a short decision, a long-term plan. If you understand what I'm saying, 22 soldiers per day decide to commit suicide. I think that rate is higher when it comes to our farmers. And right now, farmers got unbelievable pressure on them, and we need to make sure that they have access to mental health. So I ask you to take the time out, talk to somebody. We're going to get through this. We're going to get all these things worked out. And I just wanted to make sure that before I got off this show today, that I stopped and tried to give you a golden nugget, like I try to do every week, of some kind of action, something that can actually help you, versus just telling you what actually happened in the news, but give you something that can make a difference. Hey guys, right now it's roughly 2,500, 2,600 plus people that are watching. We have been on now is 7:37 a.m. on the East Coast. And I just want to make sure, do we have any more questions before I jump off? I don't want to leave anybody, if they had a question, to think I was just jumping off. I don't see any more questions jumping up on the screen here. So let me just say thank you. I want to say look forward to talking to you again next week in this capacity. If you see me anywhere out in the community, stop me and say hi. I'm just another regular Joe that's kind of walking around out there trying to make a difference. So with that, I want to say thank you. This show, as soon as it's over, will be produced again where it's actually out there so you can see it. Share it with your friends. Please share it with your friends, because we want to get the word out. And when my team posts the information about suicide or helping our farmers, please, when you see those posts come out, share that with all your friends, mom, dad, sisters, brothers, everybody, because this is a very stressful time. And again, if you see me up in Tennessee or Kentucky this weekend when I'm buying cows, say hi. We hope to be able to pick up 1 or 2 cows that are already bred and bring them back into our farm and make it bigger. So with that, like my staff there you see behind me, It's been staff approved. They said, look, we're doing good things. Keep doing good things. And look, thank you for everything. Have a great day. And as you can see, the cup is empty. My desk always gets dirty because it's always just a little coffee there. As you can see, it leaks out, but that's okay. It's my office. And again, I just want to say thank you. Have a great day and see you next week. Hey guys, Shawn here from Voices from the Dirt Road. This show was outstanding. This show that we got in the weeds talking about cattle, what was going on. We actually had an outstanding guest. His name was Mr. Kennedy. He talked us through not only the cattle industry, but actually how do you market your cattle and all those kind of things. So on this slow day, on this Thanksgiving, I want you to take time with your family, sit back, and look at all the episodes. And again, thank you for all your support. Hey, good morning. Good morning from Voices from the Dirt Road. Hey, it has been a busy week. I know as all the farmers out there, just like me, things are moving around on the farm pretty good now. A lot of guys are getting their crops in. In addition to that, there's a bunch of craziness still going on in the world when it comes to agriculture. Again, I just wanted to say good morning. We're going to get through this past week on my farm. Just kind of let you know that behind the scenes, I'm just like you. I'm still out there trying to make it work. But this week I had a great opportunity to go and buy some cows up in Red Hill. That's up in Tennessee / Kentucky. Can we just throw that picture up? I bought a outstanding bred heifer up there at Red Hill. Great people up there. I tell you, if you're actually looking for good quality stock to start your farm or continue to get a great bloodline into your farm, I encourage you to reach out to Red Hill. They do an awesome job up there, and I look forward to going up every year and continue to build my herd. And but 157 there, she's gonna be having a calf here in January, and we're looking forward to that addition on our farm here in 07 Farms down here in Georgia. So again, things are busy. So let's just jump right into it. If I'm not mistaken, today, let me look at my calendar down there. Today is October 31st. What's significant about October 31st? This afternoon, all the little kids going to be out for Halloween. We need to make sure we keep those guys careful, and we also need to take in consideration that the government has been shut down now for 31 days. That is just craziness out there. And now we're starting to feel the real effects of our government being shut down. If you see behind me, you can tell there I'm still in the transition phase from being doing some years in the military to now having my own farm and cattle ranch and all of those kind of things. So I got to get some more pictures developed of me with the cows and me out farming versus all this military stuff. One of the pictures that are directly behind me, the blue one there, that's kind of right over my head there, is me in Afghanistan. So just give me a little time. We're trying to make some improvements to our show. I think you probably can hear me a lot better because I got a brand new microphone here. We had some people telling me that the sound was a little off, but stick with us, and we're trying to get better and better every week. I see one of the key things this week is going to be great. At the end of the show, the latter part of the show, that we actually have a guest, Mr. Kennedy. He's going to be on, and I'm looking forward to having that discussion with him. And I ask you to be prepared to send us questions. Right now, we only been on about 4 minutes, and it looks like it's a little bit more than 100 plus people are actually watching the show. As you know, the way this show is live, so we let it play out for at least 30 to 40 minutes. And then after that, it goes up on all our platforms, and you can download it or look at it at your convenience. But what we try to do here from Voices from the Dirt Road is give you up-to-date information in a concise way that you can actually use it and then move forward with it in any of your decisions that you're trying to make on your farm or what you're trying to do there in the urban areas. A couple of things that are actually going on. Big things that are going on is one, today, 31 days, like I said, government shutdown. The biggest sticking point out there is this is a payday for our veterans. I'm not sure if they're going to get paid. This is a payday for many other federal workers that are working at the airport. I'm not sure if they're going to get paid. But the thing that's actually in the news the most is SNAP. SNAP, if you don't know it, SNAP is used to be called food stamps. Now it's how we feed our less fortunate, kids in the United States. I got some notes here in front of me, but excuse me. In the United States, nationwide, 42 million people depend on SNAP. And if we don't get it figured out today in Congress, 42 million people will go hungry because that SNAP money will not hit their EBT cards, or however different states have it set up. But here in Georgia, they have an EBT card. Now, one of the things that I was briefed earlier today or yesterday is that some states are moving forward and saying, oh, from a state point of view, we're going to try to cover this cost and do those kind of things. I'm not sure if you actually know it. I live here in Georgia. I actually live in Northwest Georgia, but I live here in Georgia. And at this moment, Georgia is saying that they don't actually have the funds to cover it. So if the federal government don't come through, we're going to have some very hungry people, and that's unfortunate. One of the things I learned at a conference I was at 2 or 3 days ago is here in Georgia, people get their SNAP payments at different times of the month. And the next time a SNAP payment is supposed to come out for the great people here in Georgia will be November 5th. So that simply means that if you have SNAP still left on your card from last month, you can still use that. I know there's a myth out there that say you couldn't. That's not true. You can. So hopefully here in Georgia, we get it figured out today, but also we get it figured out at the federal level so that the states don't have to do that. But if they don't, hopefully here in Georgia, we get it figured out before November 5th so we can take care of people. But here in Georgia, 1.4 million people, which is roughly a little bit 12.6% of Georgians, actually are dependent on SNAP. And if you don't know, and I said this the other day when I was at a conference type situation, this is why it's so important for us to pass the Farm Bill. We call it the Farm Bill, and that's the name that was given to it. But if you actually look at the Farm Bill itself, I think it's 84% of the money that's in the Farm Bill is the money that pays for SNAP around the United States. So when we talk to our brothers and sisters that live in our cities, live in our urban areas, the farmers, the rural community farmers and the urban areas need to come together on this particular subject and say, look, we need to get a brand new farm bill. We need to ensure that this farm bill gets passed because it helps farmers, but also this is the means that we feed our children throughout the United States. So I just wanted to make sure that I got that out there so that all of us can get on the same sheet of music, because I believe that here in the near future, more and more people are going to be hurting from this government shutdown, because right now, as of I think it's 7:09 this morning, I don't see anything where the two sides are coming together to come to a solution. So I'm going to kind of pause right there before we really jump into everything. I see we roughly got about 200 plus people that are watching us live, which is great. And I know that number is going to continue to rise. I would ask you, if you have any questions, just type them in, and I'll jump right to them. So let's jump right into Snap. I kind of mentioned a little bit, but I do have a clip. I think it's important that we all understand what is Snap and get a baseline. So with that, team, will you play that first clip for me? I don't think the clip is playing. Look like we're having some issues trying to get that clip to play. The bottom line is, like I kind of already mentioned, and team, if you get it to play, then just let me know. Just jump back in, and we'll kind of go from there. I see the little circle spinning there. Look like we're having some computer issues this morning, but that's part of doing stuff live. That's what makes it fun, is because you never know what's actually going to happen behind the scenes. So at the end of the day, SNAP is a program, like I kind of already mentioned, is a program that feeds our less fortunate children and families. And right now, this program is in jeopardy of not being funded here. Here we go. Like it's going to be one of those mornings. Are any of those things playing for us, team? Well, if we can't get it to play, that's fine. I'll kind of talk it, and then we'll see, can we get the next videos to come up when we start talking about soybeans. And if we have to, we'll come back to it later on in the show. It's not a big deal. Like I said, guys, that's why being live is so fun. It's right now we roughly got about 350 people that are watching us. The time now is 7:11. And we have already had the little gremlins jump in here and trying to make our videos not play. But I got a dynamic team that works behind me to they'll work those things out and kind of go from there. So I'm just going to jump on into what's going on in the world of soybeans. The president this past week actually went over to the Far East. Looked like he had a pretty good trip. And it looks like he did cut a deal when it comes to soybeans. The problem with the deal when it came to soybeans, if I'm not mistaken, I asked somebody to check me, is the deal that we have is actually less than the soybeans that China bought from us last year. So I'm still a little confused on how we're being able to say that this is a win or not. But again, I'm not a soybean farmer. My brother is. He's more on the row crop side of the house. But when I look at the data, it looks as if, based on what China has said they will actually buy from us at this point, is actually less than what they actually bought last year, way less than what they actually bought last year. But I think we have a clip where we have some clips where they're talking about the soybean thing. So Adam, can we get any of those videos to work this morning on the soybeans? It's one of those days, guys. It is one of those days. For whatever reason, none of the clips are playing. I can see Adam down at the bottom of my screen pulling his hair out. but I'm confident that we're going to be able to get it there. I tell you what we're going to do. You know, the cool thing about being in the military teaches you to think on your feet, continue to move forward. And I'm going to let my team work behind the scenes on the on all these videos that we have, and we're just going to move forward to bringing on our guests, because I can see our guest down there, Mr. Kennedy, and then after I finish the conversation with Mr. Kennedy, if my team tell me that we can get those videos to work, then we'll go back and do it in reverse. I see right now we roughly got about 500 people on live. This is a great time to bring Mr. Kennedy in. Adam, can we bring Mr. Kennedy up on the floor? Mr. Kennedy, how you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. How you doing?
Good, Mr. Kennedy. Let me just stop for a second and say thank you. Mr. Kennedy, you can see the little gremlins were eating me up this morning on these videos.
Absolutely. That's part of it.
But guess what? That's is not about the videos, is not about all that. This show is about getting information out to our farmers, to people that want to better understand agriculture. And at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. And I'm so proud to have you on the show. Mr. Kennedy is a leader in agriculture. Mr. Kennedy is a good friend of mine. I consider Mr. Kennedy a mentor because I think most of y'all guys know I got out of the military about two and a half years ago. And Mr. Kennedy was one of the first people that actually I met and kind of helped me put this cattle farm on the right path to success. So with that, Mr. Kennedy, can you just take a few minutes and kind of tell us about yourself, and we'll jump into some questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Shawn, once again for having me. Handy Kennedy, our family legacy and farming started in 1869 in a little small town called Cobbtown, Georgia, about an hour away from Savannah, Georgia. So my family been in farming, whether it's row cropping, raising cattle, since 1869. So we have learned a lot, made a lot of mistakes. And so what I have learned over the years by partnering and working in collaboration with our land grant university, Fort Valley State University, University of Georgia, Tuskegee, and South Carolina State, and even the USDA, take that information that I have learned from them and basically try to pass it on to other farmers that I meet in order to keep them from making the same mistakes I have made, and also, just how to avoid landmines. And so in the space of agriculture, we basically need each other. And so whatever I can do to help collaborate and bring farmers together to work collectively as a group, that's what it's going to take moving forward, especially for small and mid-sized farmers to be able to work together as a collective group and help each other out in times of need.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Out here in this world of farming or agriculture, it's tough. And they teach it at the university, which is great. But until you can get hands-on, you really don't know what you don't know. And then I would just say to every farmer out there, young or old, get you a mentor, get you somebody that you can reach out to and bounce things off of, because just like Mr. Kennedy said, why make the same mistakes that somebody can already tell you, hey, learn from this, and you won't waste a whole bunch of money. Because in agriculture today, this is a very expensive business model that we're in. As we know, cattle prices right now are falling based on the Argentina thing. Cattle prices are kind of up, down, in between. And at the end of the day, we still have people talking about beef prices are too high at the grocery store. And those two things are not really equal. Ms. Kennedy, I know you raise cattle, but I also think you also do a couple of other unique things off your farm. Can you kind of tell everybody about that, please?
Well, mostly we are cow-calf operation, and we also do grow produce, vegetables on the farm also. And so basically my vision for our particular farm would just make the farm profitable. Wherever we had land available, how is this piece of property or this land that we are giving stewardship of, how can we make it profitable? And how can we use it to the best possible means to be able to serve the farm and to serve the community and the consumers that purchase our product. So, so we like to say mostly beef cattle, but we do grow produce also.
Excellent. And what part of the state are you in? Are you down there around Savannah, or are you in the middle of the state?
Yeah, southeast. We're about an hour from Savannah, heading back towards Macon. So we're right between Macon and Savannah. Okay,
right between. I know that area well. I got some family members that live down in Savannah, so we go back and forth quite a bit. And when you let's talk the cattle side of it. Are you running Black Angus, Red Angus? What are you doing when it comes to your cattle operation?
Mostly we run Black Angus. Our base is Black Angus. I have had family have very success in raising Black Angus. I have yet to go to a backgrounder or anybody when I get ready to sell my cows or calves to them and say, well, we don't really want Black Angus. So that's why Black Angus did a magnificent job of marketing Black Angus cows. So that's why we basically stick with a foundational base of Black Angus cattle.
Okay. And if my team told me that not only are you doing so let me back up. On my farm right now where I'm at, I'm still I raise a calf. We didn't take the calf to sell, but we take him to the sale barn. Are you doing that, or are you doing something differently? And if you are, can you expand on that?
Yes, I'm diversified. I kind of do a little bit of it all. So basically the main operation is like I said, a cow-calf operation where we basically take our calves and we sell them to different markets. And so one thing that I mainly focus on when I work with farmers is profitability and quality. And what I mean by that, we do it because we love it. In order to get this next generation involved in farming, we need to show them how to make a profit at farming, and so one of the things that I tell people, first thing you have to decide, are you a hobby farmer or a farmer for profit? And so if you decide to be a farmer for profit, then you have to focus on quality. I mean, that's the main focus, on quality. Everybody deserves quality products, whether you're selling cattle to a backgrounder. He wants quality products. He wants what we call low risk cattle, where we basically make sure that they have the basic, that, they're castrated. They have 2 rounds of vaccination. They've been dewormed. They've been put on, they've been preconditioned. And also what you want to look at, in addition to that, is that make sure there's basically 8 things that I do on my farm on a consistent basis. The first thing I do is marketing. First thing, you need to know your customer.
All right.
You need to find out what I mean by that. Start with the end in mind. You go, who do you want to sell your cattle to? Do you want to sell your cattle to a sale barn, or do you want to sell it to a backgrounder, or do you want to sell your beef to a butcher, or do you want to sell your own beef? So once you know your customer, then you start building a vision to make sure that you can meet the needs of that customer. And so once I get my market, I know my customer down, then I get me a records keeping system, because you have to keep records. It's like the old saying, you can't improve what you don't measure. So you have to measure, so you have to keep records. And then the next thing I do is basically, it kind of starts and ends with Mother Nature. When you get down to it, it starts and ends with Mother Nature. And what I mean by beginning is the soil health. When you are a cattle farmer, especially a cow-calf operation, you have to use good soil health management programs.
Yes.
And so on my farm, I'm sorry, on my farm, that's where we start. And we adhere to the 6 principles of soil health. Making sure you use cover crops, make sure that you keep the ground covered, make sure you use a diversification of different plants. And so that's the second thing that we do is basically soil health.
Let me ask you about that, Mr. Kennedy, before you go on, because I remember when I first talked to you, and I think one of the gentlemen that was with you when you came up here to my farm was from Fort Valley, if I remember correctly. And we were out there in my pastures talking about rotational grazing. We were talking about what type grass that I have out there. But I think, I'm not sure, was it in that meeting or in the other meetings where the question came up, are you in the cattle business or are you in the raising grass or growing grass business? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a good pasture system, rotational system, it's going to be very hard for you to raise good quality cattle.
Yeah, so you have to be in both, and so if you want to, and I keep going back to this, if you want to create value added commodities to add value to your consumer, you're going to have to be in the marketing business, the record keeping business. You're going to have to be in the soil business. You're going to have to be in the forage management business. You're going to have to be in the genetic management business. You're going to have to be in the herd management business. And you're going to have to be in nutrient management. And all of those, you have to have risk management in each one of those different portions of a farm. So a farmer is real complicated. If you want to be and operate at a level where that you are producing consistent quality product, it takes a lot. You have to continually make improvements, small increment changes every year, because in the industry, we always say that yesterday's best in the calendar, it's today's average.
Okay. Yep.
So you just have to constantly stay up on all of the latest technology, and like I say, have those partnerships with the Land Grant University. They're just a great resource for collaboration with, because they do a lot of research, and they can help you make decisions on your farm, for you won't be making the same mistake they made while they were doing their research project.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, let me ask you this, and you hit it right on the head, developing those partnerships. But before I actually ask that question, I just want to acknowledge and thank all the people that are actually watching you, Mr. Kennedy. They're not watching me; they're watching you. It's roughly 800 people right now live watching you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm just saying.
I don't know if they knew that you was John F. Kennedy or somebody, but when we said Mr. Kennedy's going to be on here, people are coming on and they want to learn. And Mr. Kennedy, let me just ask this question, because we try to be transparent on this show 100%, because these are voices from the dirt road. When I got into this cattle business after being out of the military, I struggled to find somebody that looked like me that was actually in the cattle business. And when I say in the cattle business, not a hobby farmer, but actually in it for real. And that's how I ended up finding you. So is it others like us, or is this a small niche in the great state of Georgia?
No, there are several of us. Well, first of all, let me just say that I'm truly blessed and thankful that I have met some amazing people when I started really farming for profit. Like say Fort Valley, it was Dean Noble from Fort Valley. I mean, he really poured a lot into me. I mean, where he gave up his time on Saturdays to go out and show us how to select bulls with good genetic potential. I mean, he spent a lot of time, personal time, away from his family with farmers, getting us together, say, hey, we're going to go and help y'all pick out some nice bulls. Fort Valley, you got Dr. Whitley at Fort Valley, you got Dr. Lattimore. University of Georgia, I had individuals like Dr. Jones, the University of Georgia. I had Jason Duggan, who deals with BQA and showing how to select heifers, how to look at heifers and just look at the way they walk to determine if this heifer it's going to add value to your farm. And that's what it's all about. Every decision you have to make, is this going to add value to my farm? I know I'm gonna miss a few people, but I have learned so much from farmers themselves. I just going and visit farmers and looking at how they're doing things and taking a little bit of what I learned from each farmer and basically implement it on my farm when I seen it was working for them, making it proper for them. So I kind of gathered all that information when I visit farm. Each farm I visit, I can learn something from. And
Well,
I take the information gathered and say, how can I help the next farmer that I meet to be better at what they're doing?
Exactly. I tell you, Mr. Kennedy, just so happened today, I'm headed to Tuskegee this afternoon as their homecoming, and everybody else is going to the football game. That's what I'm doing, Mr. Kennedy. You remember Warren? I can't remember Warren's last name. He teaches at Tuskegee University over there in the ag program.
Yes, I do.
I'm actually going to homecoming, and I'm going out to look at some cows.
Okay. All right. Good use of time. All right. Absolutely.
At the end of the day, I think what you and I are both saying to everybody out there, take every opportunity for professional development to actually learn your craft when you're in this thing called agriculture or cattle business or whatever it's going to be. But before we get off and whatever, is roughly about 1,000 people looking at you now, Mr. Kennedy. And that's big time. So I want to make sure that before we get off this subject and kind of go back to some of those things I was talking about earlier, is how do people get in touch with you? And then on top of that, can you tell us about AUB, AU Beef, the net? So I got it on my screen, but can you tell them what that's all about?
Yes, thank you. Well, AU Beef is a let me give you a little background story about AU Beef. Well, I had an epiphany about 3 or 4 years ago. I was selling cows when cows were bringing about $1 years at 500 pounds, were bringing about $1.10, $1.20 a pound, and we were selling directly to the sale barn at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, let me go buy me a steak. I was sitting down eating the steak one night, and I said, okay, just give me. I like New York strip steak. I said, give me a New York strip steak, and they say, well, what you want? I said, I'll take a 16-ounce New York strip steak, and I said, how much is that? She said, $30. I'm like, wait a minute, I just sold some calves last week, and I was getting $1.10 a pound. Now you're gonna charge me $30 for a 16-ounce steak? I'm like, wow, okay, well, there's a disconnect here. Wait a minute, well, I'm the farmer, I'm growing it, and yet, I'm only getting $1.10, $1.20 a pound, and I'm paying $30-something for 16. I said, there's a disconnect. And so I started doing some research and okay, what's the disconnect here? And so therefore I started said, okay, I could see that the farmer is at the bottom end of this chain. How can I close that link?
Those 4 meat packers that's out there that's controlling everything.
Right. And so I started on a mission to say, okay, I want to be able to bring my own beef to market. Mm-hmm. And so, but as always, I say, I don't just want to bring beef. I want to bring quality beef. And so that's when I say I partner with, like say the land grant universities and to figure out how can I grow and produce quality beef. I just didn't want to grow beef. And then so that's when, going through the certain seminars that we have at Agri-Unity where we learned about how to select for marbling, how to select for ribeye side, how to select for fat, how to select bulls that's going to solve those problems in your herd. That if your cows are basically don't have the marbling or they don't have the fat or they don't have the right ribeye size, you can select certain bulls that'll help you achieve that goal. And so I started, first getting my herd up to quality, to a quality, I consider quality. So once I did that, and then I said, okay, I'm there. And then, working with Fort Valley, I would, like I say, work with Fort Valley, and they would say, okay, you think your cows are okay, so let's bring them in and we'll grade them. So Fort Valley this past year, we provided me an opportunity with some research, and I basically took a cow, got it slaughtered, and they brought their team out to evaluate my cow. And at that point,
okay.
One that said, hey, Handed, you at prime. I had another one say, no, you ain't quite there. You at top choice, but you almost there.
But those two, Mr. Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken, because Walmart just did I think it's called sustainability. They kind of started their own meat processing place.
Yeah, right.
And that's 2 areas, that prime and that choice is the 2 type steaks that they actually looking for that they sell throughout the country. So that's what you talking about is still very good beef that's out there.
Yeah,
You're not
right.
making
So,
hamburger.
so if you at Prime, so I'm happy with the process, but as I always say, that I just want to get better and better each year, and so that's when I just decided to bring my own beef product out, AU beef, and AU beef, and so we sell, we sell beef to friends and families, and directly from the farm, and we basically do it in what we consider a conscious ranches type of process, where we make sure that we are stewards of the land. We want to make sure that we take care of the land and do it the right way. There's ways to raise cows, and there's, and we try to do it the right way.
Some
God
people just don't do it right. You're right.
Absolutely.
And if I remember my chemistry, AU stands for gold, right? So that is just the gold standard.
Yeah, so we try to set the gold standard, and I mean that just gives you something to reach for, and we just want to keep, making progress every year and keep doing better and better. But at the end of the day, we want to be able to provide our friends and family with a quality product.
Well, and Mr. Kennedy, as we close out this piece, because I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the show, but I'm so glad we had the opportunity to have you on here. For our audience right now, we roughly got about 1,500 people actually watching you live. I would tell you, after this thing go off, usually by 9 o'clock, 30-some thousand people will have downloaded this video, and that means that 30-some thousand people will know about your farm, know about your beef. With that being said, do you sell meat every day, or is it certain times out of the year when you slaughter cows and then people can order? I just want to get that out there for them.
Well, this year, this was my first year selling beef, so we started slow and said we're going to test the market. So we just slaughtered like 5 cows.
Okay.
And so this year, I'm happy. It's a family-owned ran business, and my nephew. So I said, hey, how many do we need to keep out this year? He said, hey, we can triple that amount. And so each year we keep going up, and so we sold out for the year, but we'll start back slaughter at the beginning of the year. So we'll be taking pre-orders through our online store. So we hoping to wrap it. But the biggest thing is that I want to be able to offer the same model for anybody in the cow-calf operation. So I built AU Beef as a platform for I can teach and show everybody for their farms, if they want to be able to take advantage of selling directly to consumers in their areas. What I want to do is teach them how to do it on their farm also. So that's what AU Beef is really about, is teaching farmers how to, like you, Mr. Harris, hopefully in the future, we can, you can be selling beef to your friends and family in your community. And that's what I have a desire for all my farmers to do. That I can show you how to, where you have options. You can diversify your farm, where you can sell to the sale barn, you can sell to the backgrounder, you can sell to the butcher shop, and you can basically sell directly from your farm to your friends and family. So that's my vision for all small farmers, that we can do it and have a diversification of way of selling and marketing and have access for our beef in the future.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, I want to take the time and thank you personally. I want to thank you for all the roughly about 1,700 people that are actually watching live, because like you just said, you're not just out there trying to make some money or whatever. You're doing, hey, how can I share information to help other farmers get on their feet and learn how to do it the gold standard way? Because I'm a firm believer, if you're going to get into the business, let's be the best. Don't have some raggedy stuff out there. Be the best, have the best looking farms, have all the best prices, and sell the best product that you can possibly have. Because at the end of the day, that product is actually representing your name, your image, your family, and many of us that are in the farm community, like you said, your farm started way back in 18 something. Tell that story one more time so the people that missed it understand that you just didn't get in farming yesterday. When did this farm start?
Our family pharmacy started in 1869.
1869. And if I'm not mistaken, something happened right around that time, like 4 years before that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm blessed to come from, good lineage. And, so that's why we talk about the land, the legacy, and the lineage. So we try to, try to be able to pass this down to the next generation. So that's my vision, to be able to leave a profitable farm to the next generation. If they decide to farm or get into the cattle business, they say, hey, I can make a living at this. And that's my vision, to be able to do that. And I
Well,
think,
Mr. Kennedy, let me thank you again for coming on the show. I know we had one or two gremlins on the front end, but that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it live. That's what makes says you have to think. And in this cattle business or in agriculture, if you're not thinking, then you're not farming. And so we're gonna go back. So again, thank you. When I get over to Tuskegee this afternoon and I see Warren, the first thing I'm gonna say to him when I step out the truck was, I was talking to Mr. Kennedy this morning. He gave out some great knowledge, some great golden nuggets. I hope that everybody throughout the United States start buying beef from you, and you have to come back on the show and say, Shawn, slow down, man. They buying too much beef.
from us, I want every farm to have this opportunity to sell their beef. When we create that quality product, customers will come. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, team, let's go back to the beginning of the show. and I think my team is telling me that we have the snap video working. So we'll, for the audience who didn't catch it at the very beginning, we had some gremlins that jumped in this show, and we couldn't get any of our videos to work. So we had to jump to our guest, and Mr. Kennedy did an awesome job. I tell you, he's a mentor of mine, and I just thank him for coming in this morning. We'll get more guests that are going to come in and talk about different subjects. Right now, roughly about 2,000 people are watching us. We're going to run through these things because I think it's very important, and then we're going to end the show in probably about another 10 minutes. So if you just stick with me, let's run it, guys. Let's tell them what SNAP really is.
SNAP, food stamps. SNAP stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Well, whatever you're thinking, you might be wrong. 42 million Americans could lose their grocery money on this Friday. Now, think about it this way. There's 348 million Americans, and about 42 million Americans are on SNAP, and that's about 12% of our population. About 1 in 8 Americans use SNAP benefits. Let's take a look at who they are. 40% of people on SNAP are children. 16 million kids rely on SNAP. 1.2 million veterans rely on SNAP. And here's something that's interesting. 22,000 active duty military families rely on SNAP. Yes, people actually serving our country rely on food stamps. 1.5 million college students are on SNAP, and 8 million seniors rely on SNAP to help them make ends meet. Now, you may have heard that people have said that illegal immigrants are using SNAP. That's not true. However, 1.5 million legal immigrants, like long-term green card holders, are on SNAP. Rules were changed in July, so people who are refugees or asylum seekers, they can't access SNAP anymore. And here's the kicker. About a third of SNAP households have someone who is working a job. They just aren't making enough money to make ends meet. How much do they get? Well, the average SNAP benefit is $188 a month. That means they have $6 a day for groceries. So this isn't getting cut because there's no money. There's a $6 billion emergency fund the government could use, but the Trump administration and the Republicans are against it. So when this hits on Friday, 42 million people, 1 in 8 Americans, children, veterans, seniors, active military families, will lose a safety net. And for some, it could be a lifeline. Food banks have already said they can't handle what's going to happen. In fact, no one can. Oh, you might be wondering, how much of our federal budget goes to SNAP? Well, it's only about 1.5% of the entire budget. That means $288 a year Americans pay to support people who need SNAP. So, do you know someone who is on SNAP? Are you on SNAP? Can you share your story? And do you think $288 a year is too much for us to be paying to support children, seniors, veterans, and active military families? Leave your comments below. And follow me. I'm Sue O'Connell. I'm a commentator, and you can watch me on NBC10Boston.com and YouTube.com/NBC10Boston.
All right. Guys, I know that was a little long, but at the end of the day, I wanted you to know the facts about SNAP. I thought she did the best job out of everything that I've seen all week. This show is not political at all. I just want both sides to come together, get it fixed. It is some concern that if I'm not mistaken, the House is not in session. So if they try to get to some agreements, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to pull that off. But hopefully, let's pray that they get it all figured out. Let's play the other snap, because I think it's also important that people understand that this, when you don't receive your snap, it's very personal. So let's play that clip, please.
There's no way I can afford a turkey and to cook extra stuff here. There's no way I can do it. And I doubt very much if food pantries are going to give you a turkey. It's very heartbreaking.
Do you wake up worried that you and your family could go hungry?
Yes. I can't afford all the bills in this house. And I can't get out of my lease until March. So I'm just totally screwed.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if y'all guys know my story. I didn't come from a whole bunch of money. But when I see stuff like that, it just hurts me to my heart that we're playing games today, because here it is. Like I said earlier in the beginning of the show, this is Halloween is today. Tomorrow is November 1st, and then we get into the Thanksgiving and the holiday season, and people worry that are they going to be able to feed their families. And that was a senior citizen that was talked about, and we just got to get this figured out. And like I mentioned earlier, this SNAP program could be paid for out of funds that are inside of the USDA. But we'll see how things play out. Let's move on just real quickly. We roughly got about 2,300 people looking at us right now, and I want to make sure that I respect their time, because we've now been on for 46 minutes. That's a little bit longer than any other show that we've done, but we had some gremlins jump on us. But I do want to go on and talk about, because big time today, this week, we had the president. He went to China. We think we got a China deal. But let's go on and play this clip real quick here, and then I'll talk about it on the backside.
Bought 3 cargoes of beans. It's not a lot, but some would say, hey, it's a start. But the bean market opened the day trading down. Just so everybody knows, we're recording this on Wednesday morning. The market is currently down. Why?
Because they could have bought, the way the bean market rallied from last week to this week, they could have bought 30 cargoes for that rally, and 3 is not going to get it done. They could buy 3 every day for 20 days. The truth is, they have to buy some. Half is a pretty strong. There's a very much a good chance they have to buy beans from us November, December, January, just to fill that gap between now and South America. So if they say, oh, China's going to buy 10, they used to buy 20. It's a lose. So if you know how to do the math, and there's some really smart people out here who know how to do the math, and they're like, wait, this year they bought this much, that year they bought this much.
Yeah.
Now they're going to cut a deal, and our administration is going to come out and act like it's the biggest deal since sliced bread. And if you're smart, like that deal yesterday with Japan signed a whopper of a deal. It was less than they did the year before.
Yeah, it was $8 billion in egg commodities, and that's what they've been. That's not
right. Trump got a putter, and Rollins got a tweet. Right. It's I don't want to say fake news, but it's entertaining here.
China.
And the reason why I just show that, because I think it's important for us as farmers, for us as American citizens, to understand that these deals that we're getting right now sound good. They may turn out better in the future if they continue to grow, but currently right now, today, it's less than what we were getting last year or the year before. And one of the reasons why we started this show is to talk directly to farmers, to get their voices out there, and then educate others that are not living on the farm. And as you can see, when it comes to this soybean deal that we have with Japan or we've got with China or whoever, we're actually getting less than what we actually had before. Let's let Secretary Rollins tell us what's going on here.
Yes. Are you satisfied with the commitments of the President of Argentina after his visit? It seems that you expressed some concern about purchase of soy from China or to China. Are you concerned with Argentina? Do you think they could make any amends to the reservations that you have?
I believe they are still in conversation right now, the two teams. Obviously President Milei is a warrior for freedom. What he has been able to do in leading his country and how important that partnership is to America. I don't want to say too much and get out of my lane of soybeans and corn and sorghum and cotton and blueberries, but I will say that I absolutely trust the president, our team, Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera. This is a long game. We are not just putting America first, making America great again, saving the country. We're also working to realign the world around peace and peace through strength, and having those partners out across the world are so important. And the idea that we will find these markets for our soybean farmers, we'll find the markets for our sorghum farmers, et cetera. But what the president and his leadership is just remarkable on all of this. So I am extremely confident and extremely satisfied.
I would tell you, I really hope and pray that we do find the markets, because I know too many soybean farmers that are in the hurt locker right now. And I hadn't had a chance to look at Farm Journal and other ag news and different things this morning. But I think if you go out and look at those things, they're not going to be too happy, because what we have now is we are selling some, but it's way less than what we actually sold last year. So it's going to be some farmers that are going to be left holding the bag. And let's just go on and let the president tell us what he thought about his meeting with the Chinese. Go ahead.
Today's meeting between President Trump and Chinese President Xi. It was announced that China had finally bought multiple ships of U.S. soybeans. I'm Clinton Griffiths. Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins confirming the buy, calling it a positive step forward for U.S. farmers. Ag Day's Michelle Rook is following this for us. Michelle, how many shiploads are we talking about here?
Clinton, so far 3 cargoes have been confirmed sold to China's COFCO. These are the first U.S. soybean export sales of the 2025-26 marketing year, and it's hoped the first of many included in a new China trade framework. While it may be too late for China to match the 830 million bushels of U.S. soybeans that they bought in the last marketing year, any sales are welcomed. While market reaction was muted, China made its first purchase of U.S. new crop soybeans. Sources reporting COFCO bought 180,000 metric tons, or 6.6 million bushels, through the PNW. Our partners at Pro Farmer say they're a goodwill gesture.
They did something pretty similar back in the 2018-2019 trade talks. They bought 4 cargoes basically the day before negotiations then. So this is, it's a part of their playbook.
However, Acre adds these are also value buys. Even with the recent rally, U.S. soybean futures are below Brazil's price.
U.S. soybeans are pretty competitive on the world market right now. Brazil knew that they were the only game in town for China soybeans for a long time, and the premiums and FOB prices reflected that. And U.S. prices are still fairly competitive. And, if they got the green light to start buying U.S. beans, I think that's a good sign, and could point to some agreement being made.
President Trump has been upbeat about a deal with China to be announced on Thursday.
I'm very optimistic. I am. And I know a little bit about what's going on because, we have been talking to them, not just walking into a meeting called, but the relationship with China is very good. So I think we're going to have a very good outcome for our country and for the world.
Speculation is running high on details, but Chinese traders say Beijing could take about 8 million tons, or roughly $4 billion of U.S. beans, for its strategic reserves for Dece to May. U.S. market analysts are more optimistic. The U.S. could fill China's needs for December and January before Brazil's crop comes online.
The market seems to be pricing in about 10 million metric tons. That's what the rumor mill is saying right now. So that'd be about 360 million bushels.
Acre says with this demand and a possible cut in soybean yields, he thinks USDA may need to lower their tight 300 million bushel ending stocks figure from September.
We're looking at ending stocks at about 250 million bushels. That's the tightest level that we've seen in several years. And we're $3 below where we were when ending stocks were that tight. And the market really hasn't reflected that. I think a lot of that has been some skepticism about what demand's going to be, what exports are going to be.
Acre cautions that while soybeans are undervalued, that doesn't suggest a $3 rally because of global competition. But China business will help. I'm Michelle Rook reporting for Ag Day.
Yeah, as you can see, we still got a ways to go. I'll let it play out this week and see, will our soybean farmers be whole? I'm concerned that will Brazil now, because we're back in the game, where they try to lower their prices on soybeans and try to get around us and have China buy it from them. Right now, let me just stop again and say thank you. Roughly about 3,230 people are actually watching right now. So I just want to say thank you. And I want to touch one more thing before we get off. I know today is a little bit longer than normal, but for the people that maybe just jumped on, we had some gremlins that jumped on us. So we had to do the show in a little bit of reverse. And I'll be remiss if I didn't talk cattle, because if you don't know, cattle industry is what I'm actually involved in. And right now, the cattle industry is still in the hurt locker, because we actually beef is high at the grocery store, but the way that we're trying to address it, or the way the president is trying to address it, is actually hurting cattle producers on the ground. So, and the two things don't match up. And then on top of that, everything, I won't be able to get into it too much today, but we'll come back to it. Everything in this cattle market is really controlled by 4 meat markets that are actually meat processing centers that are actually out there. And those 4 meat processing organizations out there pretty much control everything. So with that, let's go on to our last clip and talk about what's going on in the cattle world, and we'll close this show out today. I don't have any sound, guys. Look like the gremlins are still jumping on us there. Don't have any sound. Let me just go. I'll just talk it and close us out. It's one of those days. Again, thank you. What's going on in the cattle business? Because I actually live it. And if you can get it,
bringing in beef from foreign countries is going to bring down the prices. I think something we like to say is here in the United States, we raise the safest, best protein on the planet. We want to continue to do that. We think you bring in some of that foreign beef, the only ones that'll benefit are the big 4 packers and the importers by buying it in a cheaper market and selling it in a much higher market. So we respectfully disagree and really push for U.S. beef to raise up their numbers.
Has the president been responsive to the pushback that you and your membership and others here in the United States have signaled to him?
We have reached out, I think, put in requests to discuss other options and some of the things that can benefit raising the cattle numbers. We're at historic low numbers due to quite a few different things, drought, prices, lots of things have come to kind of make quite a special number here, where we're as low in cattle numbers we've been since the 1960s.
Wow. All right. So you no doubt have seen this. The president addressed cattle ranchers directly in a post on Truth Social last week. He said if it weren't for him, the industry would be doing terribly, and that you, meaning you and your members and other cattle ranchers in this country, have to get your prices down. And I'm putting up the quote here so people can actually see. He says it would be nice if they, meaning the cattle ranchers, would understand that, but they also have to get their prices down because the consumer is a very big factor in my thinking also. What was your reaction and your reaction to other ranchers when you saw this?
We definitely understand. We were seeing some of the best prices we've ever seen in the cattle industry, and prices are high, but prices are now just finally catching up to the cost of production for a lot of these people, and finally making some of these producers a living wage. We've been on break-even prices for a long, long time, and we finally get them up there where we can make a living and try to make sure that generational ranching can continue. We would argue we're not sure the beef is too high. $6.50 for a pound of hamburger versus, say, a latte or a coffee in the morning for $6 or $7, or a bag of potato chips for $5 or $6. The nutritional value in beef much higher.
Justin, when you put it that way, I think a lot of people will see and agree with you. $6.50 for a pound of beef, of hamburger beef, compared to a latte sounds pretty reasonable to me too. Thank you very much, Justin. I'm hoping this gets resolved and that I appreciate what you said about the generational aspect of farming in this country, not just for cattle ranchers, but across this country, which is in peril now. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey guys, as you can see, the cattle industry, like everything else, is struggling right now. Things are going extremely well when it comes to prices that we're getting for sales. But however, based on what's currently going on, trying to run down the price of beef and bring in beef from Argentina has already started making beef fall when we sell it. My guest, Mr. Kennedy, talked about, I'm not sure if you caught it, but if you would, when you look at it later, Mr. Kennedy talked about years ago when he was selling beef, he was only getting like $1 and something a pound. That's what we try not to go back to. We're trying to make it where people can actually stay in farming and actually make a difference here. So think about that. And when you go out and get your coffee this morning, think about when Starbucks or somebody say, okay, $6 or $7, think about that compared to a pound of beef and what it took to that American farmer or American rancher to get out there and raise that cow for you. So with that, I just want to thank everybody this morning. We had some hiccups here and there, which is fine. But when I look at the screen, this is the first time that we actually been on for 1 whole hour, and 10 minutes will be 10 seconds will be 1 whole hour. But again, right now, 3,720 people are watching us live. So with that being said, if you see me at Tuskegee this weekend, say hi. You'll probably find me out on the farm. I'm gonna be also looking at some cattle there. But on top of that, the cup is empty. Have a great week. Thank you. This is Voices from the Dirt Road. Have a great day. Hey guys, Shawn here from Voices from the Dirt Road. Hey, this is episode 7. We were finally starting to get this thing figured out. We did have some hiccups here and there over the year, but this episode here, we were talking about the Ag Center. We had a great guest on here. She was actually from my hometown where I live today here in Rockmart, Polk County. And I look forward to y'all guys checking out this episode. Have a great day with your family. A great, nice, slow day on this Thanksgiving. Hey, good morning from the Dirt Road. This is Shawn. You know what? Voices from the Dirt Road. I just want to say good morning. I see already in the first 2 seconds, we already got about 30 people waiting on me. So that is big time. Again, thank you. I hope this is your first cup of coffee. In my case, this is my second cup of coffee. And we have a great show for you today. We're going to talk about what's going on in agriculture out there that's touching our farmers in all kinds of ways. And then at the end of the part of the show, we have a guest that's going to be on with us today, and she's just amazing. I support what she's trying to do 100%, and we just want to get the word out, and we'll kind of go from there. So again, let's get this thing started. If you watched last week, let me just say thank you for sticking with us. Last week, why this is a live show. Yes, this is 100% a live show. And last week, we found out as the show was going on, the backbone of the show that it runs on was having an issue with 2 servers. So we were struggling trying to get things to work. But guess what? We made it work. That's the cool thing about this show is it's 100% real. There's no Hollywood in it. I would tell you today, as soon as we finish this show, I will go outside and check my cows. And then on top of that, let me just kind of bring you up to date from last week to this week. Last week, I kind of mentioned that we had just bought a cow up in Tennessee at the Red Hill Farm. That is an outstanding farm when it comes to buying Red Angus and other genetics. This farm is the farm that if you're looking to bring your genetics up, you need to get in touch with Bart and those guys up there at Red Hill. And guess what? Shawn Harris, I got lucky in the bid and got one. So before I even get into everything, let me just show you this cow that we got. But let me just show you this cow.
Getting to know each other. First cow that we actually received on the farm directly from Red Hill. Red Hill is up there in Tennessee. Great genetics. She's pregnant. She's in the same window as the rest of the herd. So January, February, first part of March, when all these girls will be having a calf. She's purebred Red Angus, also bred by a purebred Red Angus bull. Great genetics. Great day here on the farm.
As you can see there, we're not the biggest cattle ranch in the entire country, but I think many of y'all guys know my story. I spent many years in the military. As you can see all that stuff behind me. Hey, if you notice, I did a little bit of an upgrade. You see there? I got my beef tag. It's already on the front of the truck, but I had a second one. So we're trying to transition from being the military guy to being more on the farm side. So give me some time. We'll get some more pictures up and kind of go from there. Hey, we only been on this show now about 3+ minutes, and we already got 100+ people watching us. So I just want to say thank you and good morning to all of those people. And before we really get into the show, one other thing I talked about Red Hill, and before I get into the show itself, today after the show is over, I'll be going over to Alabama. I'm going to see Jim Yance. And going to visit his farm. That is JYJ Red Angus, down by Dothan, Alabama. And today we're going to go and look at some cattle. And then tomorrow, if I'm blessed, I'll win another bid and try to buy 1 or 2 more. And so we're trying to add to our herd here, like many other cattlemen are doing. We're trying to figure out, should we be adding or should we be downsizing? Because right now cattle prices are kind of all over. But at the end of the day, because I've only been out of the military roughly about 2.5 years, we're still in the starting blocks of trying to get our farm where it wants to be. So that's why I want to start this show, Voices from the Dirt Road, is to focus on those things that mentors or farmers that have been doing it for a long time that can help out the newbies like myself. And when I say like myself, I don't want to say that I'm brand new at it, because I was raised on a farm down there in Southwest Georgia. So I got a lot of experience. But when you actually trying to build something from scratch, you should get some mentors. You learn something every day, and that's what it's all about. So let's jump right on into the show this morning. Hey guys, I hate to say this, but as I'm sitting here in the studio, today is day 38 of the government shutdown. That's not cool at all. All of our people in DC across the board equally own blame on this. They need to get together. I said it last week. I said it again this week. They need to all get in the same room and get some adults in the room and find the answer to yes, because it is hurting people across the board now. Also today, we have the SNAP program is not being delivered to the most vulnerable people across the entire United States. I think many of y'all guys know that I'm here in Georgia. I think from a United States point of view, don't quote me on the number, but I think this number in the United States that received the SNAP is 42 million people actually receive it. Here in the great state of Georgia, I think it's 1.8. We had those numbers last week. I don't really remember them off the top of my head, but I do know here in Northwest Georgia, where I live, is about 141,000 people that are dependent on SNAP. And as of last night, the answer to that is no. They're not going to be delivered or put on their cards as of this point. But we will talk a little bit about SNAP. We'll talk a little bit about soybeans, and we'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the cattle industry. And then we got a guest that's going to talk to us about starting an agriculture center, which I'm awesome to have that conversation. So team, do we have the video ready to talk a little bit about SNAP, what's going on in the world of SNAP, so we can let everybody know? And as we tee that up, I just want to take time again and thank everybody who's watching our show. I know it's early, but right now we got over 200 people watching live. So let's go. Let's talk SNAP right now.
Ordered that the Trump administration fully fund SNAP. That's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It's a food assistance program that 42 million Americans rely on to feed their families. The Trump administration had previously agreed to fund 50% and then 65% of the program, which has been without funding as a result of the government shutdown. This afternoon, the Judge John McConnell, called the harm done by this shutdown irreparable, saying this, quote, "Last weekend, SNAP benefits lapsed for the first time in our nation's history. This is a problem that could have and should have been avoided. People have gone without for too long. Not making payments to them for even another day is simply unacceptable." The Trump administration has until tomorrow to comply with that judge's order.
Yeah, that was last night. My understanding what's currently going on right now. In this show, we're not political. We just give you the facts. We just tell you what's happening on in the world of agriculture. If you don't know, why are we talking about SNAP? Let me just go back and kind of give you a little bit of a history lesson. If as a farmer, we know and we look forward and it needs to get passed is the Farm Bill. However, when we look at the Farm Bill, more than 60% of the Farm Bill is actually the money that pays people in SNAP. So that's why the Secretary of Agriculture is involved. That's why we're talking about it on this show. And I will tell you, if you don't know my history, as a kid, I was on SNAP. Didn't know it, but I was on SNAP. I got food in the summertime. Here in the great state of Georgia, they had a program that every county made sure that kids in the summer actually received something to eat. It was a sandwich, a juice, and an apple, and you just had to line up, and the little bus or truck would come by and give you some food every day of the summer. So I clearly remember that, and I just want to put that out there clearly because guess what? You see all that stuff behind me. Without good nutrition, I never would have been able to join the Marine Corps as enlisted, and I never would have been able to join the Army as an officer, and I never would have retired and let me go before I go talk about retired. I never would have had the opportunity to lead men and women in a place called Afghanistan, Liberia, and Kosovo, and I never would have retired as a brigadier general. So at the end of the day, I take it very passionate that guess what? We need to make sure that we feed in the least of us, get all the politics out of it, get it worked out, and let's move forward with that. I just want to stop and thank you for watching us. We're up to about 400 people right now watching us live. We usually jump here real soon and get up into the 2,000, 3,000 people. And I just thank you in advance. And then after the show is over, you can watch this on YouTube and other places and kind of go from there. Do we have another video that talk about what's currently going on with SNAP? Look like we might have some gremlins going on here, which is fine. That's what makes it Pretty cool. I see some things starting to pop up. If it's
SNAP
working,
benefits must go out tomorrow. Not half benefits, not next week. Full SNAP benefits for 42 million qualified Americans tomorrow, Friday, November 7th. That's what a federal judge in Rhode Island just told the Trump administration during a fiery hearing. But just minutes ago, instead of complying with this judge's new order to fully fund SNAP, the Trump administration filed an appeal because they don't want to comply with this judge's order. They believe giving partial payments to SNAP beneficiaries in the month of November is enough. And because of this government shutdown, they say there just is no more money. So let me just rewind for a second and explain what happened during this hearing, because the judge is pissed. He believes the Trump administration is playing politics with this critical food assistance program, and he's not having it. Last Friday, I told you in this video, the judge ordered the Trump administration to distribute those SNAP funds ASAP. But as of today, almost a week later, SNAP beneficiaries haven't seen those benefits. And during the hearing today, the judge cited this social media post from Tuesday from President Trump, where Trump said he would not release the SNAP benefits until Democrats voted to reopen the government. Of course, the White House press secretary immediately walked that comment back because Trump was openly defying the judge's order. And even though the White House did that big backpedal, the judge still noticed. Now, as I told you in this video on Monday, the Trump administration told that very same judge that they would release the contingency or emergency SNAP fund while the government was shut down to pay out these SNAP benefits. But they said that fund only has a little more than $4.5 billion in it. And since it costs about $8 billion for the U.S. government to fully fund SNAP, that would mean only about 50% payouts for SNAP beneficiaries. And even when that 50% benefit went out, it could take weeks or months to actually get those benefits onto EBT cards, depending on how modern the systems were in each state. Well, just yesterday, the Trump administration amended that plan. They filed this document with that Rhode Island federal court saying, well, now Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and USDA performed further analysis and found more money for SNAP benefits. They said instead of the 50% benefit reduction, the U.S. government would only reduce SNAP benefits by 35% for each recipient. But today, the judge said that's not good enough. He wants the administration to follow his order and fund 100% of SNAP benefits now. I will keep you posted on what the appellate court says if they decide to hear this case.
Well, guys, as you can see there, we got a bunch of finger pointing going back and forth. And at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, today is Friday. I pray that by 9 o'clock we get it worked out or get it figured out, and the SNAP benefits start hitting the states, and then the states can actually get it onto the cards. I think it's important for me to say the way this process works is when the administration decides that they're going to release the money, it's not going to be instant. It's still going to take some time because, as you know, the government's still shut down. And what I don't know is the people that actually handle that part of the USDA or the Department of Agriculture, are those people essential or not? So the question is, do we actually have the people in the office that can push the button, that can move the money from the federal government, that can then get it to the states, and then the states have to do what they need to do to get it on the individual's card and kind of go from there. Yesterday, I was actually in Walmart here now in my local hometown, and I could tell something was a little bit different. It wasn't any long lines, and that's when it hit me is that something was different. And you know, the reason why I'm talking about this, because I want to continue to put pressure on our leadership to get it done. Again, this is not political at all. This is about making sure that we're taking care of the least of us and feeding our seniors and feeding our young people, our young kids, because that's what's usually on the SNAP program. All right. I think we're ready to move on a little bit. Do we have a video from the Secretary of Agriculture on SNAP or not? And if not, well, let's move on to soybeans and talk a little bit about that. If we do have something on her, let's play it. If not, I'll start talking about soybeans. Okay, no, the problem. again, look, we're at roughly about 600 people watching us live. What I'm doing right now, I want to get it up to over 1,000 people so that when I bring my guests on, you are ready to get some great information, be able to help her in whatever way you want to get this agriculture center up and running. So I'm going to continue to chug right along here, and I'm going to move into soybeans. As you know, when you look at our stool, when the thing first comes on, it talks about livestock, it talks about row crops, and it talks about forestry. That first part of what we talked about with the SNAP all falls up under the Department of Agriculture, because that's where the SNAP actually originates from and then works its way down into the states. Now we're going to move over into soybeans, which is row crop. As y'all guys know, this past week or this week, depending on how you want to look at it, we cut a deal with China. People are still doing an analysis on that deal. It kind of looks like we got a deal. That's a plus. However, it looks as if the deal that we got is pretty much the same thing that we already had in the beginning. But we'll let Secretary Rollins tell us what's going on. Go ahead.
And we have a graphic here from Associated Press, which would indicate just that. If we get back to 25 million tons of beans with China, it's a normalish volume. So is our crowd, farmers, are they supposed to view this as a win?
So, yeah, first of all, I'm so happy to be on. I'm trying so hard to find communities where I can speak directly to farmers and not through the Washington, D.C. cabals and not through, all the kind of the layers I think that normally are part of my world or our world in Washington. So grateful to be on, and I welcome the difficult questions. That's why I'm here, and that's why I agreed to do it. So thank you. On China this week, I'm sure you've talked about it on your podcast. I've listened to you a couple of times. Y'all do a great job. And the concern, the anxiety, the stress, the tension, the panic was real, right? When China is your number one buyer of soybeans and has kind of let you on and off the hook, and our farmers for a lot of years now. I mean, we struck the deal in 2019. Joe Biden came in 2020, didn't keep them to the deal. Now here we are in 2025, and the president had a big vision about realigning the entire world economy around putting America first and American products first. Of course, farmers' products at the top of that list. And so it's been incredibly encouraging to be a part of that effort over the last 8 or 9 months, but also watching what China was doing and then talking to especially our soybean sorghum farmers, but especially soybean, and just we don't know what to do, Brooke. We have nowhere to store it. We don't have a buyer. The numbers are down. We haven't made money in a decade. Like, help us figure this out. And I've always had faith in the president's ability to strike these deals. So to try not to ramble on here too long, because I know we only have 30 minutes. But what I will say is the deal, from my perspective, is a massive win. And here's why. It is a floor, 12 million over the next 2 or 3 months, not a ceiling. 25 million over the next each year over the next 3 years, which is very important. Again, floor, not a ceiling. We do believe there's a lot more market there. But at the end of the day, the fact that our soybean farmers were so reliant on China, which is not a friend, right? This is arguably a foreign adversary that is not like we're trading with Italy or some of these other countries that we have very good relationships that have the same values that we have. So I do believe it's a win in the short term.
Well, there you have it. Secretary Rollins, and I think, as you can see, she's still struggling, trying to get the talking points together. We're going to wait and see what does our fellow soybean farmers actually get out of this deal. I do know, my brother, he actually raises or grows peanuts and cotton this year. He didn't plant any soybeans, but as I travel throughout Georgia, I drive past soybean fields all the time, and every time I look, I pray for those farmers, saying, hopefully you have a market to sell them, and because if you don't have a market, you can easily go broke in a hurry. I think we have a video that talks about I think this guy is almost like one of the presidents of the Soybean Association. Let's see what he has to say.
It has been a week of headlines that have been impacting the market. Joining us now to break them down is Naomi Bloom. She's a market advisor with Total Farm Marketing.
Oh, that was fine. You could have played it. Go on and play it.
We've got soybeans going to China. Good news, isn't it?
Absolutely. It was welcome news today. So a lot of volatility heading into the Thursday trade because the market was more focused on the fact that we did not get a specific number of soybeans that China was going to buy. So the market actually sank lower on Wednesday night going into Thursday. However, early Thursday morning, we got confirmation that China would be buying 12 million metric tons of soybeans. That's actually about 440 million bushels overall between December and January. So very welcome news. And then on top of that, we got more specific information that China would be buying 25 billion metric tons of soybeans annually for the next few years. So of course, welcome news. The market liked that. But then everybody stopped to think for a second and said, well, 25 million metric tons, amazing. But that's actually only about what China bought from us last year. So we're welcoming the demand. We are thankful for the demand. It helps us to plan ahead and go forward. And that's going to keep the soybean market supported. But I'm not quite sure if it's enough news to justify a brand new rally from here. It's going to take additional headlines for that.
Naomi, one of the trends we've seen.
Well, as you can see there, is kind of what I said. We got a deal, which is a great deal or a great thing. However, it looks like we got the same thing that we had before we started this trade war. And again, you know, we have to see how it's going to play out. I know China from a different department, and China plays the long game. I'll just say it that way. And we'll see how this thing plays out. But I pray that our farmers are going to be just fine and kind of go from there. And, you know, we've been going now for about 20 minutes. Right now, I see we got about 800 people watching us live, which is, again, I just want to say thank you. And I think I have one or two more videos or one more video that talks about soybeans. And I think this is the video that has the soybean. I think he's the president or something. And he's talking about
what's tough to understand.
Go
Despite
ahead.
the new trade deal that President Trump says will have the Chinese buying soybeans again, the farmer behind all this says he still won't make a single dime of profit.
These soybeans will probably lose $150 to $175 an acre. That's a $180,000 loss for my operation. And I'm not unique to anybody else in this area.
So, okay, I'm back on. So, like I said, as we're going to see how this play out. I think in my lifetime, I haven't seen so much attention on the agriculture community in it at all. And I think by getting this attention to the agriculture community, I think in the long run, it's going to make things better for all of us. So it's bumpy right now. We're going to definitely have to work our way through it. And we're going to definitely have to stick together to do the same thing that farmers are continuously doing, is helping each other out. So let's move on and let's talk a little bit. I think we can talk a little bit about cattle, and then we're going to jump into our guests.
Well, President Trump is my guy. I voted for him 3 times. Don't know the man at all, but I can't believe that if he knew how nonsensical and ignorant that statement he made was, he would have never made it. He has crashed the cattle market. And the thing is, he stands there and says, I love these producers. Well, you just took millions of dollars away from the cattle industry and gave it right to 4 corporate packers. Because if you think that's going to trickle down to the grocery store, I really doubt it. Packers have been losing money. They're not going to pass that on. If they do, it won't be anywhere near the magnitude of what cattle have gone down. So that was really frustrating to me.
Well, as y'all guys know, I'm personally in the cattle business. Just getting started. Like I said, Colin and I, we started our farm roughly about 2.5 years ago. So we're still out there buying cattle, and you know, like we talked about last week, what's happening in the grocery store is completely separate from what we're doing out here on the ground with the cattle that's walking around in the pasture. And if you flood the market, it messes with the futures. Our cattle prices are based off futures out of Chicago. And give you a prime example. Like I said, I'm headed over to Alabama as soon as we finish this show today to buy some cattle tomorrow. And what's always in the back of my head is if I mess around and buy too high, then a year from now, the cattle prices continue to drop. I just messed up our cattle, local cattle business here on my own farm. So these are the things that farmers are stressed about right now. Hopefully the administration can get it worked out and kind of go from there. Do I have any more videos pertaining to this particular subject, or is it time for me to jump to our guests? Because right now with 1,080 plus people that are watching, that's where I wanted to get before I moved on to the guests. But if I have another video on cattle, go on and play it. If I don't see it, play it. Then let's bring our guests in. All right, I see. There's our guest. How you doing, Lauren? How you doing today? Glad to have you on the team. My understanding, you are just like me. You spent some years in the military. I'll let you tell your story, but I'm so excited. And guys, I know I'm not looking at you in the screen. I'm not Hollywood, but she's right here on my computer. So I'm going to look down at the computer so I can feel like I'm looking at her right in the face. But again, I'm so excited to have you on here. Thank you for jumping on this early in the morning. Can you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and then we'll start talking about your project that you're trying to do?
Sure. Thanks, Shawn. First of all, we are a lot alike. My husband and I are both military retirees. We started our farm 30 years ago before we retired. We're in Polk County. We raise cattle. We run about 100 mama cows right now. And we also added sheep recently to help us do more, to do better weed control. So we have been extremely excited to help our community, which is the county, Polk County and the surrounding areas. And one of the things we're working on now is an agriculture center. But I want to ask the people who are watching to do one thing for me. I want you to just kind of close your eyes. I'm going to ask you a question, and don't have to answer out loud to me, but what do you see when you think agriculture? What's you see in your mind? Most people we know see some old guy on a tractor, people like myself and Shawn and my husband out there plowing away. But one of the things about agriculture is that it involves all different careers. It's not just us out on the farm doing the day-to-day work, but truck drivers, equipment operators, custom officers, sales reps. You can go on and on. And one of the things we found as we were getting involved in the county, and my husband's from Polk County, so he had some ins there, is that people didn't understand that it's not just the guy on the tractor, but it's all these other people involved. In fact, the most recent data I found for Polk County is we make about $69 million in what's called gate value, what goes out our gate. But the total output contribution of agriculture in our community is 73.3 billion. So
That's
the
awesome.
companies are, it is the companies around us that help us, with our feed and with our equipment and with our supplies also are making money here at the agriculture in Polk County.
Yeah.
So,
and Lauren, what I would also say to you is, I obviously, because I live in the same county with you. So you may be the only person that I actually interview that I actually know personally. I'm not sure if I can run from my house to your farm, but I could definitely walk through the woods and get over there. So that's what makes it so great. And then when you're talking about agriculture, the other piece that I think what your ag center will do is, because right now the average age of a farmer is 59 years old. And I think all the stuff that we talked about in the earlier part of the show, I think it's going to get worked out. I want to let everybody know I think it's going to get worked out. I'm that type of guy. The cup is half full, not half empty. I think it's going to get worked out. But what concerns me, if young people watching what's currently going on, they may say, you know what? I'm not going to get into this agriculture thing. I'm gonna go broke. So hence, you and I, like you already talked about, and your husband, we had a career prior to coming into agriculture. That means we had some additional money here and there. But if a young person now is trying to get in agriculture, it could be a very steep hill to try to get there. So kind of tell us about your ag center and how will it help bring more young people into it?
Well, you're absolutely right. In fact, the reason why we got into thinking about an ag center was because our county looked like they were going to be removing agriculture totally from our schools. And so in order to do exactly what you're talking about, try to keep young people interested in farming, we did a few things. We started a calf team for the folks here, and it covers all ages at the time. And we brought in kids from all the county, not only going to the county schools, but also who are homeschooled. We have about 400 homeschoolers in our county. And we started a calf team in 2016 and have kept it going through the years. It went transferred to the high school here in Rockmart. And then now we are doing one for the 4th and 5th graders at our farm again. So we do that. We did to bring our community together. And we thought, if we can't teach it in the schools, perhaps we need a location, a centralized location in the county to have the center. So what we've done is we looked for help with our county. They helped us by paying for a feasibility study from the University of Georgia. And they predicted, the University of Georgia predicted that we could earn over $7,000 a year once we got going to our economy here in Polk County. So we expected to be able to go through SPLOST. Unfortunately, we were refused SPLOST twice. And so we moved in 2020 to a 401(c) tax exempt nonprofit. So everything we're doing from 2020 on has been through our nonprofit.
And you see right here, I'm glad we were talking about this. Somebody just sent in a question that counters, you already kind of answered that question of what can it offer the community, which is awesome. You and I are already on the wavelength with our audience. And when I look at the audience, our audience is roughly about 2,000 people watching us live. Let me just stop and say, we're in Polk County, Georgia. Polk County, Georgia. And 2,000 plus people watching us live right now talking about agriculture. That tells you how many people are interested in the world of agriculture. And when I say interested in the world of agriculture, I think what's so important about this show is when we look at the people that are watching the show, it's like a 60-40 split between farmers that are actually on the farm and people that actually live in the city that want to get a better understanding of what's going on, because either they used to live in a small town and move to Atlanta or move to Chicago or move to LA, and now they just want to make sure they understand it. So when they come back home with their parents and bring the grandkids back, it's still something there to give them that wholesome. So again, keep answering the question, but I thought it was just spot on. And I want to encourage more people to send questions in as we go through our conversation.
Sounds good. What to kind of give it, we focused on the needs of the community. That was our main focus. And so let me kind of describe what we have planned, because this is, to me, is the most exciting part. We basically have 2 buildings, and this came from community feedback after we had the original plan. We're going to put in a cannery for people to use with either glass jars or metal. We're going to have classrooms, offices where we hope to centralize all ag resources like the Extension Service, NCRS, the Young Farmer. We'll have a commercial kitchen, which
that would be awesome.
Oh, yeah. And
I mean, I do a lot of driving all over this county and others just to go to some office. So that in itself is a big win. And I encourage that to other counties. Try to centralize those things so that when the farmer has to go do business, or whoever has to go do business, you just go to one parking lot and walk in one building and just go from office to office to office and get it done, versus driving 40 and 50 miles in different directions to go go see people that's supposed to be helping the farm. So yes, please go on.
Exactly. We'll have a commercial kitchen which people can actually rent if they need to make something to be able to sell that requires a license in it. We're going to have an indoor community space and an equestrian center, which is one of the things that the community said that they would like to have. We had about over 100 people come and look at our plans and make comments. So we have a focus on six specific areas,
Okay.
economic development. And again, the feasibility study and the focus on education should kind of show how that's going. If we can get it going, we can make probably 700,000, 800,000 just for this county alone. Health and nutrition is really important for us. That's why we have the cannery, the kitchen, and the classrooms. Where we plan to locate the facility is actually considered a USDA food desert. We have nowhere to go actually where I live.
Can you explain that? Because
yeah.
you know, and what I mean by explain it is you and we live in a rural community.
Yes.
Majority of our community is agriculture,
Mhm.
but you just said that we're in a food desert.
Yes.
So try to explain it to somebody who lives in the city to say, well, if they live in a place where they grow the food, how can you be in a food desert?
Well, I tell you personally, I can eat all the cattle I want because that's what I grow. But I have to drive at least 10 miles in either direction to get to a grocery store. And
Correct.
that's why we are in a food desert, because yes, most of us have gardens, but that doesn't feed us. So we have to actually drive quite a ways. And there are elderly and people who have low incomes that may not be able to do that. We, of course, have no public transportation here. So you're on your own as far as that. So that's what the food desert is. And our plan is to put this ag center right in the middle of our county. So it's easily accessible. It can support people who may not be able to travel ways with things like, in addition to what I just mentioned, we have commitments or had commitments from the local farmers markets to do a farmers markets there. We have support from the healthcare hospital, which is probably going to be a couple miles from us as far as doing classes and nutrition. So our hope is that we can build that into the health and nutrition portion. And then finally, we're hoping to build some community gardens for teaching how to grow food for yourself. So that helps show that.
It's pretty much one shop in all.
It is.
For the most part, if you see in the cities and you see different places where they have like a community garden. I've actually even seen community gardens up in the Washington, D.C. area. Some very nice neighborhoods. You'll see a spot where it was a house used to be there. And instead of building another one, everybody in that community goes out there, plant tomatoes, plant whatever, and they all go there and take care of it. And they all get fresh vegetables because they got a food desert. So that's awesome. We got another a question in from some viewers that basically saying, hey, how can we help? Or have you received any pushback? Or what are you getting from the local versus state level?
Okay, right now we're not getting anything from local or state, although we did apply for federal help. We put in for congressional directed funds. We've had a lot of interest from Senators Warnock and Senator Ossoff. Both have sent representatives from their office, gave us some help, encouraged us to apply again. We didn't get it this time. We also applied with Representative Green. We never heard from her office, so we didn't get anything there. What we are working on now is getting a $5 million USDA loan. And we're kind of on the edge right there as far as whether they'll give it to us or not. And if we do get it, we'll be able to build the infrastructure in the main building, which is the cannery, kitchens, etc. We also have a commitment for $1 million from a local private foundation. And that will come to us when we are able to show that we can build the whole thing. So right now, our biggest push is to get the funding we need in order to break the ground and make it a happening. And so we've been able to raise enough money to get the architectural drawings done. We've been able to make money as we need it. So every step we've been able to get local donations. We have 23 acres donated, land donated, which is in the center part of the county. and we continue to apply for grants.
And you awesome. Thank you for the information. The reason why I want to ask you to be on this show is I know at the end of the day we have a lot of people that watch us. Right now we pushing up right at 3,000 people watching us live. Usually, yes, ma'am. Usually after the show goes off, by 9:30 on YouTube and all those other places, it jumps up to 30,000 people. So I want to make sure that we get out there, that when they watching this thing or clips are coming off, is we know what you're trying to do. We know that we have some support from our federal leaders, and we got to work on some others. I'll just say it that way. But we will do that because I live right here in Polk County with you. But then the other piece is, if I understand, you have to raise X amount of dollars before everybody else can come on board. So I guess the question is, if somebody would see this and would say, you know what, I live in New York City. I live in New York City, but I was raised on a farm. I had the opportunity to go to school, and I went, and yes, I wanted to go back home, but those boys and girls up there on Wall Street was paying me so much money that I had to go get the Wall Street money. But if I could, I'll write a check to try to get this going, because if it wasn't for agriculture as a kid, I never would have had an opportunity to go work on Wall Street. So what is your message to our viewers to be able to help you, and how would they do that?
Okay, excellent. If you're within about 7-county area of Polk County, spread the word. I mean, that's the big thing, because people think we are not actively working on this since we were rejected by our county. We have a website. It's www.friendsofag.org, and we have a donation button, and anything's welcome. I mean, we currently have, like I said, enough in our bank account to pay for our architectural drawings and start the work for civil engineering, but anything will help us. So support us with donations, talk about it, because this is a really important thing to help young people understand that we all eat, so we all touch agriculture, and therefore this is an important project that will help about 7 counties in Georgia and Alabama.
So that's awesome. So this is not just for Polk County where you and I live. This is going to stretch over 7 counties. And just for people to know, we touch basically right out our backyard. We touch Alabama. And there's a lot of people that live in Alabama that work here in our county every day. So this is not only going to be a state thing, this is going to also reach across that state line to our brothers and sisters across the line to say, hey, come on over here. We can help you out, and kind of go from there. The same thing that we do when we buy fertilizer and everything else. We actually end up going across the line over to Alabama and get it and bring it back. So how much money do you need to raise to get to your next goals? Are we talking $10? Or are we talking $100,000?
Actually, we need about $5 million, and that is good. $5 million will get us the 2 buildings that we need. Our plan is split up, so if we get less than that, but enough to build, then we can build one or the other building and get started with that. But to do the whole project, we need about $5 million.
About $5 million.
Which you think of it's not that much considering what you're getting.
True. And I think if you could raise your $5 million, then that means USDA will come on board. That means the senators probably can help write some stuff, or do you have to get to a certain level for those guys' accountability to kick in?
The biggest thing USDA told us was that they want proof that we can actually pay off the loan if we get the loan. So anything in the 100,000 to 500 to $1 million would be great, because I think they will see that we are good for payback and that we can complete this project. That's the biggest thing, is if we get, I would say, aim for $1 million, then we should be able to bring in others. We also hope to get local industries to donate, like goods in kind or work in kind. So grading and furniture and things like that, we're hoping to get locally to fill in the extra things we need.
And does it seem like you have any of those companies that are willing to do that as things go forward?
Yes. Yeah, we do have a couple companies who said that they will be working with us to decrease the cost or just share the cost in things like grading or concrete or pipes, things like that.
Excellent. Hey, I also just want to let you know, right now we just went over 3,000 people watching us.
Good deal.
That when you were talking about what does it take to get this up and going, and people donating money to you and going to your website, we got the website right on the screen so you can see it. 3,000 plus people are watching it live.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you to them, for you, for me, for our community, because at the end of the day, when I looked at everything you're doing, the thing that clicked in my mind is our community, our youth, our future. Because if we don't invest in our small towns are going to dry up. Because I'll just say it point blank. We're not 2 or 3 miles from Atlanta. We're a long ways from Atlanta. However, a lot of people in our hometown get up every morning about 4:30 in the morning, and they drive into Atlanta to go to work every day and drive all the way back. So do we have any more questions out there, or is it anything else that you want to say as we close out this morning?
Well, I just want to thank you for letting me come on here, Shawn. It was really a great opportunity. And no matter what happens, we will be plugging away and working on this. This is kind of our dream and what we hope to give to our community when we're gone.
Well,
so thank you.
I tell you, I want to thank you and your husband. First of all, I want to thank you for your service, because I think that's big time. But I think as veterans, the main piece is after you finish serving our country, great, thank you. But what I'm starting to see is so many veterans, when they stop serving in that capacity, they continue to serve the community. And when I first met you and your husband, we met at a lot of things. We met at the Cattle Association. We met at a whole bunch of places. That's what it clicked in my mind, is that these are people that are still trying to give back to the community, and not just talking about it, they actually doing it. And what you're trying to do is not easy. When you wake up in the morning and say you're trying to raise $5 million, that's not an easy task. But that's what veterans do. We take it on. And I just want to thank you for being on the show. I'm gonna let you close out, and then I'll close the show out. You can say anything else you want to say to the audience, so that we'll have a nice little clip of you that we can put out there for raising money, or anything you want to say.
Well, thank you. And I hope that when we get this built, please come out and see us. Check out our website, because we have a really cool pictures and a 3D model that we've put together to show you what we're talking about. And hopefully you will get excited about it as we are. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, my team, let's make sure as I'm closing out, put her website back up there so we can make sure people know how to get her. Because that's very important. And I want to thank all of our viewers. When I say thank all our viewers, the ones that got up this morning, because right now it's 7:50 in the morning in Georgia. And right now we got roughly about 3,400 people watching us live. And I know as soon as I close this thing out, it's going to explode. And I look forward to the money coming in to help out our good friends over with the Agriculture Center. And then on top of that, I look forward to having people coming here to Polk County to visit the site and get a better understanding for themselves. Because I love being transparent on what we're trying to do, and we're doing great things here in Polk County. But with that being said, y'all guys know the show. When the cup is empty, the show is over. Have a great one. Bye-bye. See you next week. Hey guys, Shawn here. from Voices from the Dirt Road. This episode here was episode 8. We actually had an awesome show. We was talking about a farmer's market, and let me tell you, it was outstanding. I ask you to take time to watch this one and then watch it again. I think you're going to have a great time. This was the second time that we were on the road out there, and it worked out great. So have a great day with your family. Look at all the episodes. Hey, good morning. Good to see y'all guys. Again, another great Friday morning. Welcome. As you can see, I just got a little cheesy cup of coffee, still in the hotel room. I'm up here in Trenton, Georgia. Had the opportunity to speak last night. Outstanding crowd. And on top of that, I had some great barbecue last night at, I think it's called Tenders or Thatchers or something. But the food was outstanding. They stayed open for us because we got there right at closing time. So I want to send a big shout out to those guys. And if you're ever passing through Trenton, Georgia, stop in. It's right there on the square and enjoy some of the barbecue. So, hey, this week is has been a very, how best to say, up and down type week. We have worked our way through a government shutdown. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then on top of that, we have had the opportunity to try to get it figured out on SNAP and all those kind of things. So today's show is going to be focused on trying to give you an overview of currently where we're at and how that is affecting the people here throughout Georgia and really throughout the country, because many of these things are happening nationwide. First, I want to just stop before I jump into it and say thank you. Right now, we roughly got about 50, 60 people on, and I thank you for that, because it seemed like we have a group of people that when we send out the little thing that says I'm grabbing my cup of coffee, you are sitting there ready to get started. And truly, this morning when I grabbed my cup of coffee, I had to walk out the room, walk into the cold, go up to the lobby. And let me just say, the coffee here is pretty good, but these got to be the smallest cups in the world. So today I got this cup and I have a second cup. And to be honest with you, I already had a cup, but that's not like I'm drinking a whole bunch of coffee today. The cups are just so little that you need a little bit more than what they give you. Hey, we're going to jump right on into the show this morning and kind of go from there. One of the things I love to talk about before we even get into everything that's happening in the world is kind of give you a background of what's going on my farm. That's 07 Farms. That's right there in Rockmart, Georgia. And because I think from my point of view, if I'm going to talk about Voices from the Dirt Road, you need to know that I'm actually like you, a farmer. I run into some of the same issues, and I'm dealing with the USDA and all those guys in a good way. I want to make sure that doesn't come across sounding like I'm not supporting, but I just want to let you know that when I'm not on the screen talking to you, I'm actually out there doing real stuff, just like every other farmer. And I have calluses on my hand, and they get dirty every day. But this past week, I had the opportunity to go down to Alabama. Went back down there and went to JYJ Red Angus Farms. Jim and his family did an awesome job at the auction for some Red Angus cattle. And guess what, guys? I actually got lucky and won a bid. So let's go on and show that video of the cow that I purchased. Is going to be delivered to my farm this week. Now, lucky number 13. I'm here to tell you, I really wanted 12. But 12 was a little bit out of my price range, but I got lucky number 13, and she's a bred heifer, Red Angus, registered and I'm looking forward to her getting here on the farm. It's going to bring up our genetics, and I just want to take the time to say thank you to Jim and his family. They did an awesome job down there, and that's just amazing. So let's just jump on into the show. As y'all guys know, a lot of things that were going on, and the farmers are still just a little concerned when it comes to soybeans. They're a little concerned when it comes to cattle. They're a little concerned when it comes to a whole lot of things. So I just want to try to bring you up to speed on everything that's going on, because like we talked about in the opening, our stool. Can we show the picture of the stool again, just in case we got some new people? Excuse me. If you look at our stool there, our stool says going from left to right, depending on how you're looking at it, it talks about livestock. So that's when we talking that livestock leg there. That's talking about chickens and cows and goats and whatever else we want to talk about. Then there, right there in the middle, it talks about row crop. Row crops are peanuts, soybeans, cotton, anything that's actually dealing with row crops. In addition to those row crops, that's where I actually talk about what's going on at our farmers market and all those kind of things. And then all the way over, it talks about forestry. And as y'all guys know, here in Georgia, we have had, I think, 3 of our paper mills that actually shut down. I think some of that's tied back to the tariffs. But we still got to work our way through that. And we had a show earlier. I encourage you to go back and look at that show early. We had an expert on that kind of helped us understand. But then if you look all the way back there in the back, you see the Department of Agriculture. And the Department of Agriculture is the one that supports us all. Doesn't make any difference if you working in livestock, row crop, or forestry. And some of our farmers actually work in all 3. And then at the very, very top, you can see there, it says pass the farm bill. And the reason why we have on there pass the farm bill is because, guys and ladies, y'all know that we're still working on the farm bill from 2018. That is substandard, because when you have an incident on your farm and need help, it's paying out at 2018 prices. And then I can speak from a cattleman point of view. A wooden post that you bought in 2018 is a higher now in 2025. That same wooden post is going to cost you a lot more money. So it's very hard for you to get whole. So we need to make sure we talk to our congressmen, we talk to everybody across the board, including USDA and everybody else, to say, hey, look, we need to stop talking about it. We got to get this farm bill done so that we can take care of our farmers a lot better. We love to say they're the backbone of the country, but let's prove it. All right. Hey, let's jump right in. I think we have a video where Secretary Rollins is talking about government aid. So let's see what the Secretary is talking about today.
That as the market and as our row crops especially, but even dairy and a few others that are struggling, as we move toward the end of the year, as we're looking at perhaps better numbers, a stronger market. You know, the one thing I keep hearing, I just finished a great roundtable with 7 of America's best dairy farmers. And the one thing I hear over and over from our farmers is we don't want a handout. That is not, we don't want to farm for checks. We want to sell our products. So obviously USDA will continue to move out the farm aid, but really looking to figure out how we get off this hamster wheel of check after check and getting to the point where our whole entire system is based on the government checks, but moving more toward opening up the markets around the world, creating these markets where our farmers can hopefully farm for prosperity and not just for survival. That's really what we're working to do.
Well, I'm glad to hear Secretary Rollins say that they're trying to open up some markets around the world. I know if you've been tracking, that's up, down, in between. It's going to still take some work, but I'm also was very happy that she said that when she's talking to our farmers, we don't want to just work for a check from the government. We want to feed America. That's what we're going to do. But we got to make farming where you can make money in it, and sustainable money. And one of the things I just want to bring up in this particular moment that kind of keeps me up at night is, and I'm not sure if y'all guys realize that I did many years in the military, was blessed to have a great career. So I think sometime at the local level, but many times I spend time thinking at the strategic level, where we're going to be 5, 10, 15, 30 years from now. And my concern is, how do we get our young people to be able to come into agriculture and actually make a living in it? How do we put systems in place that the farmer does not have to constantly get a job off the farm just to keep it going, or healthcare and all those kind of things? So these are some of the things that we will talk about in the future and get a better understanding on. But one of the areas that I definitely want to focus on just a little bit this morning is now under cattle. But before we jump into that, let me just stop, because I looked at the screen here. We've been on about 10 minutes, and let me get another cup of coffee here. And again, this is, I think it's cup number 2 or cup number 3. So, and I think most of you know that when all the cups are emptied, the show is over. So today we're going to have to modify, because I got the smallest cup in the country. So we're going to modify. But I just want to stop and say thank you. I see it's roughly about 740 people that are watching us live right now. And we only been on live for roughly about 11 minutes. So again, thank you. And after this show is over, we'll play it on all our social media platforms and all those kind of things. Now let me jump back into this thing. You know, Secretary Rollins talked about helping out, trying to open up those markets and everything. But I want to bring our show a little bit more back right here inside of the United States, what we are doing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about livestock, and I'm going to specifically go down to the farm, the part of farming that I do. I'm in a cow-calf operation. So with that being said, just for our brothers and sisters that maybe don't understand it, is that I have cows that actually get pregnant, natural or AI. Either way, it takes 9 months for that cow to have a calf. When that cow has a calf, then it takes roughly about another 18 months for that calf to be prepared to actually go and be sold to somebody else, or turn into hamburger, or whatever we're going to be able to do with that calf. And that calf will be roughly somewhere between 700 and 800 pounds. Okay. Hence, you can't do that in 5 days. It takes a long period of time. And we're trying in the cattle business to grow the herd now, but it's a lot of competition out there. And part of that reason why everybody's now talking about beef prices are high in the grocery store. We know President Trump made that statement. Since then, he's kind of backed off of that. And I'm glad he backed off that, because apparently whoever was in the office with him briefing that day didn't have a clue about agriculture. I just said it plain. He did not have a clue. But we got some other people in there that briefed him up and said, look, this is not the farmer that's on the ground's fault that hamburger meat is high in your local grocery store. That is being controlled by 4 meat packing companies, and some of those meat packing companies are not even American. And oh, by the way, beef from Argentina is not going to make a difference here. And oh, by the way, beef from Argentina is not the best beef. That's a whole different story. But let's go on. I want to give credit where credit's at. The president has said that he is launching an investigation now into those meat packing places. So let's play the video that talks about that came from Ag Day.
To the 170th annual West Tennessee State Fair in Henderson, Tennessee.
Yep, I want to play the one number 4, Ag Day.
The U.S. Attorney General says a probe is underway into foreign-owned meatpacking companies. I'm Clinton Griffiths. It comes after President Trump asked the Department of Justice to immediately begin an investigation into the packers, saying they are driving up the price of beef through what he called illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. Ag Day's Michelle Rook also looking into this. And Michelle, the president didn't name names here.
No, Clinton, he didn't, but collectively, he said the meatpacking companies are driving up beef prices through illicit collusion, price fixing, and manipulation. Now, concentration in the processing sector has long been a hot button issue for cattle producers and was a focal point during COVID. Several groups have been fighting to break up the monopoly, including RCAF, for 18 years now. So they hope DOJ will finally fix the problem. President Trump has launched a DOJ investigation alleging meatpacking companies are the source of high beef prices. On his Truth Social site, he vowed to ensure these corporations aren't criminally profiting at the expense of the American people. RCAF has alleged this monopoly has resulted in price fixing as part of their ongoing lawsuit.
We have alleged that the meat packers had unlawfully colluded in order to artificially depress cattle prices, while at the same time raising or inflating the price of beef to the consumers.
Currently, 80% of the U.S. beef packing industry is owned by 4 entities, and Bullard says the meat packers are in clear violation of antitrust law.
And that both the producers on the beginning of the supply chain and consumers at the end of the supply chain were exploited as a result of this monopolistic marketing structure that we have in the cattle industry and beef industry today.
He refutes the argument that current high cattle and beef prices are just a function of supply and demand, especially the historic low in the cattle herd due to drought.
And then it wasn't until the economic shock, that straw that broke the camel's back, that our cattle prices started to chase those beef prices upward.
He also discounts packers like JBS, showing nearly $300 million of losses in the second quarter.
So perhaps some of the losses that they made on their slaughtering side were made up from the margins of buying cheaper imports and passing it off to unsuspecting consumers as if it were a domestic product.
However, the DOJ investigated packers in 2019 after the Holcomb, Kansas plant fire and during COVID, when consumers paid record beef prices while producers received record low cattle prices. So Bullard thinks this is part of that ongoing probe.
It's our understanding or belief that the investigations that were first started under Trump administration 1 are continuing today. So the president's recent announcement, I think, will encourage and incentivize the Justice Department to culminate their investigation and actually take enforcement action.
Although he's not sure what enforcement may look like or if the packers could be broken up.
So we're hopeful that that's what we'll see, that we'll see the Department of Justice actually file a lawsuit alleging that the meat packers have violated the Sherman Act, Clayton Act, and Packers and Stockyards Act to the detriment of independent producers and U.S. consumers.
And while RCAF has been waiting 6 years for their suit to be heard in court, he thinks the president will fast track the action and finally fix a market that has been fundamentally broken for years. I'm Michelle Rook reporting for Ag Day.
Hey, as you can see, Ag Day, they do an awesome job. I get up every morning, I watch those guys. They are fair and balanced, and at the end of the day, they just kind of give you the facts. But one of the things I just want to make sure that everybody understands is this: just because there's an investigation doesn't mean anything's going to change. If you notice in that video, and I encourage you to go back and watch it again later, it said that these investigations been already going on for quite some time. So to my farmers, brothers and sisters, don't think because we actually do an investigation that all of a sudden these meat packing companies are going to break up and we all of a sudden going to get some processors in the local area that can help with competition, but at the same time that can help if you're trying to get a business where you sell direct to the consumer, that you can actually get a cow slaughtered and then be able to sell it. One of the areas I just want to go back to is a video from 60 Minutes. But before we put it on, let me say something to I'm actually talking to my team. You know, as a kid, I used to watch 60 Minutes with my Granddaddy Bishop. And in my mind, if you make it to 60 Minutes, man, those guys are on top of it. They were on top of it 30 years ago. They still on top of it today. And this past week, 60 Minutes was talking about our industry, talking about agriculture, talking about what's going on when it comes to row crops, the whole 9 yards. And I just want to share a little bit of that with you. But before we put it on, let me stop and say thank you to everybody that's watching us live, because right now we are just a few numbers away from 2,000 people watching us live. Could you imagine a guy sitting in a hotel room in Trenton, Georgia, drinking coffee out of styrofoam cup, talking about cows, chickens, and row crops, and people are actually paying attention? So I think everybody out there, I think every farmer out there that's actually doing the work, but I also think every person that's now out in the cities that are saying, you know what, we all need to come together and get a better understanding is how do we feed ourselves and kind of go from there. And just like that, we just went over 2,000 people. So let's, hey, because we're at 2,000 people, roll the video on from 60 Minutes.
1855, the West Tennessee State Fair has been the place where farmers from across the state come to show off their prized livestock and crops. It's where we met Jeffrey Daniels and Franklin Carmack, friends since high school. They grow cotton, soybeans, and corn on their family farms.
As far back as I've been able to trace, my great-granddaddy's daddy was a sharecropper, and then just got passed down through the generations.
I guess you could say you've got farming in your blood.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And it's got to be in your blood nowadays to keep doing it.
Both of us are fifth-generation farmers.
Instead of showing crops at the fair this year like other farmers, they are selling T-shirts made from the cotton they grow to offset their losses in the fields. They sold about 250 shirts. At $35 a piece, it was hardly enough. This year combined, they expect to lose nearly $800,000, leaving them in the red like many farmers across the country. Major row crops, including corn, soybeans, cotton, and wheat, have not been profitable since at least 2022.
You know, we're selling our commodities at the same price that we were selling them for and that our grandparents were selling them for in the 70s. So, you know, if you think about that, what can you go buy today that costs the same as it did in the 70s?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Times are especially tough now because of what are called input costs, everything a farmer needs to pull income from the ground, such as seed, equipment parts, and fertilizer. Those costs have increased by more than 30% in the last 5 years, in part due to inflation and rising interest rates.
The morale in the farming industry, not just farmers, is the lowest I've ever seen it. Everybody's on edge.
In the first 6 months of 2025, there were 57% more farm bankruptcies than the same period last year. Nearly 80% of voters in what are called farming-dependent counties voted for President Trump in the last election.
I feel like a lot of American farmers, cattle people, it's a lot of people probably feel let down currently. Now, maybe there's a method to the madness. You know, that's still to be seen.
Many are now taking their frustrations directly to Republican lawmakers at town halls across the country.
I'm about ready to lose my farm. I am pissed, and I'm pissed at you.
You know, guys, I that last piece there, I understand the frustration. We need to continue to talk to our representatives across the board. I don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans, and make sure that they understand we got to get this done. We got to get trade locked in place, and we also got to get a farm bill done. That's that piece that I showed you earlier in the show where it talks about the farm bill. We got to get that piece actually done. Hey, I'm going to move very quickly because we were just talking about row crops with soybeans and cotton, but I do want to show you a video where it's talking specifically about soybeans, and then I'll come back and have some comments over there.
Table they talk, we made a wonderful deal for everybody. Our farmers, as you know, with the soybeans at levels that nobody's ever seen before, we were able to make phenomenal deals. If we didn't have the tariffs, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So we thought we did very well yesterday. We hope that we did.
Trade tensions between the United States and China currently cooling off after President Trump's recent trip overseas. But American farmers are still hurting from this dispute. Eunice Yoon joins us right now with more on this. And Eunice, these are complicated times.
Definitely complicated times, Becky. The trade truce has raised hopes among American farmers that the worst may be over. But as I found out in Shanghai, it's not a done deal.
Illinois soybean farmer Scott Gaffner has come to Shanghai to save his China business.
We want to make sure that our soybeans are getting exported to China because it's a very important market to us.
Gaffner is part of a delegation of American farmers who visited an import fair here after President Trump met China's Xi Jinping in South Korea, in part to reboot stalled U.S. soybean sales.
Amid the current trade war, the Chinese specifically targeted U.S. soybeans to pressure President Trump. That caused major financial problems for American farmers, like Mr. Gaffner.
Gaffner sold 40% of his soybean exports to China. When he arrived in Shanghai, zero.
Normally, whenever we're combining the soybeans, we're going to take them right to the river, down the river to Louisiana, and then ship that to China. But with China not buying any soybeans, we're taking them right to our bins and we're storing them in our bins.
After Trump's talks with Xi, there's hope business may be back. The White House says China will buy 12 million metric tons of soybeans by the end of this year and 25 million for each of the next 3 years. That's still down from the near 27 million China bought in 2024. China has yet to confirm the numbers.
We'd like to have just kind of a continuation of smooth sailing. Do I think that's realistic? I don't know. These are two big, powerful countries, a lot of issues.
Gaffner is still optimistic. Towards the end of his trip, he got a call his farm sold one shipment.
We'd like no trade war because hopefully that levels the playing field and we just want to do business.
American soybean farmers are still at a disadvantage. The Chinese have lifted retaliatory tariffs on some agricultural products, but they maintain a 13% tariff on U.S. soybeans. So, Becky, that makes U.S. soybeans much more expensive still than some of the other countries' soybeans.
Wow, that is a lot, Eunice. And I guess trying to figure it out is going to take some time, too. This sounds like it's almost an ever-changing story.
Yeah, I mean, it is an ever-changing story. Today, there were some announcements from the Chinese that they were going to suspend port fees, that they were easing some of the curbs on rare earth controls. So we're starting to see that both sides are taking steps to follow up on the Busan meeting and to try to really ratchet down some of the tensions. But at the same time, I was speaking with the AmCham president in Shanghai, and he said that this latest trade truce really just stabilized things for the moment, but that the fundamental issues are still there.
Well, as you can see, the farmer could be doing everything right on their farm. Right now, we have a big issue between the United States and China. And until we actually get that worked out, I think our soybean farmers are still going to be in the hurt locker. But we're going to continue to follow this because it's ongoing every day and every week. And we hope and pray that we can get this worked out so that our brothers and sisters that are actually selling the row crop, soybeans specifically, can actually have a customer that they can actually sell to. Right now, we have a deal, but to be honest with you, that deal is actually less than what they actually sold the year before. So we need to call a spade and kind of go from there. But I'm confident that leadership is going to work this thing out. And I'm glad to see that we have some farmers that have the ability to go directly to the source over to China to say, hey, we need to buy this. But hey, I want to come back closer to home and talk about SNAP because I think everybody understands. Maybe I didn't even say it, but I'll say it now. The government is open again. I'm not sure if I said that or not. The government is open again. It took 43 days. It's the longest our government has ever been shut down, and it had unbelievable effect on the American citizens here. And one of those areas that was affected was SNAP. I'm not sure if you know that SNAP mainly goes to our senior citizens and our less fortunate children. We just got it figured out, or the government just opened back up, but that doesn't mean that every state has received the money. And then when states receive the money, we have to figure out when is the money going to get to their to the individual. Right now, there's roughly about 3,000 people watching us. So again, thank you. And let's go on and run the video that talks about SNAP, and I'll talk some specific dates on the back end, specifically here to Georgia.
On critical food assistance are still waiting to receive their full benefits for the month, even though the government shutdown has now ended. The 42 million Americans, including 14 million children who depend on those food stamps known as SNAP, have been caught in the crosshairs amid legal whiplash over the program's funding. Joining us now to discuss is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who oversees SNAP. Thank you so much for coming on, Secretary. I know how busy you are right now. First of all, when can all SNAP recipients across every state expect to receive their full benefits?
Well, I just left USDA to come join you. It's great to be here. We are immediately last night began moving out, making sure that the program continues unabated, starting once the government reopened. And hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday. But keep in mind, the SNAP program is funded by the federal government, but it is the 50 states and 50 different infrastructures that move that money out, which is what made it so complicated, the patchwork. But it's moving, it's coming, and for those who really depend on it, good news is on the way.
You know, that is good news. The good news is that we finally got our head out of our butt and actually got the government open back up so we can feed them, the least fortunate of us. I want to, because I think y'all guys know that I'm here in Georgia. I want to make sure that I can't speak on every state, but let me speak on Georgia. And I'm going to take my time and look at my screen and make sure I give you the right information. In the great state of Georgia, when they receive the money, it comes from the federal government, it comes down to the state, and then the state then processes it and send it out to the individuals. In the great state of Georgia, it's 10 dates that people receive their SNAP, and I want to make sure that people copy these dates. These are the dates that people will receive SNAP on their EBT card. The 5th, the 7th, the 9th, the 11th, the 13th, the 15th, which is actually tomorrow, today is the 14th, the 17th, the 19th, the 21st, and the last date or last group of people receive it on the 23rd of the month. What I don't know, and we'll do more research, is when the state gets the money, because today is the 14th, will the people that, when they finally push it out this week or next week, will they actually send it to everybody that started on the 5th? Or will they start their process? We'll get more information on that, but hopefully by the time we have our show for next week, that everybody in the great state of Georgia have their SNAP. And when I say have their SNAP, I'm talking about 100% of the money that they should have received so they can take care of their families and have a very productive Thanksgiving. Right now, I just want to say thank you, because right now it's over 3,000 people watching us. We've been on roughly about 30 minutes, and now we're about to move into our guest speaker. Our guest that we actually got on the show, I had to film it. I think I filmed it either Wednesday or whatever. It might have been Tuesday. I don't remember anymore. But the reason why we filmed it early is because she's getting ready for a major event that's going to happen this week at her farmer's market. And we did not want to take away from her time on a Friday morning to try to get things up and going. So this next portion here is pre-recorded. Her name is Samantha. She's awesome. And then after we finish doing the interview, or you see in the interview, I will then come back on live and close the show out. But I say this in advance. Get the information on Samantha's farm if you're in the area. Ringo, Georgia, please go by and support all of those farmers. It's fresh food, fresh meat, the whole 9 yards. But with that, let's let Samantha tell them everything that she's doing. All right. Good morning, Samantha. It's so good to have you on our show. I know you are sitting up there in the big city of Ringo. Uh, I tell you, I know we're going to talk about your farmers market and a couple other things. But before we even get into that, and you tell us your journey, I just want to let you know. I think one of the coolest things is that I have found out from listening to the radio or somewhere that Dolly Parton got married right there in Ringo. So the next time I'm in Ringo, I got to go and see exactly where she got married. But that's not what the show is about today. This show is about the farmers market. You got a big event coming up on Saturday. But before we start talking about that, can you just kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're trying to do?
Sure. I've lived in Ringgold for over 20 years. We started this market during COVID when the grocery stores were empty. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I had lots of food. I have a whole network of farmers. I'm a farmer. And we were trying to figure out that the food was available locally. There just wasn't access to it. So we decided, some friends and I decided a farmer's market was something that we needed. And so I formed it as a nonprofit, a 501c3, and we started our first season about 8 months later. We were ready, and we function completely on business sponsorships and grant funding. And our entire staff is a volunteer staff. So it's grown exponentially. We're about to finish our 5th season here in Ringgold.
Oh, that's outstanding. And to see where it's a need, and then not just to sit around and say, I think we need to do something, but you actually put pen to paper and started something that's going extremely well right now. About how many people come to your farmers market is it on a weekly basis or every 2 weeks, or how does that work?
We operate the end of April through usually the end of October, middle of October. We have a holiday market coming up, but we average 35 vendors every Saturday during that time frame from 9 to 1, and we usually have around 400 customers. That's our average for the week.
That is, that's big time. And this week we are obviously recording this conversation that you and I are doing. We recorded early. Today is Wednesday, but we'll play it on Friday. But as we speak right now, the government's still shut down. People still trying to get it figured out. Are they getting their SNAP? Are they not here in Georgia? There's a lot of things going on. Can you kind of give us some ideas of how the farmers market can support the local community? And is it any kind of way that y'all guys address some issues that are going on with SNAP when it finally SNAP program gets stood back up again?
Right. Our market accepts SNAP. We're proud to accept SNAP in our market. And we have a grant through Wholesome Wave, Georgia, that allows us to double SNAP dollars at our market. So if someone attends our market and swipes for, say, $10 of SNAP, we give them another $10 on top of that for produce. So this shutdown and the lack of SNAP has definitely affected us. Our system that we use to swipe SNAP isn't even functioning at the moment.
Wow.
One of the programs our market also has is called Nourish North Georgia. So throughout the entire season, we do buy out all of our produce farmers. So all of our produce farmers sell out every weekend. We buy everything they did not sell and we donate it right up the road to our local food pantry so that our food pantry has fresh produce. And we will do that again this Saturday at our holiday market. Whatever produce our farmers bring, if they don't sell it, we're going to buy it and take it to the food pantry.
That is big time, because right now it's a big need across the entire country, but particularly here in Georgia, and specifically in Northwest Georgia. So I'm glad to hear not only are you doing the farmers market, but then on top of that, whatever is not sold, you then turn back around and buy it and give it to the pantry so that they can actually still get it out to the needy. Hopefully, come Saturday, the government will be open again. We'll have the SNAP program up and running so that many people that are in need can actually come to your farmers market and get double. What do you want to tell us about your holiday market that's happening this Saturday?
Oh, this is the largest market Ringgold has had. We have 65 vendors attending this market. It's going to be huge. There will be farmers, artists, bakers. Santa is going to be there.
Santa's coming too?
Santa,
Oh
Santa will
boy,
be there.
you can't beat that.
Yeah, families are welcome to bring their kids out. We have a children's club called the Pop Club, and although we won't be signing in kids this weekend for Pop Club, all of the kids who attend the market, we're going to give them 2 market bucks to spend. Which is something we do on a regular market basis. And we decided, with the support of our local Ringgold telephone company, that we would give all the kids $2 to spend. We have lots of vendors who have items for $1 and $2 so that these kids can shop, and so these kids can get to know all of the vendors and become lifelong market shoppers.
Yeah, and that gives them a purpose to come to the farmers market, have fun, and on top of that, it gives them the opportunity to talk to, like you said, the vendors, but all of the farmers, and basically get a better understanding is, where did my meat come from, or where did the egg come from, and have that conversation, because so many people sometimes thinks that food just comes from Kroger's. They don't understand, where it really came from.
Yes. Yeah, that's the beauty of farmers markets. Farmers markets and the farmers there build a trust, and they have a transparency. And while they're doing that, they're also supporting local economic development for sure. Farmers markets have a huge economic impact on the communities they serve.
It's so cool that you're actually doing the local market here. But can you explain to our audience the importance of buying local versus not really knowing where your food's coming from? Because now food not only comes from 2 states over, some of our stuff comes from other countries, Argentina, all kind of places. So how can you explain that piece to the audience, please?
Sure. When you buy from a local farmer, you do know exactly who you're buying from. And when you go to the farmer's market, you can ask them, how did you raise this cow? Mm-hmm. How did you raise this pig? Do you spray anything on these vegetables? The questions that you can't get when you're buying from the grocery store. COVID showed us what happens when you support just a global economy. Grocery store shelves were literally empty. And the people who had access to local farmers had lots of food. I had tons of food because I grow my own food. And if I didn't have it, I knew a farmer who did. Excellent. And that's why we have this farmers market. If anything were to happen globally, if there was a trucks strike, and semis couldn't haul produce or food from even, say, South Florida, you still have your local. You still have the farmer next door who you could buy things from. You still have the farmer's market. You still know everyone, and your food source is much more secure that way. It's extremely important to support these local farmers because they also are a huge part of the local economy. And especially in a rural community, if you want it to thrive, you have to realize how important the agricultural community is to the economic development of your area.
Excellent. And I'm assuming that most of your farmers that's supporting the farmers market, are they all right there in Ringo, or they're outside the area driving in?
The one in Ringgold, Rabbit Valley Farmers Market, is right smack in downtown Ringgold. But there's a thriving market in Lafayette, in Walker County. There are over 8,000 markets across the country, farmers markets. I think there are a little over 8,700. We're just one of them.
You just one of them. So this is something that we need to just point out to everybody on this show. Make sure you support not only what you're doing on Saturday, but if it's a farmers market in your local area, find out when it's actually going to happen. Go there and support them and buy fresh food. And that's how you're putting money back into your local community. Is it anything else that you want to make sure that all our viewers know about you before we close out today?
No, I can't think of anything other than, another important aspect. The average farmer right now is in their 60s, which isn't old. But it is super important to support younger farmers. And part of supporting and encouraging younger farmers is to get out and support markets. One of the biggest differences between small farmers and large industrialized farmers is these smaller farmers create support more biodiversity in our land and in our soil. They preserve traditional farming practices that larger scale farmers don't have, and they do secure food locally. Larger industrial farms tend to focus on efficiency more than sustainability, and smaller farmers are definitely more sustainability focused, and that's extremely important for a community to thrive.
Outstanding. So let's make sure everybody knows. I think the big day is Saturday. What time should they all get there when it starts, and then also importantly when it closes?
It starts at 11 a.m. and we will be out there until 4 p.m. We have a wonderful variety of market vendors and farmers. We will have someone out there cooking street tacos for everybody for lunch. And there's also a business right next door, a bookstore that is also having kind of a Christmas market. So there's going to be tons to do out there on Saturday.
Well, I tell you, I'm not 100% sure what Carla and I are doing on Saturday, but don't be surprised because she loves coming to the farmers market that we show up in Ringo and buy some local food, buy some beef, and support everything. So again, thank you for being on the show. I look forward to meeting you in person, and then on top of that, best of luck on Saturday. I hope thousands and thousands and thousands of people come out and just buy everything the local farmers are trying to sell. So again, have a great day.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye.
I tell you, watching that's the best interview I ever seen. That's the first time I've actually seen the interview when I've actually done it. So that was a little different, and it worked out great. Again, go and support your local farmers market. That is the key. I don't care what part of the country you're in, but if you're here in Northwest Georgia, go and check those guys out this coming Saturday. Hey, I just want to touch on one or two things because we've been on now roughly about 47 minutes. And as I'm here talking to you, basically about to close the show out, I think that we're going to end up having more than 5,000 people watching us live. So I want to stop and say thank you for supporting our show. Thank you for everything that you're doing for us, and then sharing it after we go off. Share it with all your friends across the board. But this particular show here, we have talked about a lot of things. It's very stressful out here in the agriculture community. One of the things that I used to talk about in the military is all the time is, hey, if you need some mental health, get some mental health, because I don't want you to make a short time decision for a long time problem. So help me help you. If you're looking for help, you can see right there on the screen that this is the number that you can call and get some help, because suicide rates are very high right now with our farmers across the board. They don't want to be the one that loses the family farm. So help me help you. I know that's not a happy note to end the show on, but I also think that's a very important note to put the show to put out there, because as you saw during the course of this show, it's still a lot of things that are still being worked out. At the end of the day, we still really don't have a good trading system with China. That's still being worked on. At the end of the day, we're still talking about SNAP is going to make it to the state. And so that means that somebody today is looking in their refrigerator and saying, you know what, we don't have anything, and I don't have a real good warm and fuzzy when they're going to actually put some money on my SNAP. So on my EBT card. So let's keep everybody lifted up in prayer. Let's keep everybody focused on, we're going to get through this. And again, just thank you for supporting our show. Roughly right now, we did it for 50 minutes. And when I look at the number, it's roughly 5,304 people that are actually watching us live. And let me just say this. Thank you for all your support. And you know, today I got a cheap styrofoam cup from the lobby. Matter of fact, just to let you know, I actually have 3 styrofoam cups to equal 1 cup of coffee. But guess what? The cup is now empty. Thank you. See you again next Friday. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep working hard. Let's have a great time. Talk to you.
Hey guys, Shawn here. Voices from the Dirt Road. Hey, we had finally got this thing figured out. As you probably could tell, we got some lighting, but this is episode 9. On episode 9 was designed to talk directly to my fellow veterans, and we were talking about healthcare opportunities. So please, veterans and our spouses and our entire family, if you don't watch any of the episodes, watch this one over and over, because right now it is time for you to sign up for additional health care, and we want to make sure that you're taken care of. So have a great slow day with your family this Thanksgiving. Hey, good morning. Good to see you, everybody out there. Welcome to Voices from the Dirt Road. I'm getting it all mixed up, and the reason why I'm getting it all mixed up, because I'm gonna tell you the truth, I'm actually a little sleepy this morning. Last night we had some cows delivered that I bought from JYJ Farms down in Alabama last week, and it was an accident on I-20 yesterday that kind of shut the whole thing down. And those cows were supposed to be delivered here at noon yesterday. They got here last night at 10:30. That is a picture of her. She's a bred heifer. She was getting off the trailer. That's the best picture I could get. So yeah, I'm a little tired this morning, but that's okay, because we got a great show for you. At the end of the show, I got Selena. She's going to be on. She's from Humana Health, and we're talking directly to veterans. So, hey, today, this is perfect because I still hadn't changed all the stuff behind me. Yes, you see the beef, but you also see I did a little time in the military. I'm proud of that, and look forward to having a discussion later on in the show about how can we get additional health care for our veterans. So please, veterans, come on board. If you know a veteran, call him or her, tell them to get on board, because we're going to have some great information for them this afternoon and or earlier this morning. That's what I said. I'm real sleepy, but that's all good. First of all, I want to just thank everybody. We only been on for like 2 minutes, and we already got 100+ people watching us. So tell your friends, tell them come on in, and we can kind of go from there. Hey, let me give you kind of an update of what's going on here on the farm. As y'all guys know, I own a farm up here in Northwest Georgia. We just started it maybe about 2.5 years ago when I got out of the military, but I was born and raised on a farm in Southwest Georgia, so I know a little bit to be dangerous. No, I actually know a lot about what's going on, but what I want to say is this: to all my veterans and all my fellow farmers, keep working hard. Go for your dreams. I know things are a little crazy right now, but it's going to be okay, and we're going to continue to work our way through it. Couple things that happened here on my farm this week. One, we actually started the week off with a brand new calf that was born to a black Angus cow with a Wagyu bull. So that little calf right there, there's a picture of him. That's that little guy. When I put his little earrings on him, guess what he did? He kicked me right in the shin. So he's going to be an outstanding bull someday. And just glad to have him here on the farm. But that heifer right there, she's doing an awesome job. I actually bought that heifer right there from Berry College. So I call her Berry College. She's a good mother, doing a great job, and got great genetics. And then in addition to all of that, we had 2 other cows that had calves a little bit early in the year. We still hadn't got our breeding cycle synced like I wanted. But, you know, right now with what's going on with cattle out there, I couldn't afford to have some open cows just walking around eating up grass. So I actually rented a bull. We do everything on this farm here, artificial insemination, but sometimes we have to rent a bull and bring it in because I can't afford I guess I could say I can't afford to purchase a bull for such a small herd. Our herd is about 20 head of cattle right now. We're going to try to grow into about 40. That's the average size of a small cattle farm or a medium-sized cattle farm. So we're growing, but that rental bull came to our property. He's only been here about 3 days, and he's already out there working. But the key thing was last night, JYJ Farms, they came up and delivered my cow, and I just want to say thank you to those guys. They were very, very professional, and I know they got home safe. And this trailer as they leave my house last night. That is outstanding. They got called in an accident out there on 20, but we got the cow. Everything's good. And you know, for Truth and Linden this morning, as soon as I finish with y'all guys, I'm going outside because I did take a picture of the calf, like I said, when she was, the cow, when she was getting off the trailer, but it wasn't that good. And then when she got mixed in with the herd, I couldn't even see her. So I'm going to go out as soon as the sun comes up and actually check on them and make sure she's okay with the rest of the crowd. Hey, right now, let me just stop and thank everybody that's already on. We roughly got about 300 people on right now. So I'm going to go on and jump into our show and continue to tell your friends to come on board, because we have an awesome show for you today. I am excited about our guest. She's going to provide us some great information for our veterans. I think all of y'all guys know that I did many years in the service. And one of the things I want to make sure that happens from Voices from the Dirt Road is this, that we share information that everyday people need in the rural community. And as y'all guys know, it is a lot of veterans that are out here in the rural community. So that is my focus. I want to make sure that you have the information, your spouse has the information, so that you and your family can be taken care of, especially as you're trying to navigate your way through this healthcare situation that we have going on. But let's jump right into it. The first thing we're going to talk about is SNAP this morning. As y'all guys know, over the last couple of weeks, the government finally opened back up. That is a great thing. Finally opened back up. But what I would tell you, we still feeling the effects of the government being shut down. Here in Georgia, I'm about to talk about it after we look at a couple of these videos. But here in Georgia, I want to make sure I bring some very good information that we just got yesterday from the department. And I'll get into those details after these videos. But let's just go to our very first video. It's from Atlanta first, and they're going to bring us up to speed on where we at on SNAP. I know some people are getting it, but people are still struggling. So let's make sure let's help people out. Show the first video.
Filling back up, Georgians relying on SNAP benefits are seeing their accounts restored.
Well, that money is trickling in as efforts to help feed those in a pinch continues to increase. Atlanta News First senior reporter Patrick Quinn is live in Gwinnett County. And Patrick, you were at a food distribution event in Lilburn, and it has been a very busy afternoon there today.
Tracy, we're continuing to see car after car show up here. I just got an update from leaders here. They say they've helped more than 600 families here and so many people in line today. They're telling me that these efforts are so vital. They're just feeling the cost of living is so high right now, they say. What also helps is SNAP benefits are being fully restored statewide. SNAP benefits are flowing again in Georgia.
I got my benefits back at a trickle.
For Susie Moore in Lawrenceville, she got $16 last week, $8 this week. Her full $24 monthly allotment now restored to her EBT account. She just went grocery shopping.
Now this is a 6-pack, and it was for $10.97. So that's a little bit pricier, but I will get 6 meals out of this.
According to Georgia's Department of Human Services, after SNAP benefits were halted due to the government shutdown, all recipients who received partial benefits, like Susie, should have gotten, as of this week, the remainder of their funds. And a spokesperson told me those who get a lump sum allotment should have it by next week.
I'm budgeting to the nth degree. That last penny screaming, let me tell you. You know.
Early Tuesday, DHS reported its website was down due to a global IT outage. A spokesperson told me the outage did not impact issuance of SNAP benefits. Roughly 1.5 million people in Georgia rely on SNAP. There certainly is a need here in Gwinnett County here at this food distribution event. We got here an hour early. The line starts here, but it wraps all the way out the front entrance of this park into the street. In Lilburn, the county handing out boxes of food.
Thank you. Have a good day.
With beans, corn, potatoes, and pasta, Thelma Gibson waited her turn.
Prices of food is so high. It's needed so much.
Back in Lawrenceville, Susie said food drives and donations make a real dent in her monthly costs. She's relieved her SNAP benefits have been restored, but she fears for how long.
Yes, I got the rest of my SNAP. It trickled in, but I got it. But what is Trump going to do? What can Trump do, you know? And, you know, what are our lawmakers going to do about all this?
And back here live in Lilburn, I just got an update from organizers. They're starting to run out of food at this distribution center. They hope to feed potentially 100 more families. This event was supposed to go till 5 o'clock, but we're starting to see things start to trickle down just a little bit. And again, the state here, they say that in terms of SNAP benefits, all recipients statewide should be fully restored by early next week. Live tonight in Gwinnett County, Patrick Quinn, Atlanta News First.
Well, hey, if y'all guys can see, you know, I'm glad to see that SNAP benefits are going back out. But if you looked at that video, you can tell we're in a what I call a food crisis. As you can see, it's pretty nice cars that were pulling up, trying to get some food. So this is not only about SNAP. This is about making sure that people can actually make it. But this segment here, we're talking about SNAP. I want to stop again and say thank you to everybody that's watching. We roughly got about 800 plus people that are watching right now. Hey, let me just take a few minutes and talk to you about this cup. This cup here is when I was stationed in the Virgin Islands, St. Croix. A lady actually made it, and I bought it at her little booth. This cup now is probably 7-8 years old. I think it's the coolest cup that I actually have. It's lizards or iguanas all over the Virgin Islands, and that's what this guy's supposed to be. So it's my favorite cup. I've now had it for many years, and I plan to have it for many more. So if you ever got a chance to go down to the Virgin Islands, make sure that when you're having fun out on the beach, go to all of those little craft shops, and the people are doing an awesome job down there. So I don't remember her name, but if she's watching, thank you. I still have this cup, and I still drink coffee out of it every day, and it was handmade, so it's very precious to me. So now let's jump back into the SNAP. As we just talked about, the government is open back up. People are starting to receive their SNAP. We still have a few food distribution centers are still giving things out. And just so happened in the middle of all of that, the Secretary of Agriculture made an announcement today or this week that in person I think is kind of crazy. I think it's going to cause problems. I think it's going to hurt people. But let's see. Maybe she got a better plan than me. So let's play the video of Secretary Rollins and how she's going to help us out.
The government shutdown is over, but now millions of SNAP recipients are being asked to reapply for benefits. Talk to us about why that is necessary and if that's going to impact Americans' ability to feed their families.
Well, Nicole, first of all, thanks for having me back. It's great to see you. I think what's really important, and you mentioned it, that we have been, for the first time in history, collecting the data. We asked all the states to send data in. We had 29 states comply, most of them the red states. And what we found was staggering. And this was before the government shutdown. This is over the last few months. 186,000 dead people receiving benefits, 500,000 Americans receiving benefits 2 times, so double what they should be receiving. We've arrested more than 120 people with SNAP fraud. And that's just from the states that sent their data in. That doesn't include most of the blue states, where we believe there's even more fraud and abuse. And under the last administration, the SNAP benefits increased 40%. So clearly there's a right sizing that needs to happen. And the, I think, unintended consequence of the Democrat shutdown was now the spotlight has been shined on. And we have to make sure, for those who really need this benefit, that we are able to make sure that it's going to the right people. So we're making a lot of structural changes in SNAP. We'll have a big announcement about that the week after Thanksgiving, exactly what that's going to look like.
Well, as you can see, apparently we're going to start. Everybody's going to have to reapply. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to happen. But if you noticed in that video, I think when you play this back later on today or tomorrow, when you got some time, it had Georgia on there. And it was 1.4 million people receiving SNAP here in Georgia. My greater concern is, how are we going to make sure that people are getting their benefits, and at the same time make sure that we have enough people in place to process all these people in a timely manner, so that the people that are not breaking the rules are not being punished. I think in every government program, you have always somebody playing some foolishness. You work through that on the administrative side and kind of just go from there. And then I think we all know people die every day. And just because you die on a Monday doesn't mean that it shows up on Tuesday. It takes some time to actually play out over the system. So we're going to have to work that out. But before we go to the next video, I just want to say again, thank you to everybody that's watching. I'm looking at the screen here, and we almost at 1,200 people, 1,200 people that are watching us live. So I want to thank you for that. Getting up this time of morning. The time now is 7:16 here in the great state of Georgia. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, like I said earlier, if you're just jumping on, today's show, the meat and potatoes of this show, is going to be talking directly to veterans, talking about their health care, talking about additional health care they can get. I want to make sure that we got enough, a significant amount of people watching, that you can make sure that all the veterans are aware of this, because it's very, very important. So let's go back to SNAP. I couldn't find anything on Georgia for as a video, but we did find a video that kind of pertains to us up there in Baltimore. But I think the same issue that they have, we're going to have here in Georgia. Go on and play the video, please.
After Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins announced in media interviews and on social media that all SNAP recipients will have to reapply for benefits, writing on X, quote, "SNAP fraud is out of control, and the numbers we have prove it. Data from just 29 states uncovered nearly 200,000 people with dead people's Social Security numbers." Leaders with organizations like Maryland Hunger Solutions and Community Assistance Network, which help people apply for SNAP benefits, worry how the change will impact their clients and their workload.
With this administrative decision, it is going to cause chaos. Because now you're going to have everyone coming in at one time to reapply, which is not enough staffing already. I can only imagine what our doors are going to look like if they're saying everybody has to reapply at the same time and it's not like a phase out.
Our SNAP clients already have to recertify either annually, so once a year, or every 6 months as part of program regulations. So they are already complying with that requirement to do so. And honestly, anything else that would be added on top of that is just adding an extra layer of bureaucracy and challenge for our clients.
In a statement, a spokesperson with the USDA told me that the work to eliminate fraud will include the standard recertification process, ongoing analysis of state data, further regulatory work, and improved collaboration with states. Live in Hamden, I'm Brianna Ross, WBAL TV 11 News.
Hey, thank you for that, because that when I first read it 2 days ago, that's the first thing popped in my head is, do we have the staff in place to do this? And then why are we doing it, and why are we doing it right now when we just coming off a government shutdown? The government is already behind on many things. They were out of work for more than 40 plus days. So we need to get our hands around this. Hey, my team reached out yesterday. I'm going to look at the screen here. My team reached out yesterday to the Georgia Department of Health Services to find out some additional information for Georgia specifically. It says anybody who missed SNAP benefits payments should have received their payments as of November 18th. Let me say that again. So if you were supposed to receive your payments before November 18th, as of right now, you should have all of your payments full, and then everybody else should start receiving their payments as regularly scheduled. So we like putting out up-to-date information, and as this thing play out more and more, we will dig into it more for you. We will make sure that we follow up and make sure that the people that are in need, again, people in the city, but also people in the rural community, that we actually provide you with information, make sure that you can actually get there, get recertified, and do all the things that you want to do. But we will also follow up and make sure that the department has enough people to handle all these people getting recertified and how that's going to work out. So got a little work to do, a lot of things happening, but at the end of the day, we need to feed the American people that are mostly in need. Right now, I just want to stop again and say thank you, thank you, thank you. I see that roughly about 1,500 people are actually watching us right now. We've been on about 20 minutes. So thank you. Thank you. I'm always amazed of how many people get up this early with Old Soldier and talk about things that are happening in the rural community. Another hot topic I want to move to quickly is soybeans. As you know, our farmers are still struggling. As y'all guys know, President Trump and his team cut a deal with China. And I'll be honest with you. Some days they tell us that we got a deal with China. Other days they come back and say we don't have a deal with China. Sometimes we read something or somebody in our community says, yep, sales are up. And then you find out that no, China didn't buy anything. They buy everything from Brazil. So let's go to my Ag Day. That's a show that I like to start my morning off. Let's see what they had to say about it.
Welcome news for U.S. soybean growers. China has finally come in with a big buy. I'm Clinton Griffiths. Beijing buying at least 14 cargoes of U.S. beans for shipment next month and in January. Agday's Michelle Rook joins me. Michelle, that's its largest single buying round since at least January.
Right, Clinton. After rumors to start the week, USDA confirmed on Tuesday daily sales of 29 million bushels of U.S. soybeans sold to China. Now, when added to the flash sales USDA reported last Friday, that totals nearly 38 million bushels of China bean buys so far. So it's at least a start to China's 440 million bushel commitment for this year. However, after trade talks last Friday, we're finding out the timetable for those sales may be shifting. China bought more than $12 billion of U.S. soybeans last year, so the market has been focused on China purchases, and they're finally starting to arrive with confirmation of 14 cargoes on Monday, a move that appears to signal a commitment to a trade truce agreed to late last month.
We got the confirmation today of the 792,000 metric ton, which, nice sale. It really helped the market. It's confirmation that China's in and the least they're buying.
However, Bloomberg reported up to 20 cargoes sold to COPCO for delivery in December and January from the Gulf and Pacific Northwest ports. Now, the country would need to book several cargoes a day to meet their 12 million metric ton commitment by January. However, that timetable may be shifting.
Yesterday the administration came out and said that, China's going to come into this maybe a little slower than what was first anticipated.
They're talking about, 12 million metric tons by the end of the season. And that would mean the marketing year. So by the end of August, September 1st. If that's the case, that makes a little bit more sense. They could do that.
The biggest chunk of the China purchases is still likely to come before Brazil's new crop comes to market
by February. So they'll start to take some of the, their sales will start sometime January, February, and for their shipments about a month later. So it would be, prudent that we start getting a little bit busier on getting these sales made. It needed to happen soon.
However, Turner says there's also a chance for a smaller amount of China soybean business later in the season.
But there's also a window in June, July, and August where we can kind of after Brazil's and South America's season where we can see more exports there.
Turner says if China upholds the initial 12 million metric tons and fulfills the 25 million metric tons for next year, it's good for soybean prices.
And if that's the case, then forget about blowing through, 11 to 12. It really would be blowing through 12 and 13 to get to 14.
And it's all welcome news to soybean producers.
I know there's been a lot of uncertainty within our soybean market, and announcement of sales is positive. It's another important step past the agreement that was announced a couple weeks ago.
I'm Michelle Rook reporting for Ag Day.
Well, like I said, as you can see there, a lot of things are going on. One of the things I want to make sure that our audience, and I'm thankful that there's roughly about 1,700 people watching us right now. But one of the things I want to make sure that I reorient y'all guys to what we're all about. We on this show is Voices from the Dirt Road. But when you look at this stool, I think it's important that you understand that when we're talking about SNAP is a part of the Department of Agriculture. You can see that on the back side of that stool. That's one of the legs. And then when we're talking about soybeans, we're talking about row crops. And then sometimes we talk about forestry, because right now, in the state of Georgia, I think 4 or 5 paper mills have shut down over our state. So as hurting that industry. We'll talk more about that in future shows. And then we also talk about livestock. And livestock is the area that I'm in the cattle business, but it covers anybody with poultry, turkeys, you name it, fish, you name it. That's all in the livestock piece of that. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that all of those things are tied back to the Department of Agriculture. That's why we actually show Secretary Rollins and what she's talking about, because her words mean something. And then the last thing I would point to your attention, at the very top of the stool, we got to get the farm bill passed. And you say to yourself, well, Shawn, what is the farm bill? At the end of the day, we call it the farm bill. But and don't quote me on my numbers, but I think 60+% of the farm bill is the budget for SNAP. I want to make sure that everybody understands that we named it the farm bill. And yes, it takes care of farmers, but the majority of the money that's actually in the farm bill is taking care of SNAP, or taking care of our most needy. And in addition to that, the last time we had a SNAP was back in 2018. And if you actually know, prices are a lot higher here in 2025 than 2018. So we need to get that thing back in order. And so I would ask you to talk to your representatives and say, hey, let's get this farm bill passed so that we can take care of people in the city, take care of people in the rural community, and take care of our farmers. So I just wanted to stop a little bit and make sure everybody understood that piece. Right now, we roughly got about 1,800 people watching us. But I want to go back and pass on one more thing when it comes to the soybeans. And just last night or this morning, we got a report from Reuters that says, hey, China is not importing soybeans for the second month. They're actually buying soybeans from Brazil. So, excuse me, like I mentioned, we're getting information, but sometimes the information is going against each other. We will continue to work hard this upcoming week. I know we're about to go into Thanksgiving, but we will work very hard to ensure that we provide you with the right information, because at the end of the day, this is about farmers. And I'm not 100% sure, when you boil this thing down right to the farmer level, can they afford to wait on somebody to get it figured out? I'm concerned that farmers are going to start going bankrupt. I'm concerned that farmers are going to start doing short-term decisions for a long-term solution. If you guys watch my show, I talk about there at the end how we can get you some help. But again, right now, as of last night, you can see right there, that was yesterday, that this report came out of Reuters that said, hey, it doesn't look like China's buying this stuff. So again, conflicting information. Let's move on to my neck of the woods, and that's beef. I'm gonna speed this thing up a little bit so that we can get to our guests. Right now, we got almost 2,000 people watching us live, so I want to thank you for that. My goal is to try to have it up around 3,000 people. So tell your friends. So I want to at least have about 3,000 people watching us live when I get to my guests here. So the last thing I'm going to talk about before we go to the guests is talking about beef. If y'all guys know that I'm in the beef industry myself, we run a cow-calf operation. We're still very small. That's okay. I think y'all guys also know that I served in the military, so I'm a veteran, and I'm living my dream. I dream to be able to have my own farm, and I have it. Is it easy? Yes. Or no, it's not easy. It's a lot of hard work, but I love it every day. It gives me purpose. It gives me something to do. And I just want to be able to take my passion and share it with you and try to help out other farmers any kind of way I can. So right now we roughly got about 2,000 people. Let's see. This has been another crazy week in the world of agriculture, specifically in beef. Let's go to President Trump a couple of weeks ago said he was going to bring Argentina beef in and try to bring down the prices in the grocery store. A lot of things has happened. So let's let President Trump speak for himself on beef this week.
Is we are doing phenomenally well. This is the greatest economy we've ever had. Their talking points, oh, costs are high, costs are high. By the way, the only thing is beef. Beef coffee is a little high because the ranchers are doing great. Coffee, we're going to lower some tariffs. We're going to have some coffee come in. We're going to take care of all this stuff very quickly, very easily. It's surgical. It's beautiful to watch. But our costs are way low.
Well, that's what the president said. I'm not going to say I agree or disagree. He's the president of the United States. People are briefing him, but I think if the people that are actually out here in the real world are probably just know when they go in the grocery store, I don't care where you go in the grocery store, from Publix to Kmart. I mean, not Kmart, but I'm dating myself. Go into Walmart or wherever you go. I think you know that grocery prices are pretty high right now. And you notice the reporter mentioned coffee. Late this week, I think they put out a list of all the things we're going to take the tariffs off to try to bring down the cost. But let's see how it works out. At the end of the day, we all need to understand that because beef prices are high in the store, that has nothing to do with the farmer that's actually producing you the cow. We talked about it last week. It is 4 producers. Those 4 producer companies are the ones that are controlling all the price. And the president last week launched the investigation. But I would tell you, from doing all these years in the military, just because you launch your investigation don't mean anything's going to change. So we need to make sure we hold people accountable and get at these 4 meat packing organizations that really control everything in the grocery store, and then everything when it comes to price of beef when we sell our cows. But let's see what Secretary Rollins got to say about beef this week.
On soybean farmers, let's expand. Let's talk cattle ranchers. The president, we know, focusing on affordability right now. He's cutting tariffs on beef, other food items. Beef prices right now, anybody who's been to the grocery store, they're way up. We're seeing this increase in market demand. The CEO of Omaha Steaks even warning of potentially $10 a pound beef becoming a reality next year. When do you see some relief coming, Secretary, to beef prices and really for those cattle ranchers?
Yes, and this is something the president is very focused on. In fact, about an hour ago, I was in our 4th meeting on cattle and beef in the Roosevelt Room right behind me with other members of the cabinet and senior staff. One of them joked that cattle have never been discussed so much in the best way, as the president is focused on ensuring that we're supporting our great farmers and ranchers. Listen, this is a supply and demand market. We are at our lowest herd in 75 years. The last administration had a little bit of a war on our cattle ranchers. They were concerned there was some climate change implications from cattle. They made it very difficult. We have opened up 5 million acres of grazing land for cattle. We're opening up smaller processing plants. We're launching a $100 million Made in America or Born in America, Produced in America campaign in January, really to support these cattlemen as we're working to bring the price of beef down. In the larger context, almost everything else is coming down. Dairy, eggs, cheese, turkey for Thanksgiving next year. I think the basket is about 17% lower this year than it was last year. But there are some outliers. Beef is one of them. The president's committed to getting that down, but also to ensuring that we're supporting, protecting, and rebuilding our herd for our cattle ranchers.
All right, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, I really.
Well, we heard our Secretary of Agriculture. I would hope to be able to get her on this show so we can talk directly to her. My team, we're working that. So if any of y'all guys out there know the Secretary, tell her about Voices from the Dirt Road, because I would love to interview her and have her talk directly to the American people that's actually out here in the rural community, especially the ones of you that watch this particular show. And again, I just want to stop and say thank you. We roughly got about 2,200 people watching us this morning. It's about 7:30. When Secretary Rollins talks about beef prices, it's a lot of things that she talk about. We have to continue to watch it closely because words are just words. You need to follow the actions. And at the end of the day, we're going to be following up in January to see there's all those things that she just said are actually going to happen or not. And when you get into this Thanksgiving basket, if you go do your research, you'll find out the reason why that Thanksgiving basket costs less is because it's a Walmart basket that they're talking about. Is because they put less items in it. So you're not getting the same thing that you got in past years, and people that understand that know where we're standing. So let's continue as cattlemen to continue to work on this. What I did like what she said is plenty of things that the Cattlemen Association and other associations have been fighting for, opening up grazing land, making additional processing plants closer in the region, creating competition. One thing I didn't hear her talk about specifically was the investigation against the 4 meat packing plants. So we got to continue to stay on top of this because it's going to affect us very, very much so. And it's going to affect you when you go in your grocery store. So we all got skin in the game on this one right here. But hey, now we're to the best part of the show. We're about to go to our guests. We got 2,217 people watching us live. And as y'all guys know, I am a disabled veteran, proud of my service in the military. As you can see, I still hadn't changed my background from the military to agriculture. We're taking some pictures, going to get those things switched out. But this morning, I love to introduce you to my guest, Selena. Let's bring Selena up. Selena, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you. I'm so excited that we got you on the show. Some close friends of mine reached out to me a few weeks ago and said, close military friends of mine reached out to me a few weeks ago and said, hey, Shawn, you got a great show, man. And I know it's Voices from the Dirt Road and all these kind of things. But do you think if you brought a guest on that would talk to veterans, talk to them, talking about additional health care, depending on all these things, would that fit your show? And I said to him, hell yeah, it'll fit my show. Let's make it happen, because at the end of the day, only 1%, less than 1% of American people raise their hand and become a veteran. So at the end of the day, a lot of those individuals live out here in the rural community. And today we're talking about how can we get them additional health care across the board. So Selena, glad to have you on board. Can you kind of introduce yourself and tell people who you are and who you're representing, and then we'll get into some questions.
Yeah, my name is Selena Sumter, and I'm a Humana representative that assists seniors, retired veterans, spouse, with getting additional Medicare benefits. And today I'd like to share some pieces about how Humana has for several years carved out a Medicare plan specifically for veterans and their spouse.
Excellent. And like I think I've said to the group, but I'll say it again because sometimes I can't remember exactly what I said. Is I'm a veteran. I'm disabled. I don't normally say this, but I am 100% disabled. And I think sometime when people hear you say that, they think, well, you know, did you get an arm blown off or your leg gone or whatever? They that's what they have in their mind. But the
Right.
reality of it is, you can be at different levels of being disabled. Can you kind of walk people through when people say they disabled, that, you know, some people say they 10%, 20%, all those kind of things. Can you kind of walk them through that process?
Well, the process starts with you going to your local VA veterans office, the administrative side. Sometimes they have a disabled veteran office or officer there that can help you get started with your benefit. If you're a veteran that has been wounded or whatever your records have, they'll start that process. I'm not all familiar with the entire process, how it happens, but if you're 100% disabled veteran.
Yep, I see we got a question from the audience that says, if you're 100% disabled veteran, are you qualified and are you eligible? So please.
Yes. The one that is 100% disabled, qualified, is eligible, and the one that is just beginning their process, because that is something you're doing for the benefit of yourself and your family. The plan is designed if you have TRICARE for Life, CHAMP VA, and usually when you're 100%, the spouse and extended part of the family have access to CHAMP VA. So if a person says I only did a tour of 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, the plan is still designed for you. But if you're 100% disabled, this is just giving you additional benefits of what you already have with the VA.
So one of the key things that we need to point out to our veterans is first of all, you need to go to the VA.
Yes.
You who cares if you like it or not, you still need to go to the VA. You still need to participate. You still need to get everything documented. You still need to make sure that you're taking care of your business. The other thing that I also want to say is spouses. I'm talking directly to you.
Yes.
And when I say spouses, I don't care if the spouse is a female or a male. Spouses, help us, because my fellow veterans, the only person we actually listen to is you. So if you tell us to go to our appointment at the VA, we're going to go. If you tell us to take our medicine, we're going to do it. If you tell us to, hey, do we have additional insurance to take care of you and to take care of the spouse and your kids, at least they will then go out and start going through the process and reaching out to somebody like you. So can you kind of tell us, and we see I got another question up there. Can you kind of tell us how these benefits work and all the different things that our veterans and spouses need to know?
Well, one of the first things I want to make sure I show, I'm sure a lot of you seen this card. Looks like a red, white, and blue. That's your Medicare Part A and B. So you will need to have Medicare Part A and B first. And the additional benefits of what we do, we absorb A and B and add C. So with that stated, we will, in Part C, we have $150 credit back to your Medicare payment. In 2026, Medicare is going up to $206.50. That is the baseline, depending on your income. So that's the baseline amount. It could be higher depending on your baseline when you retired. So let's use $206.50. That's just A and B. So Humana comes up and say, these are some additional benefits we're going to create for our retired veterans and their spouse. That is, the benefit is $150 added back, credit back monthly to your Medicare payment, and it'll go back to your Social Security retirement. And then you get dental, vision, gym membership, hearing aid. Yes, a lot of these benefits you can actually access at the VA if you have those pieces in place with being a veteran. Whether you do not have TRICARE or CHAMP VA, a veteran can still access their benefits through the VA. But we come along and say, outside the VA, you have options. I call it AOAB. That's A for access to additional doctors, that is non-VA medical. O, options. You need options. You need to be able to have that second opinion, have a doctor outside the VA, and also the access where additional benefits that you're going to have added. And then you will have the benefits is what I just stated. These are all the benefits that you are entitled to that we created so that you can continue what you're doing in your life. When you travel, it's a national plan. So as you travel, especially during the holidays like we have now, you're going to go and visit family. These benefits, this particular benefits, go where you go.
Hey, let me just piggyback on that a little bit.
Sure.
Because as a veteran, you know, I go to the VA. I love the people that work at the VA. I go to the little clinic there in Rome, Georgia. I go to the VA down in Atlanta. I have visited some of my soldiers up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The reason why I kind of lay that out is none of those places are right next door to each other. So it's some drive time in there. And I do know some of my fellow veterans don't go to appointments strictly because transportation issues, or strictly because they say, you know what, kind of like we started the program off talking about my cow that was supposed to be coming to my farm yesterday at noon. It was an accident on 20. Traffic was backed up. They said, you know what, man, the news said traffic is bad in Atlanta. I'm not going. So by getting this additional insurance that you have, if I'm understanding it, then you can go and find your local doctor, someone close to your house, and say, can I get an appointment? I know I'm supposed to be going to the VA. I'm not poo-pooing on the VA, but I want to go on and get this check, because sometimes when you go to the VA, it may take some time to get an appointment. So is that what I'm understanding, is you actually have two insurance policies that you can have a civilian doctor in addition to your VA doctor?
That is correct. You definitely will have access to the Humana nationwide medical, non-medical VA facilities. So you have that option to say, hey, I'm going to call my local doctor that's in my area and get your appointment, go in, and there you have it. The same thing applies to a dentist. Yes, you have all of these medical benefits at the VA, but now you have that option, as I stated, to say, hey, I just want to go get my teeth clean. I want to get a filling. Well, this benefit, we have right at about $1,000 on the dental side for our veterans and their spouse. They can go to the dentist, get their work done, easy access, so you can continue to go to the VA. And I had to see a question there, but you can continue to go to the VA if you choose. But if you want to make that call locally, like you're saying, not far, we have to drive a great deal. You choose the doctor in the area that's closest to you, that you're comfortable with, and you make that call and just go in.
Excellent. And I see our question, but before we get to our question, I want to ask one additional question. Does your program address glasses? I know you're talking about dental. Is the glasses included in it?
Yes, you will have a prescription, have your eyes checked. You can also have vision will be included, which will be glasses and or contacts.
Okay. And it is kind of funny that we're having this conversation. Again, I want to thank, is roughly about 3,000 people watching us right now. And I hope that more than half of those are spouses and veterans. And we'll replay this later on to make sure that people can get this information. But when I got out of the military 2.5 years ago, one of the things that they helped me with in my retirement class was to ensure that I actually signed up with y'all guys' program. I mean, that's how small the world is that as I was getting out of the Army there at Fort Benning, one of the last things I did was got on the phone, talked to somebody like you with my wife. My wife, Carla, was right there
Mhm.
to ensure that, yes, I was going to go to the VA, but at the same time, made sure that I had some civilian doctors and civilian support outside of the VA, because where we live, it was going to be such a long drive for me to get to the VA. So can you, we got a question here. Can you tell us the difference in the plans and how they work together and all those kind of things?
Well, I have in my arsenal about 20 different Medicare plans.
Okay.
When you say do the different plans work together, so we're looking at the benefits of the veteran. That veteran may have served over 20 years, so he will have what you call TRICARE for life.
Yes.
Well, Humana's had a relationship with the military for quite some time. We have group policies when they're working or on the federal side. And then we also are part of the TRICARE, and you'll see TRICARE has prime. So like you was in that prime what time, and then if you retire, it goes to TRICARE for life, but you have to have Medicare Part A and B, and the same for Champ VA. So those are the plans, or those are what the benefits you already have with the VA because of the service that you have provided to our country. And there are, and let me do add, when you say plans, out of my other plan, I have one that is for someone that has Medicare and Medicaid. So I have a special plan for that individual because sometimes financially they've reached on a level where they're not making a whole lot of money. So they qualify for the SNAP's benefits. And in that Department of Health and Human Services is where Medicaid fall under. So if they happen to have Medicare and Medicaid, then I have a plan for them as well. But back to our veterans, because you can always contact me and I can explain to whomever have questions. But yes, the plans work together. This complements what that veteran and a spouse already have. It doesn't disrupt any of what their plan have, because we do not have we call them A, B, C, and D. A, hospital. B is for when you go to a primary physician. That's Medicare Part A and B. Well, Humana come along and have A, B, and C. So C means the credit back to your retirement of 150 or 150 in Georgia every month through each state. It could be higher or a little bit lower depending on which state, because this is a nationwide plan offered to veterans across the nation. But I'm going to use Georgia because you're from Georgia, and you will have an additional increase in your benefits from us for next year as well. So when someone signs up for the plan, they get C. That is credit back every month, dental, vision, hearing aid, gym membership. That's included. Zero premium, zero copay to go to see the doctor. So those things we streamline that for you. And at the same time, you don't have to stop going to the VA. Continue to do what you feel comfortable doing, but take advantage of these additional benefits because it complements and works with what you already have. And you are entitled to these benefits.
That, that's excellent. I know some people may have saw me typing there, and I'm not the best typer, but we're actually getting questions real time from individuals out there. So again, I'm gonna give you, I think you can see the questions like I can, but I just want to stop and say thank you to everybody that's actually watching us live. Right now, it's roughly about 3,000 people. This is what this show is all about, is Voices from the Dirt Road. It's about reaching back to our rural community and bringing you good information, great information that you can use real time. And today we have an outstanding guest. She's giving us real time information about healthcare and what you can do. So can you see the question like I can see the question?
It says, I'm not old enough for Medicare. I have TRICARE Select for me and my family. How does this impact me? Well, right now, TRICARE Select, TRICARE Prime, you have to have Medicare Part A and B. Yes, you're not old enough yet, but this was specifically for individuals that had TRICARE for life. I regretfully they don't have a plan for you, but you can go into the market and look at getting additional benefits, but you can go right into TRICARE and ask for those additional benefits. You pay for them, like the dental and vision. But at this juncture, we do not have a plan for someone with TRICARE Select. It's for TRICARE Prime or Champ VA. So, and I want to address the Champ VA again when you asked about the 100% disability, become 100% qualified. Again, that is an individual that has been working to get that benefit, and their spouse will receive Champ VA. So these secondary insurance will continue to be your secondary insurance, and your primary will be Medicare. And if you decide to engage with me with the plan, then Humana will become the primary, and then your TRICARE for Life or Champ VA will become secondary. And if you do not have TRICARE for Life or Champ VA, you still qualify for the plan, but this is some pieces I will just explain to you what you will be engaged with.
You know, that's one of the unique things about veterans. You know, when we say veterans, that is a big umbrella.
Yes.
Reality of it is, boy, we are all very different in every aspect of our lives after serving in the military. And what I want to convey to everybody out there is, this is why, like the question that we just received, this is why I would say take the time, reach out to somebody like you, Selena, and make sure that you're talking specifically about you and your family situation. Don't sit around with the rest of our veteran buddies over some Coca-Cola or some sweet tea. I'll leave it at that level. And whatever's going on in their lives, now that's the answer for you. That is not the case. Everybody's story is different. You have to sit down with the people and gonna go from there. I see we got another question that just popped up. This is awesome.
Yes, it says I'm retired after 24 years. How old do I have to be to get TRICARE for Life? So TRICARE usually go with the age of 65. You can check locally with TRICARE, and they can look up your benefits and give you the specifics. I have seen individuals receive Medicare, but you have to have Medicare Part A and B. So you would have to reach out to TRICARE and get all the specifics about your age. Retirement usually is typically 65. I have seen individuals with Medicare at age 62. So again, that is that conversation you will have with your administrative part of the VA with TRICARE. I would recommend.
I would tell you, my experience is, call TRICARE direct. Talk to the rep. Sometimes the rep can give you the right answer, but then try to get to leadership, management, whatever, and tell them your life story in the military. It comes back to how many years you've been in, what how you got out, and all those kind of things, and then you can get to the conversation of TRICARE for Life and all those kind of things. Only thing I can tell you, these were all the conversations that I actually had down at Fort Benning when I was going through the retirement process. It was just another station in the 5,000 steps that you had to do to get out. I hadn't actually ever said it on this show, but I was a retired officer. I guess somebody would say my rank was pretty high. So I am passionate about taking care of our soldiers, Marines, Airmen, Space Force, everybody, Coast Guard across the board. So when I'm speaking on this show here, Voices from the Dirt Road, I want you to receive every benefit that I have received because you have earned it. And I also want to say thank you to the plus 3,000 people that are actually watching us right now. And I see we have another question there. Do you want to try to answer that question, or can you answer that question?
I can. How do I enroll in what you're talking about? Very, very good question. That's why I'm here today. You can contact me. I have several years of doing this. I am a part of the Veterans Organization, but with Humana, I'll be glad to speak with you and get you enrolled. We're in enrollment period right now. It started October the 15th and it'll go through to December the 7th.
So December the 7th, they got,
yes.
we just put your number up there. So there's going to be a whole bunch of people calling you today.
That's fine.
Don't
That
be
is
talking about you
absolutely
trying to get ready for Turkey Day.
Oh no, I work 7 days a week because this is a very crucial time to get people started to plan. It actually starts January the 1st if you signed up. My number is 803-348-9524. And again, I'm Selena Sumter. I will tell you this, we have over 3 million veterans and their spouse on this plan across the nation. Right now, I have several, almost 200 veterans that I work with between the states that has this plan. One actually have been looking at what they've been saving. The husband and the wife together, she has a saving of $1,600 that Humana pays every year out at an increment of that $150. So $1,600 for her, $1,600 for him. That's $3,600 that they keep, and Humana is helping them not liquidate their funds and use that money for other things that they want to do. That's our way of saying thank you to our military. You hear, thank you so much for your service, and we do mean it. But Humana has put something to back up what we really mean when we say Humana honors veterans and we thank you for your years of service.
Well, hey, we've been talking now for 1 hour. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Celine, if my understanding, you're here in Georgia with us also, correct?
Correct. I'm between Georgia and South Carolina.
Okay.
But Georgia is where the residence is, and I do have a home in South Carolina, but I'm a Georgia girl. I'm a peach girl now.
All right.
But yes, and I do want to add, I do virtual appointments, just like we're talking virtually.
Okay.
And so don't be afraid.
So as we close this out, and if it's some more questions, please, team, throw them up there. I don't have to run out of here. As everybody know, the show is not over until the cup is empty. So we can keep talking if it's important to our audience. But what I do want to say is this: to our veterans, to the spouses, please, even if you think your insurance and everything is just like you want it, okay, it doesn't hurt to call and just check, because one thing I would tell you is just because you got something 5 years ago don't mean a lot of things has changed. Okay. You go get the oil changed in your car. So let's kind of look at our benefits like that. Just because we signed up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, it may be a better deal for you now. I'm not trying to push any particular thing. What I want to make sure is that if you're having a medical issue and you try to get into the VA and you can't get an appointment in a timely manner, or hell, the VA is too far of a drive for you to get there, and you got too old to drive and you're scared of the traffic, then you have a backup that you're going to a local doctor right there in your little hometown. And the reason why I bring that to your attention is this show, Voices from the Dirt Road, is laser focused on rural America. And in rural America, you might actually have a very small hospital or clinic and 2 or 3 doctors. And that's where you'll be going to take care of everything, so that when you're in the grocery store, you don't supposed to be able to speak to your doctor, but in small towns, everybody say hi to each other and you keep on going. So again, thank you for being on our show. I
Thank you.
think there's going to be a lot of people going to be calling you.
I
A
look
lot.
forward to it.
And I want to say thank you for everything that you and your organization is doing for us as veterans. I can speak personally on it. I have the insurance that you're talking about, and I love going to my VA. I want to make sure that nobody understands that I'm poo-pooing on the VA. I love going to the VA, but I also love going to my little doctor's office. Is less than 3 miles from my house.
That's right.
I mean, that is big time to be able to just pull right out of here, go up there, walk in. Hey, doc, how you doing? Good to see you. And go through some of the same checks that I do at the VA.
That's right.
But it's right here local, and I can come on back here to the farm and take care of things. So again, thank you. I'm going to go on and close out the show. We have been talking now a little bit more than an hour. What I will say to everybody is this: one is thank you. It's over 3,000, almost 4,000 people watching us right now. In addition to that, when this show is over, it will go immediately live. Immediately it'll be posted back out there. I will make sure that my team put in the write-up what we talked about today, specifically with our guests. But on top of that direct number, and we will even put in the thing, if you want to time snap it, to say Shawn talked about soybeans and all that, but if you want to skip that and go specifically to the healthcare part, we'll put in the thing that, hey, at 45 minutes or whatever it was, this is when he started talking about healthcare for veterans. So we're going to do that. As I always end all the shows, right now in the world of agriculture, things are up and down. Things are crazy. Farmers are a little nervous, or really, really nervous about what's going on with soybean prices and everything else. They don't want to be the individual that lost the family farm. Okay. Don't want to be the individual. So I want to make sure, like I do every week, that if you're struggling in any kind of way, this is the number to call. I again pass that on to our spouses and your friends, that if you're in a struggle, let's make the phone call, get you some help, because I don't want you to make a short-term decision for a long-term situation. So help me help you. In addition to that, we are working, trying to get somebody to come on our show that talks to farmers that are in crisis, and they focus on the rural community. We're not there yet, but we're trying to get there, because I'm truly concerned that with everything that's going on in agriculture, that we have some of our fellow farmers that are committing suicide, and we need to make sure that we can focus on that and help them get a good show, some support. So again, we have been on now for a little bit more than an hour. This is our, hold on, let me go back and look. This is our 9th episode. I think we're getting better and better. Next week, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be Thanksgiving. So next week, we're going to be moving into our real podcast. I think that's what we're going to be doing. So you'll be able to find it on the podcast app and all that kind of stuff. But in addition to that, because it's Thanksgiving, I want y'all guys to spend time with your family. Okay. So next week, what I will end up doing, I'll do kind of like a little opening thing, but ultimately you'll be able to watch all 9 episodes. So you'll be able to binge watch it or whatever you want to do, or just go catch the best parts and kind of go from there. So again, thank you. If you see me out and about, please stop me and give me ideas, or send us ideas of what kind of shows that you want us to do, things that affect the rural community. Again, I see it's 35 plus 100 people watching us live. So again, thank you. And the way we always end the show, hey, guess what? The cup is empty, and you can see it's always messing my desk up. So, hey, have a great day. Let's go out there and be smart, get things done. Have a great one. Hey guys, Shawn here from Voices from the Dirt Road. I'm excited to announce that we are finally moving into a real podcast. You can listen or watch on any podcast program that you have. Just Google it, Voices from the Dirt Road, and I look forward to seeing you there next week. Have a great holiday period with your families. Have a great slow day, and we'll see you next Friday, first time on our podcast. Thank you for all your support. Keep doing what you're doing. Let's keep make sure we talk to rural America.